Commencing sound check, November 19th. This is the presenter's laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop sound check, clerk's laptop sound check.
Okay, second sound check clerk's laptop, second sound check clerk's laptop, second sound check presenter laptop, second sound check presenter laptop. And we're going
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. I do want to have a special good morning as well and welcome Councillor Russ Powers, newly elected as the councillor for Ward 5, Hamilton. Welcome, Russ. And I'm going to say it's baptism by fire today. And again, shout out to Stephanie and Aaliyah who are here in council chambers with me today and will be keeping me in line as well. So with that, quorum is present. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. And members may also submit another request to speak if they require additional time to ask questions or make comments. Members of committee, as you are aware, this meeting was recessed from November 9th meeting, so we will continue where we left off on that date. And where we left off was presentations. 8.1 is Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review, Urban Growth Citywide Consultation Summary Report, PED 17010 Citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Oh, sorry, something there. Don't everyone all jump at once. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Mr. Mayor. This is just to put the report on the floor. Thank you. All in favor? Electronic vote, please.
Put on the floor.
To put the report, I'm sorry?
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, we don't need a vote to put on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then are there any questions on this report? We have in attendance today, we have Lauren Brace, planner, Heather Travis, senior project manager, and Steve Robichaud, director of planning and chief planner. So questions, I'm just going to go to, I will be following on the chat this morning. So sorry, everybody. Getting the mouse to go where I want it to go. Okay. Oh, sorry, we're just getting things organized here. Good morning, Councillor Danko. I believe you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my first question is just on process. So at the initial meeting, we had presentations from Mr. Lorius and Mr. Scanlon on their reports. When would be the opportunity to ask questions on their presentations that they initially gave?
And who can answer that? Madam Clerk.
Yes, to you, Madam Deputy Mayor. In the roadmap right now, you can ask questions of both the presentations and the report, because at the last meeting, we deferred questions until the reports were on the floor. So right now, Council, you're open to ask questions on either, and all of the consultants are here as well.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll name off, sorry, apologies, Councillor Danko. Then I will name off the others on the second report, Stephanie, which is Jamie Cook of Watson Associates, correct? Is present?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, right now you're just on item 8.1.
Correct.
So if I look on page 2, those are the staff that are present to speak to that. So as you go through each item, you can go to the staff, but right now you're just on 8.1. So the staff in attendance are Lauren Braitz, Heather Travis, and Steve Robichaud.
And that's what I read off, but I believe Councillor Danko was asking about Anthony Loris and Watson and Associates, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Councillor Danko? And that's the next report.
If that's the next report, so my questions are for Mr. Lorius on the Municipal Comprehensive Review to start off.
So would Mr. Lorius be in attendance for this one? I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay. So, but are you asking questions, Councillor Danko, on item 8.1, please?
It's in relation to his initial presentation, which I believe was 8.1 in the MCR for the MCR.
No, it was the consultation report.
This is the consultation summary report. That's okay, Councillor. Go ahead and ask your question, because without knowing it, we won't know for sure.
Well, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm in order. If this is the consultation, which is the survey and everything, then my questions aren't on that.
Thank you, sir. That's what I wanted to get clarification to.
Okay.
This is the This is Grids 2, Municipal Comprehensive Review, Urban Growth Citywide Consultation Summary Report. Okay. With staff Lauren Rates, planner, Heather Travis, senior project manager, and Steve Robichaud, director of planning and chief planner in attendance to answer questions. So you don't have a question, Councillor Danko?
So yeah, my apologies. My questions will be on 8.2.
Thank you, sir. Now I will go to Councillor Whitehead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to know when we can ask questions on all the reports. So I think it's in line with Councillor Danko's question, because this is a comprehensive approach to a big issue, and I just want to make sure I'm not asking questions out of turn.
Okay, so I believe it's going to be a difficult one to answer. So the first one we're on now is the consultation summary report. The second one will be the lands assessment and addendum and peer review results. And 8.3 will be the how should we grow evaluation. I believe that's the one that's going to have the most debate on.
Thank you. So I'll wait till the third report, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I can refer to any one of those other two reports at that time, will I?
You can direct questions that can refer to them, yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor.
Morning.
So if Mr. Robichaud is here, so we're dealing with the consultation. So let's just reconfirm some of the numbers. So how many households did the consultation go out to by mail? I think it was 200,000, but I could be mistaken.
Councillor Clark, through the chair, this is Lauren Rates, planner, and I can confirm that it was 215,000 households were distributed the survey.
215,822 to be exact.
Thank you, Madam
Chair.
Chair.
And we ended up with a 10% response rate. Let me ask, how many came back from the mail and how many came back from email? Let's put it that way.
Through the chair, we had 8,233 returned through the mail and 10,154 received through email.
And the resulting numbers showed that 90% were in favor of option 2.
Through the chair, that's correct, 90.4%.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. I would like to take an opportunity here, because I don't think we've done this, but to thank the staff for coordinating this large mail out. It was a huge effort. And I think we learned a few things from it, and I think it's something that the council could consider utilizing on other issues in the future. But I wanted to thank staff because they came up with a reasonably inexpensive way of reaching out to all the residents in the city, which I really respect, and I thank them for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I guess to Mr. Robichaud, please. I got a very thoughtful note from a constituent who, and I wasn't able to answer it, so wanting to know our method and means and guiding principles of our consultation with Indigenous peoples on this practice. And they referenced to me the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And the compliance would be a guarantee of self-determination, free, prior and informed consent, and meaningful consultation of Indigenous peoples. And if you could just outline for me how we engaged on that front, please, during this exercise, through the chair.
Good morning, Mr. Robichaud.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. I'm going to ask Heather Travis to respond to that question because she has been leading the consultation with our Indigenous communities. I can tell you as early as on Wednesday, Wednesday of this week, I believe. We were having conversations with our Indigenous partners in terms of the grids process and how, in terms of the information to provide them, the form and the content. But in terms of the specific mechanisms that we've been following to reach out with them, I would just refer to Heather Travis to respond. Heather?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we have been reaching out and engaging with Indigenous communities throughout the grids and MCR process. We have regular contact and updates sent to the different Indigenous communities in our area to fill them in on what we're doing. So just provide project updates and then ask for opportunities to meet and discuss issues with them. We have recently held meetings with Six Nations to discuss our How Should Hamilton, Six Nations of the Grand River, the How Should Hamilton Grow framework, and we had some good discussion on issues that were important to that group and how it is or is not reflected in our work, and discussion on additional follow-up consultation that we can have in the future to have some focused meetings on areas such as natural heritage and archaeology and cultural heritage that are of importance and value to that group. We're at the same time updating our official plans as part of the municipal comprehensive review, and we have been sharing our draft policy updates with Indigenous communities and asking for feedback on those policy updates to ensure that we're capturing the Indigenous perspective correctly in our policy updates. So it's an ongoing reaching out to engage with the different communities, and we have various, the different communities, we have various levels of engagement with the different communities as to what they're able to accommodate and provide in terms of feedback. And that's why we do find that actually having meetings is the best way, just to have a discussion rather than overwhelming with loads and loads of paper that has to be reviewed in a short time frame. Having meetings and just having dialogue in that way seems to be the most effective way to engage. And we are meeting with the Mississaugas as well in the very near future. We're just trying to set up that date right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to make sure. My question was also rooted in, do we have a protocol and for our engagement with Indigenous peoples that we feel is meaningful? And is that protocol rooted in a nation-to-nation relationship? I'm just trying to understand. Thanks.
Through the chair, on the planning side, I would say we don't necessarily have a protocol, but we have just an ongoing reaching out with Indigenous communities in our area. And that's what we find to be the most effective means of engagement right now. There is also, other than planning though, there is certainly citywide work being undertaken on the urban Indigenous strategy. And I believe our city manager has some additional comments on that in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I see the city manager in attendance? I do not.
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
Pearson.
Thank you. Your screen's not showing. There you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson, and through the chair to members of council. In our urban Indigenous strategy, which is a longer term strategy, it has a number of actions, and one of them under the land theme actions is to improve meaningful consultation with urban Indigenous residents and First Nations communities on municipal projects, plans, and approvals. And when the plan was approved by council, this was identified as a medium-term project. So right now we're focused on the land and landmark and et cetera review, but we know this is critical work and it hasn't holistically started to develop the entire framework for the city.
Thank you. If I can ask a supplementary, thank you, city manager, through the chair. Appreciate that then, that it's a framework or a protocol that's forthcoming and is important. But I just want to make sure at the beginning when the exercise started, did we hear from Indigenous peoples an articulation of the priorities and principles that they believe should be guiding us in reference to the land, and to abutting lands. Thank you.
Through the chair,
And that-
we've sorry, through the chair, we did have we've had conversations, as I said, ongoing throughout the project at different stages of our project. So we've reached out in the beginning to introduce what the Grids 2 and then MCR project is about. And we did have some of those conversations then about just overall values and what's important, just kind of more of a big picture discussion about the future and what should be considered and undertaken and priorities going forward. That was at the beginning of our planning process, which has been going on for a few years now. And then along the way, we've had more focused reaching out just to share information on specific topic areas. So for example, when the draft land needs assessment was complete, we reached out at that point to get feedback in that regard. So it's been more focused on specific aspects of our project. And then more recently, as this How Should Hamilton Grow framework has been developed and released, that's when we've again been engaging and having, just like you said, some of those big picture conversations about about values, core values, what's important going forward, and what we have to make sure is reflected in our documents to reflect that Indigenous perspective and those Indigenous values.
Yeah, thank you. Just a supplementary on that, though.
Before you move on, thank you. I believe Jeanette Smith also wanted to weigh in on that question. Jeanette?
Through the chair, that was from the previous answer in terms
Okay,
of
sorry.
what specifically has happened through the grids process. The planning staff would be in the best position, but I can commit to council, as we know this is really important work we have to do as part of the urban Indigenous strategy.
Yeah,
Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm trying to get an overview. I'm trying to understand what have been those. I can't find them anywhere. So if someone can direct me, if someone can inform me from staff, what have those principles and values, what are they as been identified to date through your consultation to date?
Sure. Again, most of the dialogue that we've had has been verbal, right? So it's been discussions, and so that's why there's not, we don't have necessarily written comments that we've received from, for example, the Six Nations of the Grand River that we just recently had these discussions with. But I can share that what were identified through our recent discussions was the protection of our natural and open space areas, or protection of Mother Earth, and that the need to realize that actions that we're taking if we were to develop lands or these urban expansion areas, that those actions are irreversible. So we need to be very cognizant of protecting Mother Earth and taking that into consideration in our planning decisions. That was certainly a key guiding value and guiding principle. Protection of cultural heritage resources, which from the Indigenous perspective, cultural heritage and natural heritage are closely linked. So to ensure that those values are taken into account in our evaluation framework and in our evaluation process, and in future, should any of these areas be developed, to ensure that that cultural heritage, natural heritage link is closely addressed. The issues related to homelessness came up as a core and guiding value and principle in the discussion of the need, not just in terms of this grids process, but at a citywide level to be addressing that issue. Because of, we all know that, it is a key concern right now for the city. It's a citywide issue. So those were, I would say, the big picture values that were identified for us that we need to be aware of going forward, and ensuring that we're incorporating not only in our grids process, but all of our citywide planning processes going forward.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I have Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a quick process question. Our last meeting, which
Sorry, you're breaking up, Councillor. You might want to just disengage your screen.
at the last meeting, the marathon meeting that went for some 12 hours, it was suggested by clerks that before we recess, we should deal with the in-camera item on this matter. And I suspect the reason for that, I don't know, but I suspect the reason for that is because the staff reports and the in-camera are connected somehow. And so my question was, is it our intent to go in camera before we get into debate on 1.3, or are we going to leave that to the end?
Yes, Councillor, I believe that's what's in the roadmap, is that we will hold off on discussion or debate on 8.3 until after we return from in camera.
Thanks for that clarity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And now I have Councillor Clark, second time, sir.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Can planning staff provide a chronological list of the consultations with the Indigenous communities so that we can see exactly what transpired? Because they're raising concerns that they were not consulted, and I'd like to know when and where they were consulted. Is that something that can happen, Mr. Robichaud, through you, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, or Heather. I'm not seeing.
Through the chair, yes, we certainly have that information documented, and it can be provided at any point. Or I can verbally go through it now. It's whatever you prefer.
I don't think we need to go through it verbally now, but if you could provide perhaps an information report, Deputy Mayor, would that make sense? I see the Deputy Mayor shaking her head.
Well, I see Heather's just removed from the screen again, but I certainly respectfully would suggest that would be maybe verbally. Heather, could you give us an idea of how many meetings have been held? That might give some sense of concern relief to the councillors that of what's been going on. And then I would suggest an information report.
That's a helpful suggestion, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my only question.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Heather?
Absolutely. Yes, through the chair, absolutely. I'm just opening up the information. So through the course of the project, we've had 7 meetings with various Indigenous communities, and that involves Indigenous partners, the Haudenosaunee Development Institute, Six Nations of the Grand River, as well as local urban community, Indigenous groups, Hamilton Executive Directors Aboriginal Coalition, and the Hamilton Regional Indian Center. We have reached out and provided information for consultation and requests for feedback about 11 to 12 times. I'm just looking at over the course of the project, and plus additional reaching out and requests for feedback specific to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan policy updates.
Councillor?
I appreciate that if we can just get it in an information report. It's very helpful when we're having certain members in the Indigenous community claiming that we have not consulted. It's helpful having that information available to us.
Thank you, appreciate that. So with that, I see no further requests on the speakers list. I'm just checking again to be sure, and I will then ask that it was moved and seconded to put the report on the floor. And I'm now going to ask for an electronic vote. Again, this is item 8.1, Grids 2 Municipal Comprehensive Review, Citywide Consultation Summary Report. Thank you, everyone. And Councillor Councillor Marula is a thumbs up. Councillor Farr is a thumbs up.
Mayor Eisenberger, are you able to vote?
No.
And Councillor Johnson as well, please.
Thumbs up for the mayor. I don't see Councillor John. There she is, thumbs up.
And Councillor Whitehead, are you there? Okay, I'm going to mark him absent and close the vote.
That carries, everyone, 15-0. Thank you for that. We'll now go on to item 8.2. This is the Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review, Final Land Needs Assessment, and Addendum and Peer Review Results, PED 17010, as in Norman, citywide. Again, may I have a mover and a seconder to put this report on the floor? Mr. Mayor, seconded by Councillor Clark. And that the report is on the floor. Now, are there any questions of staff? And before we go to the speakers list that has been activated, I will just list off. We have staff and consultants in attendance, being Jamie Cook of Watson and Associates Land Needs Assessment Peer Review, Anthony Lorius of Lorius and Associates Land Needs Assessment Peer Review Response and Addendum, Heather Travis, Senior Project Manager, and Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning and Chief Planner. So with that, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just going through my notes from 2 weeks ago, so I appreciate the opportunity to ask these questions today. So my first question is on the role of the Ontario Growth Plan. So if I'm reading from the Ontario Growth Plan, it states that the province recognizes and supports the role of municipal policy in providing leadership and innovation in developing a culture of conservation and addressing climate change. So through you, Madam Chair, it seems to me that the province in their policy is specifically endorsing the authority of local decision making at the municipal level, and is also recognizing the authority of local decision making at the municipal level to make both planning policy decisions and those decisions as they relate to climate change and conservation. Through you, could I just get a comment on how that authority of the municipal decision-making body is officially built into the provincial policy?
And who would you like that question directed to, Councillor? Would it be Mr. Robichaud or?
I believe Mr. Lorius, as he's the author of the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And through the chair, I would suggest that possibly planning staff might be in a better position to respond to specifically the role of local decision making within a broader provincial planning context. However, I would, for information, note that of course ultimately the decision on how to implement the growth plan and how to apply the recommendations or the conclusions of a land need assessment ultimately does rest with municipal council. And I would also offer my view, which we discussed at the previous meeting, that fundamentally the objective of the growth plan, you are correct to note, is to optimize the use of the existing urban land supply to avoid over designating new lands for urban uses, both on the residential and the employment side. It's achieved through an intensification first approach. The minimum target is 50%, which is already at the high end of the range. So the analysis and the application of the growth plan principles are really about adjusting that market-based demand to achieve the city and growth plan objectives. And it is correct that the density target is a minimum and staff have chosen to go higher. And I agree with the position that Hamilton is in a very good position to shift the pattern of development to more compact urban forms. The density target is a minimum as well. However, I respectfully disagree with the interpretation that the growth plan intends to stop all urban expansion. In my view, the policy construct as read in its entirety speaks to a balance between greenfield and intensification. And if the intent of the growth plan was to simply not expand urban boundaries ever, there would be no section on the intensification target. There would be no section on designated greenfields. It would be a much different document. So when I read that document in its entirety and I couple that with the requirements of the mandated method from the province, we remain of the view that a balanced approach is required, which achieves the growth plan objectives for minimizing greenfield expansion and making the most efficient possible use of land supply. And I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we proceed with either the ambitious density scenario or the no boundary expansion scenario, we're still planning for 110,300 new housing units, correct?
Yes, through the chair, that is correct. We would still be planning for a similar amount of housing units. However, I would again offer that the ambitious density scenario is it's an extremely ambitious scenario. So yes, a no boundary expansion scenario is technically planning for the accommodation of those units, but given that household formation is a social construct, given that the LNA method is not about potential supply, it very specifically speaks to the creation of the identification of a realistic supply inside the built boundary that is likely to be achieved to the plan horizon based on current and anticipated conditions. It's not like a work back where we sort of assume all of these things are going to change in the future in a direction such that no urban lands are required. It requires a realistic assessment of what we expect to happen to the plan horizon. So yes, it's planning to accommodate those units, but it really, that approach really sort of glosses over some significant social changes that will have to occur in terms of the types of housing that people choose to occupy and the number of private homeowners that choose to spend $500,000 on a laneway house, which is pretty much the going rate in Toronto and back in Vancouver. So yes, theoretically, it is possible, but the method and sort of well-established principles of growth management require not so much an analysis based on the total theoretical potential, but more so on what we expect realistically will happen and how far we can push that with planning policy before we just, to put it simply, just sort of say no to growth and send it to other communities.
Thank you. To follow up on that and some of your comments then, so the ambitious density scenario that's been proposed, in your initial presentation, you stated that the ambitious density scenario does not meet the provincial policy requirements, that there were portions of it that don't comply with the provincial policies. So could you elaborate on that specifically? What parts of the ambitious density scenario don't meet provincial policy?
Through the chair, are you referring to the provincial policy statement, which sets out the requirement for a 15-year supply of land?
I'm not sure. It's in relation to the growth plan. So just in your initial presentation, when you were presenting the ambitious density scenario, you made the comment that there's portions of it that don't meet the growth planning policy.
If I can assist, I believe Mr. Lorius was referencing that his land needs assessment with the ambitious density is not a pure market demand, sort of business as usual, but it is representing a future market state as a result of policy intervention with respect to density within the designated greenfield area, as well as based on the work that Mr. Lorius had done in terms of residential intensification, was modestly, if I higher rate of intensification than what Mr. Lorius would forecast is based purely on market demand. With that, I will defer back to Mr. Lorius to clarify the scope, his comments that he made. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I understand the question now. And yes, absolutely. The ambitious density scenario is not a purely market-based scenario. The forecast that appears in Table 4 of the March 2021 LNA, and frankly, all of the housing forecasts by type that are shown in the Hemson technical forecast report, none of those market-based forecasts are growth plan compliant. None of them are dense enough to achieve even the 50% intensification target. So all of the scenarios involve some level of policy intervention. So again, as we discussed on the 9th, it's very important to bear in mind that when we talk about market-based demand and market-based supply, it is not development or analysis totally unconstrained by planning policy. The scenarios reflect what has to happen, what has to be delivered through growth management and planning instruments in order to achieve a different housing mix and therefore comply with the growth plan. So there is no purely market-based housing forecast that would comply with the 50% intensification target. It's just not dense enough, which is why all of the scenarios go beyond the target.
So to be clear, both the ambitious density scenario and the no boundary expansion scenario don't meet that market-based policy and require policy intervention. So either one require policy intervention.
Correct.
And just on the no growth scenario, some of those policy interventions might include inclusionary zoning, upzoning, and also the family-friendly housing policy, which are initiatives that are currently underway by planning staff.
Correct. I am compelled to add, though, that there is, and this is a topic that we address at some length in the intensification market demand report. There are limits to the level of change that can be achieved through land use planning policy alone, and you do get to the point where growth simply goes elsewhere, and we're already seeing it happen. So there is a price mechanism in the growth plan. I mean, the intent of the growth plan from the beginning has been to, by limiting the DGA land supply, exercise a price mechanism that makes ground-related housing relatively less affordable for more people, thereby encouraging a shift into higher density apartments. And it has worked to a certain extent, but the level of policy intervention that is to be struck, again, is a balance. The challenge is to put in place a level of policy intervention that the market will tolerate without jeopardizing the Schedule 3 forecast and sort of sending growth elsewhere, which is not growth plan compliant.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to agricultural protection of prime agricultural land in accordance with provincial policy. So some of the discussion that we had in our previous meeting has been raised by the minister was that this idea that in Hamilton we need to build on our farmland in order to preserve farmland in other municipalities. So through your evaluation, did you evaluate farmland loss or preservation in other municipalities?
Through the chair, no, we have not undertaken an analysis of the potential impact of growth being redirected to other communities. However, we do identify that there is a risk, as we've heard from many speakers previously, that the market will simply move to other locations, and we're seeing it happen. We've been seeing it happen over the last number of years. And what we point out is that there is, generally speaking, from a planning perspective, there is the risk that growth will be redirected to other communities, most likely in the Southwest GGH, including Guelph, Kitchener, Waterloo, Niagara, redirected to smaller communities that never anticipated accommodating this kind of growth. Some of them might be quite happy to accommodate it, given some of the costs and benefits, but on a sort of a proportional basis, the density and intensification targets are lower in the outer ring. They're much higher as a minimum under the growth plan and much higher under the ambitious density scenario. So there is a risk that ground-related housing will eventually be accommodated in other communities in the GGH that are less well-suited to accommodate that growth, thereby consuming potentially somewhat more agricultural land than would have otherwise been the case had that growth been concentrated at Hamilton under a very aggressive approach to growth land.
Thank you. But just to be clear, that evaluation was not part of your work and is not part of the scope of the decision that's before this council. We are strictly looking at the City of Hamilton's growth planning.
Correct. We have not undertaken that analysis. We simply point to the broader strategic and growth management risk on a small R regional basis in Southern Ontario.
And it would be up to those other municipalities to determine their own growth planning if they would want to accommodate growth or to preserve their own farmland.
Absolutely, as it is to the City of Hamilton to chart its path forward.
Thank you. I know I'm probably
You're just coming close. Yes.
Okay, so I have one final question on phasing. So the recommendation is for 1,310 hectares expansion to 2051 with a phased approach. We heard from delegates at our previous meeting that, in particular, the professional planners that were representing the development industry stakeholders, that the choice between this council was the entire 1,310 hectares or nothing, that the phased approach wasn't possible or in accordance with provincial policy in their opinion. Could you comment on the phasing recommendations?
I can, thank you. And through the chair, the phasing of growth under the ambitious density scenario carries through the density and intensification targets through the period. So it's an escalating intensification target and the density of new areas. And that just mechanically, it creates some challenges in terms of some surplus row house and apartment supply, because the density intensification targets are so high that you don't consume the row house and apartment unit supply prior to consuming the single detached and semi-supply. So there is a bit of a tricky mechanical operation, but it flows all through the period. In terms of whether or not to designate the entire 1,310 hectares now, or designate a portion and phase it, is currently the subject of some debate. And I think planning staff is probably in a better position to respond to that specific argument. However, I would add that in terms of managing growth, although there is a view that all of those 1,310 hectares must be designated right away, there's no question that the city does have some pretty long levers to control when and how that growth occurs in terms of the provision of servicing and financing and agreements with the developers. And so it is all sort of wrapped up into a strategy to manage growth going forward after the preferred scenario is determined.
Thank you. And just to be clear, those professional
Councillor,
planners,
you are over your time. Okay.
Thank you. Those professional planners were adamant that it was the decision before us was the entire 1,310 hectares or not. On the, sorry, I'll yield to further questions, because I think I've made my point on that issue, that it's the whole enchilada or nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to go back to my screen here. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I just follow up, because it's not clear in my mind. So my understanding is that if we're moving forward with the ambitious density target as written currently, we would have to approve an urban boundary expansion that would accommodate 1,310 hectares of land.
Through the chair, yes, my understanding is that it is the provincial position that all of the identified lands must be designated to 2051, and planning staff's view is that this is not necessarily the case, and that a phased designation is more suitable in this circumstance. But again, I think the planning staff might be in a better position to respond specifically to the interpretation of that requirement. But the overall land need to 2051 remains the number that must be included in the decision.
So I don't know if Mr. Robichaud is there. If if the land needs assessment shows 1,310 hectares is required, and we're doing an urban boundary expansion now, then we would be required to show the 1,310 hectares of urban boundary expansion, and then the city gets to phase it in through their own policies of approval for development, but the 1,310 is the designated urban boundary expansion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Question to Mr. Thank you.
I asked that question to the province, and it was a very clear, simple question. Show me where in the growth plan it says the city must designate lands to 2051. There is no specific policy that says you must designate. You must plan to 2051. You must apply the provincial growth forecasts for your planning purposes, which have a 2051 time horizon. And in my mind, planning for growth would be infrastructure upgrades at the sewage treatment plant, other capital financing, but the plan doesn't explicitly say municipalities must designate land to 2051. So it was our suggestion that we would, through the growth plan, we would have a 2051 time horizon, We would set what that land need would be to 2051. We could describe it in text in the plan that the city is going to grow to 2051, but the actual redesignation of those lands would not occur. It would occur in an incremental or phased approach with a series of policy tests that would provide check-ins. So if there was a significant change in the growth forecast, the next time they update them to 2061 and there was lower than anticipated growth, we would be able to adjust. Or conversely, if there was higher than anticipated growth, the municipality would be able to do that review and adjust. We would also be linking any the phasing and the timing and the sequencing of those urban boundary expansions based on our ability to deliver the infrastructure and pay for the infrastructure required to service that growth, also combined with tying it back to our intensification targets. Provincial staff suggested that because the LNA methodology document, which is sort of the user guide, how you do prepare your LNA, makes reference to designating land to 2051. That is why a municipality must designate, but that's relying on a user's guide to a manual to tell you how you do your planning, as opposed to the manual saying you must designate land to 2051. And that's why we were suggesting, our advice to council was that while the LNA would set the land needs to 2051, we would come back with the criteria for how that timing and phasing would look based on intensification targets, density, infrastructure, and other the ability to design and deliver the infrastructure and the municipality's fiscal capacity to pay for it. So we do have a difference of opinion with our provincial staff colleagues, but that was my reading of the growth plan says the municipality does not have to designate, it just has to plan. And that's part of, there's a difference in my mind between how we manage growth. There's an element of planning for it versus the actual designation process. Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, an ancillary question for clarification. So if we have a set expansion to 2031, and now we want to go from 2031 to 2041, would we not have to go through another land needs assessment in MCR, given that we didn't designate the land as an urban boundary expansion? We only designated the first phase?
Through you, Madam Chairman, there's a statutory provision that every 10 years a municipality must revisit its official plan and update its official plan. And through that process, we would revisit our land needs assessment, our vacant land inventory, actual performance versus forecasted targets, and then make a determination. So it may not necessarily be a full-blown LNA. It may just warrant an update and a check-in to see how we are doing relative to what those forecasted targets are.
And that would be the second urban boundary expansion.
That would be what was being proposed through that phasing process, yes. As part of those statutory 10-year reviews of the official plan, we would do that check-in and make a determination if we are on course or not on course with those forecasts and make recommendations to committee and council in any course direction. So if we say we took the 1,300 and if it was divided by 3, say it's 400, 400, and 400 each 10 years, we may decide that for some reason it might only be the second phase might be 500 is needed or only 300 is needed, but we would have to take based on how we are doing relative to those performance targets and making a determination at that point in time. I think both Mr. Thorne and myself have indicated, we have concerns about a 2051 time horizon. 30 years is a long time. A lot of things can change within that time horizon. And it would be my preference and my advice to the committee that we look at a phased approach in order to allow the municipality a chance to understand what those changes may be and respond to them accordingly. I.e., if there's a change in migration or immigration patterns, that may influence the overall growth within the municipality, the number of people that are coming to Hamilton, so that may adjust what our housing needs are. Or conversely, we may find that intensification is happening at a higher rate than what we anticipated in terms of the ramp up, and then we would also then make those adjustments. So there are some factors at play that would ultimately influence the timing and the need for any future urban boundary expansions that would be assessed at those 10-year review of the official plan. Thank you.
So to be clear, if we don't designate the 1,310 hectares to 2051, then we would do it every 10 years from 2031, 2041, 2051.
that would, through you, Madam Chairman, that would be my advice to committee. Yes, it does not have to be all done at once. The quantum of land needs, our intensification strategy and any future urban boundary expansion strategy would be adopted by committee and then council, and we would then translate that into a phasing and staging program that would allow for a series of urban boundary expansions once certain predetermined criteria would be met. And it was those sort of phasing, staging, and performance criteria would be subject to the implementing official plan amendment. Thank you.
I agree with you, Mr. Robichaud. It's a bit challenging when the province says one thing and we're not really sure how to now make everything fit in that puzzle. Can I ask you a question specific to Elfrida, Deputy Mayor?
As long as it doesn't cross over the report coming up in camera.
It does not.
Thank you.
Thank you for that caveat. If the current plan is 1,310 hectares citywide, how many hectares are going to be developed from now until 2051 in the Elfrida area?
Through you, Madam Chairman, there's 930 net hectares within the Elfrida area that would be available for development for community land needs.
And net hectare, sorry.
The
sounds like a TV
area,
show, but
sorry, through you, Madam Chair, the gross area of Elfrida, the hockey stick, is 1,200 hectares. So when you extract those lands, there's hydro corridors, environmental features, or sort of other areas that are not available for development. The net developable area is 930 hectares. And based on the density targets and the housing mix that staff have used for the purpose of informing the evaluation of the growth options, that would translate into approximately 20,000 units with a population of approximately 60,000 people.
now pre this process, Deputy Mayor Pearson, we talked constantly about 80,000 new residents in Elfrida. So the 60,000 number is 20,000 less. How did that happen? Is that just from the gross and net calculations?
That is correct. There's more features that are now being netted out and removed from consideration for development. Thank you.
So the sub-watershed study, natural hazard lands, corridor lands, those are lands that would no longer be in, there may be a part of the gross land available, but they can't be developed. So that's how we get down to 60,000 people. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct. Part of it is the province has heard from municipalities and has redefined that gross to net calculation to reflect those sort of effectively undevelopable lands, whether it's a cemetery or a hydro corridor, and also to recognize the importance of providing the protection for the natural areas in terms of the buffers and other features.
Thank you. And my last question, and I'm not sure if it's in this report, Deputy Mayor, you'll let me know. At some point, it read that there was going to be $200 million in infrastructure needed to allow the expansion to move forward. So I'm trying to understand how much the development charges will pay for capital and how much, just roughly, would the local residents be paying, or all of us across the city be paying for this $200 million that we need to allow it to move forward?
Mr. Robichaud?
I may refer to Mr. Scanlon from C.N. Watson, who did the fiscal impact assessment in terms of an explanation between the development charges, mandatory discounts, and some of those other considerations. I believe Gary is available to speak to that.
Yes, I am. Pleasure to be before council once again. Generally, just very high level, a lot of the works that would be in new areas, whether there's still some developable lands within the urban corridor right now, those are generally very high percentage development charge payable. When we get into existing areas and we have to basically replace infrastructure and perhaps upsize, then there is generally a significant portion that gets borne by the existing taxpayer, ratepayer versus the developer.
Okay, and on average, I'm going back to my development charges assessment processes that I've been involved with at the city for a while. I recall seeing development charges at approximately 80% of the total capital that's required for the new subdivision. 80% will be covered by development charges, which the residents who are buying those houses pay for. The remaining 20% has to roll over into the tax base.
Correct.
That's what generally happens in a greenfield development.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. Good to see you again, sir. How's your leg? It's all healed?
Yeah, I'm walking well. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you very much for attending today. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I raised this, excuse me, before about Caledonia, for example, where there's no employment yet. It's just eating up farmland left, right, and center. Yet we are doing comprehensive planning. And I haven't heard anyone talk about the relationship between employment and our forecast. Everyone's talking about just residential and density, but no one's talking about the tie-in we have to employment. So could I have somebody explain that to me?
Mr. Lorius?
Thank you for that. And through the chair.
Mr. Lorius, can I ask if you could speak closer to your mic, please?
Is
Thank
that
you.
better?
A bit better. You're still a distance there.
Hopefully that's a bit better.
Okay.
Yes, having a balance of employment to population is extremely important, and it's one of the elements of complete communities that provincial policy speaks to, especially the growth plan. And as we address in some length again in the intensification demand report, it's important to bear in mind that part of why the scale of growth and vision for Hamilton is so significant is exactly because of the employment side. Prior to the COVID pandemic, of course, employment was growing very rapidly since 2016, especially in some of the creative sectors, the innovation economy, the tech sector downtown. We are beginning to see the beginnings of the Airport Employment Growth District, which was always envisioned for a significant amount of new investment and has been somewhat delayed, but is now occurring as anticipated. And generally speaking, the growth plan from its inception in 2006 has always envisioned an expanded economic and demographic role for the city of Hamilton. So a two-part answer, I would say yes, the balance between employment and population is very important. So you don't have people driving all over the place to get to and from job opportunities. And part of why the outlook for the city of Hamilton, not only for just growth in general, but also for intensification in the major office market, is precisely because the outlook for employment is so strong, and we're already beginning to see it. So again, important to bear in mind that this goes back to the previous discussion about the sheer scale of growth and how positive an economic story Hamilton is telling at the moment. So absolutely important to have the balance, and it's a big factor in why more and more newcomers want to call the city of Hamilton home.
So this is, if I was to characterize it, this is not about building bedroom communities. This is about comprehensive and strategic development that aligns with the employment, jobs, and investment in our community.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, you are correct. The notion of we don't really, with few exceptions across the metropolitan area, we don't really have, at least within the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, we don't really have bedroom communities as we had before. The Toronto metro region is now an integrated economic region, and if you look at the commuting flows, you can see that we left the central city model long ago. There are a tremendous amount of jobs around the airport in Mississauga. There's a growing employment base in Hamilton. Obviously, the city of Toronto remains a major employment concentration, but it is an integrated economic region. So generally speaking, no, there really aren't bedroom communities in that classic central city urban model. But specifically for Hamilton, absolutely not. The employment growth outlook is extremely strong, and notwithstanding some uncertainties around the COVID recovery, we're watching it unfold.
Yeah, only reason I mentioned that is I was driving through the chair, driving through Caledonia and watched all the expansion on prime agriculture farmland, and I was trying to understand where the employment is that's driving that growth. And what I've been told is it's in Hamilton. So the problem here I have is we're doing it right, other communities are not, and we want to penalize our approach. The last question I have is supply and demand. Ignoring supply and demand is like defying gravity. The reality is that affordability is equated to land value and land availability. Is that sound? Through the chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, obviously the affordability issue has been a topic of great interest from the beginning, and it was discussed at length on the 9th. I would begin by saying that it's a complex issue. There are many different factors at play, and land supply is one of them. There is the view that land supply is totally the cause of the affordability problem. There is the view that land supply doesn't have anything to do with it. I'm somewhere in the middle. It's an element of the equation, because you can look to many large U.S. cities, for example, Dallas-Fort Worth, which is roughly comparable to the Toronto metro area in terms of overall size and growth rate. They've had an incredible appreciation of home prices, and they don't have nearly the same level of land supply constraint that we have here. Now, our prices have gone up much more than Dallas, but the supply from a greenfield perspective is definitely part of the mix. On the other hand, increased levels of intensification do provide more affordable units in the sense that they are smaller, but those apartment units are also very expensive to build. So I'm not sure that affordability is necessarily improved under a no expansion scenario, and I don't think that either the ambitious density scenario or the no expansion scenario is going to solve the affordability crisis, because land supply is simply one element of the equation. I believe it was Councillor Danko mentioned inclusionary zoning, which it has to be a suite. There's inclusionary zoning, it's job training, it's skills development, it's workforce development, it's unlocking public lands to provide affordable housing, like Toronto Community Housing has done in the city of Toronto. It's co-op housing. It's a lot of different factors. So I would not say that there's a direct link between greenfield land supply and affordability, but it's certainly part of the mix. And just if I could wrap that up, I would say that of the two scenarios, my inclination would be to say that you get both under the ambitious density scenario. You get the smaller, more affordable units as part of elevated levels of intensification, and then some more greenfield supply to alleviate that component of the shortage. Thank you.
The reason I highlighted that is I was in San Francisco, and they were having a debate at the time to generate $250,000 for all their nurses, emergency and first responders, because they could not. I think the minimum price to live in San Francisco proper was $1.5 million for just apartment unit. And the problem was that if there was ever a crisis, that the first responders would have to travel greater distances. What they told me is be careful about how you restrict it, because this is the problem and what it created. So I just wanted to balance that. We could find ourselves in a situation that our first responders would not be able to live in Hamilton proper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well within time, appreciate that. I'm going on to Councillor Jackson. Sir, good morning.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Good morning to you. My question will be for Consultant Gary Scanlon of CN Watson, and just a little preamble. I recall 6 months ago, of course, when Chief Planner Robichaud and his team brought forward their recommended option, which we tabled, Deputy Mayor Pearson, back in May, of course, primarily to allow for citizen engagement and surveys. And I remember at the time, also part of that tabling was a number of my colleagues and a number of people in the community, with all due respect to our planning department team, with all due respect to the initial consultant, Anthony Lorius, some members of council and many in the community said, well, if we only had a second opinion, a peer review, things might be reviewed differently. So because we had so much to absorb, Deputy Mayor Pearson, on that 13-hour marathon a couple of weeks ago, I think some of what CN Watson Associates had to say, at least for me, wasn't completely absorbed. So sorry for the long preamble, but I want to set some context. Through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, to Mr. Scanlon. Gary, did you, once again, did you support our staff and the original consultant Laureus, and or offer difference of opinion? Can you just give us a snapshot, please, exactly of how your peer review, the outcome of your peer review? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, please.
Yes, sir.
Through you.
I was I was on the call with one of your staff. So through the chair, could you just expand the question a little bit so I get the context?
Sorry, Gary. Yes, Gary. So the essence of my question was, part of what we tabled in May with the original report that came forward by staff was some members of council, many in the community, said we needed a peer review of the recommendation that came forward because of the great work of Laureus and consultant and our planning team overall of what they recommended. You were hired to peer review. In essence, what was the outcome of your peer review, please? Deputy Mayor Pearson, through you to Mr. Scanlon.
So I think I'll, if it's on the planning side, I'm Jamie Cook from our firm, who leads the land, the planning and land economics, was actually tasked with looking at that particular portion of the analysis. I was more tasked to obviously the infrastructure and the finance. So if I could, Councillor, ask Jamie to respond to it, I think it would be a more appropriate answer.
That's fine. It was all from your consulting firm that did a peer review. So that's fine, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Please.
Thank you, Gary, and through you, Madam Chair. So I did present last week on the findings of the peer review. We gave a broad overview of our findings, and essentially through that overview, I concluded that we were in agreement with the overall results of the process that was undertaken by Anthony Lorius and his firm. As it relates to the specific technical requirements, methodological requirements, and the overall application of the LNA within the context of the growth plan. So we did conclude we were in agreement with that approach and the outcome. There was a few broad themes that we concluded on and summarized in that presentation last week, and they were largely around the need for, during the peer review, more clarification on and background on the approach and assumptions. And the three broad themes that we laid out were the composition of the historical development within the BUA, and how that was looked at in the context of the character of that historical development and uptake of intensification relative to future intensification potential within the city. And the point really in that analysis was to ensure that we were comparing apples to apples when we were looking at historical intensification versus forecast intensification. And looking historically, quite a bit of the intensification that's been absorbed since 2006 was development that was captured in the built-up area that wouldn't necessarily all be characteristic of what I would call true intensification. It would be rounding out of available development within plans of subdivision or condominium that were essentially captured within greenfield areas in the built-up area at that time. And so the point was really to make that it is increasingly more difficult to find redevelopment opportunities moving forward to increase that intensification target moving forward to the ambitious scenario or to a more aggressive scenario than that, or a no boundary expansion scenario. So Mr. Lorius had responded to that. I felt that his response was appropriate and adequate. He did also point out that there was additional information that was provided in the background intensification study that did also assist in really speaking to the issue of some of those challenges I just mentioned with respect to the intensification forecast. The other issue we pointed out was the overall density, the DGA density. And there was really two issues that we were looking for there. One was we wanted to better understand the progression of density between the existing densities that are currently being achieved within the DGA, those that are likely to be achieved within the near term in the development approvals process, and then ultimately what would the density have to be in new expansion areas beyond what's currently designated now in the city to get to that overall target. And recognizing that two things. One is that there will be a progression, and we would like to sort of see that progression so that we can realistically and logically look at the flow of that progression and ensure that it's a realistic progression of densities. We would expect the densities to increase over time, but we'd want to understand how are they doing that and why. And so the response that we received did help explain that. Further information was provided to break down the existing density within the DGA and the required densities in the expansion areas. And there was further information to explain why those assumptions were chosen and how they were arrived at. The last key theme was the assessment of the employment areas. And it was a more of a broader comment that I had made about really trying to understand not only the quantum of need for employment areas, but also the quality of the employment area supply, and recognizing that we have relatively little, if not almost no ability to really alter through planning intervention and planning policy the overall density in employment areas. It's very difficult to achieve or augment that overall density. So I was raised some questions about the overall density assumption, and also wanted to point out the sensitivity of that assumption, because obviously if you don't achieve that overall density that we're targeting, that would potentially shortchange the city going forward, not having enough employment land to accommodate the longer term need. But I also pointed out there's other more, again, quality-based characteristics that the LNA talks about with respect to the market potential of the supply with respect to size, location, configuration, servicing. And so really trying to focus more on not just the quantity, but the quality. And lastly, I just stress the importance of monitoring that overall forecast to ensure that you are remaining competitive and again, not essentially shortchanging yourself by being overly ambitious in terms of that overall density target. So the feedback I did receive was quite helpful. There was other reports that have been prepared over several years, I understand, that were not provided as part of my initial background material, and they were outside of the scope of the work that was provided by Mr. Lorius, but that information was provided to me. It was helpful to understand that there has been assessments and surveys undertaken of the inventory to better understand that quality component. I also took my own further review of the density. I did a density comparison based on work that our firm is doing and other work that is being done by other firms out there across the Greater Golden Horseshoe with respect to employment density. And I've satisfied myself that I think the density target that is being adopted or recommended as part of the LNA is in the range of reasonableness. I think it's an appropriate density. I would note that I think that there is a level of aspiration, to all of the work that's going on with respect to the municipal comprehensive review and the growth plan conformity exercise, and we recognize that aspiration is a part of the plan. And Anthony's gone at length to explain why. So I won't go any further to expand on that. But I think overall, I would suggest that the overall assumptions for employment, I think, are reasonable, but I would really caution the city to ensure that they're monitoring that on I would say, an annual basis to ensure that you are not in a situation where you're undersupplied from a employment land perspective over the long term.
Thank you very, very much, Consultant Cook, for that very comprehensive and thorough response. And want to thank Chief Planner Robichaud, who did exactly what Council asked to get a second opinion, a peer review. And Deputy Mayor Pearson, just a little quick human interest story aside, Mr. Scanlon, his father, Bill, was the late great leader of the labor movement in Hamilton, longtime alderman, and following in his footsteps on the mountain. Nice to see you again, Gary. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. And I will now turn to Councillor Wilson.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Lorius, does the land needs assessment, and I know it's difficult because we don't live in a static society, but does it account for this provincial government's intent to build new highways, primarily 413, and also go bus or specifically go train expansions? Because I'm asking that in the context of this notion that if we do not do this, growth will go elsewhere. And we know that the trifecta of pricing, market, and infrastructure together has an impact on growth. So that's my first question, please, and thank you. Oh, sorry, sir, you're muted.
Directed to Mr. Lorius. Thank you.
Indeed, I am. Thank you for that. And through the chair, the short answer is yes. The Schedule 3 forecasts, which is explained similarly in the 2020 forecast report, as well as all of the previous forecast reports. The growth plan forecasts generally assume that the province, the regions, and local municipalities will make the necessary infrastructure investments that are required to accommodate the growth. So that would include expansion of regional transit, local transit, investments in the highway network as they might be determined at a provincial level. But those are all incorporated into the Schedule 3 forecast, which form the basis for the LNA, at least the starting point of the market-based analysis. So yes, those future infrastructure investments are taken into account in the LNA.
Thank you. A number of months ago, I had asked if we knew the amount of land that was available for development but being held back from development in the GTHA. And we didn't know the number, but we were advised that it was in the order of, recently, in the order of about 88,000, I think, hectares. Is that included in the provincial plans and your work, sir?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, it is. I would just to be helpful here, I would begin by making a small point of clarification in terms of the overall amount of land that is designated for growth. It is quite a large number. The constraint is really not so much how much land is a particular color on Schedule A of a municipality's land use map, but rather the land that's sort of serviced and available to accommodate growth. So the amount of land that can actually accommodate growth in the short term would be a subset of those 88,000 acres. So it's just, I would say that it's important to bear in mind that although it is a very large number, it is made up of some subcomponents, some of which are much longer term in nature than others. And then the second point I would provide for information is that yes, land supply is absolutely taken into account in the growth plan forecast, which is not the case in, for example, the Ministry of Finance forecasts, which do not take land supply into account. So generally, the growth plan forecast and the municipal finance forecast are aligned in terms of the total growth that occurs over the period to 2051 on a metropolitan-wide basis. And really the role of HEMSN in the preparation of the Schedule 3 forecast is to translate the overall forecast into a distribution of housing growth and employment growth locally, taking land supply into account. And as I believe is explained in the technical report, there are there are no municipalities in the metropolitan area that do not have a potential land supply that would prevent them from achieving the density and intensification targets in the growth plan. So it is absolutely taken into account, and it is the answer to the question of why do we see different numbers coming out of the Ministry of Finance than we do showing up in Schedule 3 of the growth plan. For example, the City of Toronto is not forecast to accommodate a significant amount of ground-related housing because there is no land available to accommodate a significant amount of ground-related housing. There is a small amount, but that will, since the community is entirely built out, the forecast there is for predominantly higher density apartments and rows and stacked towns and that type of thing. So it is a key element of the forecast.
Through the chair, I'm not sure I understood the answer in relation to the 88,000 and your reference to, yes, that land is developable, but you talked about different subcomponents. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about there.
So I'm unable to confirm the accuracy of the 88,000. I'll rely on you for that. The clarification was simply to say that not all of that 88,000 hectares is serviced and available for growth. It is designated. It may be designated within an official plan to accommodate long-term growth, but it doesn't necessarily represent as huge a supply as one might take away on the face of a number that says 88,000 hectares, which just will strike you as an enormous number. It's important to understand that the constraint to greenfield development is not necessarily the total amount of land that happens to be designated, but the land that's serviced and available to accommodate growth in the short to medium term. So it was just a clarification that I thought would be helpful to understanding that very large number.
Sorry, further clarification through the chair. Couldn't you say the same about the proposed 1,300 hectares here? It's not serviceable, but it is ready for, you're saying, but you're including that, but you're, sorry, not including the 88,000?
Oh, well, I don't think we've included anything just yet in terms of the 1,300, but we haven't designated the 1,300 yet, so I would say that would not be, if the 88,000 represents the amount of land that currently is designated under the existing planning instruments in force official plans, then it would not include what we're discussing today.
It's been a while since I read. Thank you. Through the chair, your technical stuff. Did you account for population shifts within the city to date versus units built to date within the context of intensification?
Yes, and through the chair, yes. The forecast generally, as we've discussed before, are age structure related forecasts, and that's why the growth plan forecasts are structured as an age structure forecast, so they can take into account the aging of the population, demand for ground-related housing, downsizing of the elderly, and historic housing market trends are also incorporated into the forecast. So the market-based forecasts that appear in Schedule 3 are based on an average of the last 15 or 20 years of the regional housing market, like the metropolitan housing market, which, as you know, has seen a significant shift towards higher density forms like apartments and towns and stacked towns. And that is partly the result of the original growth plan, which put in place the limits on DGA growth. So yes, it's a very detailed technical analysis. It takes into account those shifts. And then again, it's important to remind ourselves that forecast is just the beginning. That forecast in Table 4 is not growth plan compliant. It is not dense enough to achieve the minimum 50% intensification target. So the scenarios move it even further. They shift the housing mix to what we eventually recommended as, I would argue, probably the most aggressive approach that is available before we start simply saying no to growth.
Thank you. I have a subsequent question, Chair. Talking aloud, I think it's more appropriate in the next report, and it has to do with some of the financial assumptions that guided the analysis and how, in fact, how we subsidize public infrastructure, in fact, affects demand and population shifts. So thank you for your answers. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And Madam Chair, I just want to apologize ahead of time because it's kind of confusing. 8.3 was based on 8.2. So if my questions overlap, please let me know. So this question is actually for Steve Robichaud through you. And this is regarding an answer he gave earlier. So Steve, I thought I heard you refer to 2031. And I thought we had already planned for 2031, that we're now going for 2051. So could you please let me know what the current status of our official plan is today? Are we planned for 2031? Or is the drop dead date today, 2021?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, the city's official plan has a 2031 time horizon in it currently.
Okay.
But we have not completed the full, and that was predicated on the original grids report and some of those other background reports, which was a council adopted growth management strategy that had intensification, use of our existing designated vacant areas, and a future urban boundary expansion to accommodate growth at that time identified for the 2021 to 2031 time horizon. There are still some outstanding appeals against those elements of the council adopted official plan with respect to the identification of Alfrida as a special policy area or any reference to it or grids that have never been resolved. Subsequent to the council adoption of the official plan in around 2009, I believe, the province has released 2 new reiterations of the growth plan and has now established a time horizon of 2051 for our planning purposes. So as a result of, we had been moving forward with trying to finalize and implement the grids process, which had a 2031 time horizon, and then with the release of the 2017 and 2019 growth plans, staff took forward a report to council, and council approved that we collapse both of those processes into this new comprehensive process that looks at a 2051 time horizon. But what my comment was that council, my read of the growth plan is that council could look at a phased implementation of any future urban boundary expansion relating to the 2021 to 2031, 31 to 41, and 41 to 51 time period, as opposed to simply moving the urban boundary to accommodate growth to 2051 today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if I'm allowed, because Mr. Robichaud brought in the phased in comment, and I've heard that before earlier on another answer. So, Mr. Robichaud, to be honest with you, I'm not happy with the phasing in. Take a look at airport lands, take a look at any lands south of Highway 8 and Stony Creek, because there was always this intention of phasing in those lands. And so speculators bought up these farmlands, and now they're all fields growing weeds. So, Mr. Robichaud, when you talk about phasing in, would you not agree that if we started this process of phasing in, and it's been put in our policies, that speculators will buy up all this land anyways, and all that agricultural land we're so desperately needing to protect, and you're now going to turn into fields of weeds because they're just going to wait until their lands come to the forefront?
There is always a risk that speculators, investors will purchase lands. We've had people purchase lands in the Greenbelt around Bimbrook on the anticipation that the Greenbelt would get repealed. We've had people purchase lands in the Niagara Escarpment Plan area, which has been in effect, since 76, hoping that the Niagara Escarpment Plan would get repealed or modified. So that is a risk that, if people are making those investment decisions, they are purely speculating, and there is no guarantee ultimately, like with the Greenbelt and Niagara Escarpment Plan, or even, there is always that risk too, that, like I said, if there was a phased approach, that, something could change in 2041 that would cause the city to reconsider its plans based on new information at that point in time. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I agree with that. As I said before, the best tender fruit land in probably this entire province is now growing weeds because of that. So I also heard through you, Madam Chair, about the infrastructure costs to accommodate higher density versus cost for infrastructure needed for greenfields. I heard about DC charges and who pays for what. So I heard that we need infrastructure to accommodate higher density within built up areas. What about the cost for infrastructure needed for greenfields? Is it about the same? Is it equal on our taxpayers, or is it just simply easier to build a road through a field than it is to upgrade one that we've already got? Has anybody looked into that?
I will start, and maybe either Public Works or Gary Scanlon can assist. The funding models are different in the sense that greenfield development becomes a linear extension, and I think there's a little bit more predictability about how the timing, phasing, and sequencing of that infrastructure does get extended, and then the roles and responsibilities, whether it's through development charges or a city-initiated project. One of the challenges we have with intensification is because it's a redevelopment of an existing area, we have existing sewers that may not be at the end of their life, and that they may need to be either upgraded or additional capacity created in order to cause that intensification. But it's a little bit more difficult to predict exactly where intensification will occur in terms of the phasing and the staging. So you may have it, it almost appears to be a little bit more, not to say haphazard, but you get it in different locations as opposed to necessarily almost a linear extension. Public Works staff understand this and are prepared to, it is a challenge. And I think both planning and Public Works staff and finance staff were capable of addressing that challenge. But then it becomes that timing and sequencing. And then because some of the sewers, the cost would get apportioned to existing property owners. So who derives the benefit from that upgrade associated with intensification? So is it on the levy or the rates budget, or is it a development charge item to pay for the sewers associated with intensification? So they're two different financing models. But we do also recognize, and I think Mr. Scanlon and CN Watson recognize in their report, that although it may initially be lower cost to do a linear extension in a greenfield area, once that asset gets transferred to the city, it becomes a liability, and then they have to look at the operating costs associated with that. So when you do the full cost accounting, it's not necessarily that one is cheaper than the other over the full life cycle. It's just that the funding model that's been created in Ontario through development charges makes the initial upfront costs associated with the linear extension in a greenfield area through development charges. That's an easier to finance that model than when we're doing an infrastructure renewal, say on John Street in the downtown, where we have maybe 10% of the properties will redevelop, and then the other 90% have already sort of developed. And then it's who pays for that sewer in that situation. So it's just two different sort of financing models.
Yeah.
But I will have to defer to the people that are more of experts, whether it's at CN Watson or a finance staff, to explain that better than I can.
I think you did a very good job of that, sir. And I'm happy with that answer because I think we're both of the same ilk, that both scenarios, it's all up in the air how much it's in there and it's going to end up costing. You go into a green field and you come across contaminated soils, or you go into an existing infrastructure and find out that the pipe is fine. Sometimes it's not. But we also understand that LRT intensification is going to be met at the table with the province funding, correct? For any infrastructure upgrades that we need because of the intensification and because of the LRT, we were going to have at least a helping hand there.
I may have to defer to Mr. Thorne or other staff who are close to the discussions, because I know there's a like for like, but there's a question if there's a need for an infrastructure upgrade or where sewers are there in their current life cycle. So he's a little bit closer to the discussions than I am. So
You're always my go-to first. Okay, fine.
as I understand, there may be some that we're on the hook for if we're doing an upgrade, or as opposed to a like for like replacement. But I don't want to get into some of the.
No, and I think you're right. But I see Mr. Thorne, Madam Chair, so it's okay. We'll let Mr. Thorne take over for a little bit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. And yes, Steve is correct. So what the province is committed to funding with the LRT project is like-for-like replacement of any of the infrastructure, most notably the underground. If the city determines that there's an upsizing need to accommodate future growth, that would be an incremental cost to the city. So that is work that has to be done in the coming months as we finalize the detailed design work.
Correct. So at least we're getting a helping hand somewhere along the line in that respect. And my last question for now, because like I said, Madam Chair, I apologize for crisscrossing because this was from obviously last week and I was putting all the information down on the table. So through you to either Mr. Thorne or Mr. Robichaud, the comment last week was, we feel that we've been under the impression that this is time sensitive given provincial direction. However, Durham said they can't do it and the province came back with, do your best. So has anybody followed that comment up to find out whether or not Durham actually did get a do your best comment in their staff report?
So through the chair, I'll begin. I don't know if Mr. Robichaud has any new information in terms of the Durham request. Council will recall, the city also did make that request back earlier this year, and the response back from the province was additional time was not going to be given to meet the conformity timeline. So I don't know if Mr. Robichaud has anything more current with respect to Durham.
Through you, Madam Chairman, I did speak with my counterpart at Durham Region, and as Mr. Thorne indicated, they did get the same letter that we received from provincial staff saying that the growth plan conformity deadline is the growth plan conformity deadline, and that the Region of Durham staff are working, they are at the same stage almost where we are right now in terms of their land needs assessment and get a finalization of their land needs assessment, but they are trying their best to get it completed in accordance with the provincial timelines and targets established. So Durham, the province is not granting any extensions to those municipalities who don't feel that they'll be able to complete their growth plan conformity exercises in accordance with the provincial deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one last comment. It would be interesting if all the municipalities came through and said, sorry, we need more time. And I can imagine that the province isn't going to have the time to do everybody's growth plan for them. But that's just my comments and questions for now. I have more later for the 8.3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Lorius, on from your presentation 2 weeks ago, I had made a note of a comment that you had made as you gave us our overview of the report. And during the presentation, you stated that the no urban boundary expansion option is technically available. Could you comment, expand on that?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, the growth plan targets are a minimum. It's correct that the intensification target is a minimum, the greenfield target is a minimum, and both the provincial policy statement and the growth plan encourage municipalities to exceed those targets. The spirit of the growth plan, however, although the targets are minimums and municipalities are encouraged to exceed the targets, the growth plan is an intensification first approach, which is intended to limit, not necessarily prevent, urban expansion. So in the method that is required to be used for the analysis, the language is that a balance must be struck between the market-based forecast and city and provincial planning policy objectives while achieving higher rates of intensification and also pursuing a more compact urban form, supporting transit, providing more diverse housing mix, all of the advantages that come along with higher rates of intensification. However, the challenge is not so much to construct an analysis where we work back from a conclusion where no expansion is necessary and we just sort of change everything. We just identify all the things that have to change along the way in order for that to happen, but rather to do a bit of a sensitivity analysis on how far we can push the envelope, how aggressive, how aspirational we can be without just jeopardizing the Schedule 3 forecast, which is not providing a complete market-based land supply, and then essentially just pushing growth into offloading the growth problem to other communities likely in Southwest GGH. So again, important to bear in mind that the market-based forecast that is provided in connection with Schedule 3 is not growth plan compliant. That housing mix must be adjusted, and the extent to which it does get adjusted is, as we've discussed, to local municipalities to determine. But there is a point at which planning policy is unable to cause the shift in social constructs to compel homeowners to build laneway houses and split their lots and undertake these risky and very expensive redevelopment projects. So It's about striking the balance. So although the option is technically available, if you want to take a very strict interpretation of the growth plan, one could certainly set the targets high enough such that a no expansion scenario is arithmetically produced by the analysis. But in my view, the growth plan policies don't necessarily speak to that, but rather speak to a balance of higher levels of intensification and better and more compact greenfield development, not necessarily none. And as I've said many times, if it was the intent of the growth plan to have no expansion, it would be a much different document. There would be no target, there would be no intensification target, there'd be no section on DGA, there'd be no discussion of balancing different types of uses in complete communities. There would be no discussion of market-based supply and constraints of planning. It would be it's in my view, reading the growth plan in its entirety, it speaks to a balance between the two, not necessarily saying that we just are going to pursue a no expansion option, even though arithmetically it is one way to construct the analysis. It is.
It is.
I hope that's
Thank you.
helpful.
So that was I just wanted to confirm that I did hear you correctly.
You heard me correctly.
in
Yeah.
in the previous meeting. Thank you. And in previous comments earlier today, Mr. Lawrence, through you, Chair, you had mentioned that if we don't designate that there would be an opportunity to do so every 10 years. And my apologies, it may not have been you, it might have been Mr. Robichaud. If I could get clarity on that in terms of if we don't designate the full allotment that is under option 2, that there is a opportunity to do so every 10 years. And my question would then be, if that is the case, what is the thinking around that not being applicable also in a no urban boundary expansion scenario? Like, is that not still available to us as a municipality if we were to go down that road? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chairman, there's what I'm the distinction is between planning and managing growth. So the planning for growth is to look at the 2051 forecast and say, what is that number, and ensure that the stationary infrastructure is designed or is being planned to accommodate that, i.e. the sewage treatment plant. The managing growth then becomes the issue of the balance between intensification and greenfield development and the timing and the phasing of that. And based on our land needs assessment, it identified how much land would be needed for each of those 10 years to accommodate the growth. And I think it was a shortfall of approximately 300 hectares was identified to the 2031 time period. So while theoretically council could defer that 300 hectares to the 2041 to the 2051 time period, the concern is based on the analysis done by Mr. Lorius, we would run into a shortfall and artificially constrain the marketplace in the 2021 to 2031 time period. And that's why our recommendation would be that we look at phasing in the urban boundary expansion based on those demographic forecasts prepared in subsequent land needs assessment prepared by Mr. Lorius. Thank you.
Thank you. And on your previous comments through you, Chair, Mr. Robichaud, you said that there was a difference in opinion between the city staff and the provincial staff as it relates to the phasing even being considered compliant with the provincial requirements. If the decision were to go down the road towards phasing, how would you get to a point of reconciling that difference? Like, is there a possibility that that the province says that's not compliant?
Yes, there is. Through Madam Chairman, the province could simply say, nope, we're going to redesignate all lands, but the province does acknowledge that municipalities have the right to phase the timing and control of those lands coming on stream. Our preference is that those lands not be brought into the urban area until such time as they are needed for development. But the province has indicated that municipalities could conversely expand the lands or move the urban boundary to include all of those lands, but have very strict phasing policies saying that Area 2 cannot develop until 2041 and Area 3 cannot develop until 2051. But as we indicated previously, staff have indicated the concern is once the horse is out of the barn, it's very difficult to bring it back in. Right. So from our perspective, that's why we would suggest to the province. And I could tell that they were nervous because when I posed that question to them, it says, show me where in the growth plan it says the city of Hamilton must designate lands to 2051. They could not point to any specific policy. it became a very convoluted long answer where they worked their way back to the land needs assessment. But we would still, I would suggest, prepare a draft official plan that would have those phasing policies and seek what and go up for public consultation, including with the province, and see what their feedback would be on that issue. And then ultimately council could make the decision whether or not to proceed with a phase designation approach or simply redesignate all those lands at that point in time. But there is no specific policy in the growth plan itself that I am aware of or that provincial staff could point to that says the city, a municipality must designate lands to accommodate forecasted growth to 2051. As I indicated, they reference the land needs methodology guide that talks about designating lands for that time horizon and the policy framework that ties back to the land needs methodology, as opposed to a specific policy that says municipalities must designate. Thank you.
So I heard that nice and clear. Thank you. So there is nothing there that says municipalities must designate land to accommodate. Thank you.
That is correct. Thank you.
That's it, Councillor Nan. Thank you for
Yes,
that.
thank you.
And I will now move on to Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to leave my camera off because there's a number of people on this meeting and the broadband's pretty narrow. So I apologize that I can't turn the camera on, but I want to pick up on the questions that Councillor Johnson was asking about infrastructure cost. I was going to leave this to 1.3, but since it was brought up here under 1.2, I'd like to just briefly continue that discussion. And I have a question for Watson. I think it's their report, and if Gary or Jamie are still on the line, I'll direct it first of all to Gary if I can. But I was looking through the report in Schedule A, or sorry, Appendix A of 1.3. It looks like your review on page 108 through to 120 deals with infrastructure cost. And if I can go to page 120 under general observations and conclusions, I'll just read the main sentence from there. It says, however, based on the above discussion, it is likely that cost will be more significant under the no urban boundary expansion option. In general, it can be observed that costs are significantly higher to provide new infrastructure in existing areas versus greenfield areas. So my first question to Gary is, and I see you're back online, thank you for that, is that a number of people, well, first of all, since you're saying that infrastructure costs are greater in a no urban boundary expansion because the cost of rebuilding, if you will, undersized infrastructure costs more than putting it into a greenfield. Is that what you said?
Through the chair, yes, there's a couple of different factors. Number one, when you're putting in infrastructure in greenfield situation, normally you have, for the most part, open lands in order to, first bury the, your sanitary, your storm, your water, and then put the roads on top of it. If we need to go in and replace water mains or sewers, you have to crack open existing roads, pull out the infrastructure, put it back in, and then cover it back up. So the cost can be, for the same length of pipe, can be 2.5 times the same cost as compared to putting it in a greenfield situation. Part two of that is, and we've talked about it, there's an existing benefit that has to be recognized because perhaps the pipe is 50 or 60 years old. We could have got 100 years out of it, but we have to replace it now. There's an existing benefit, as well as an opportunity lost in that I could have gotten the full utilization out of that pipe going 100 years. Now I only get 30 or 40 or 50, whatever the time horizon is. So there's a couple of different factors, Councillor, that affect it, and generally the cost to the taxpayer is much higher in an urban setting than a greenfield setting.
Oh, thank you. And in the report, you went into extenuating detail on all the different services municipalities provide, from recreation to transit to sewer and water and roads. But I was taken back by that summary where it's pretty clear where you say that infrastructure costs are greater in urban boundary, a non-urban boundary expansion, but going just with the no expansion option. because a number of the delegates and emails that I received over this very contentious issue about infrastructure costs, they keep referencing Ottawa. And Ottawa was a report done by Hansen. And in that report, and I've never seen it, I don't know how to access it, but according to the delegates and correspondence I've received, the Hansen report up there showed a $465 a year per year increased cost when you go to urban boundary expansion. Do you have any way we can digest that and why the two reports are so different?
Yes, I'm more than happy to answer that. I actually have copy of not only the more recent, I think it was like about well, actually a 3-page letter with maybe a couple of tables attached. And what they did was just index all of the analysis they did back in 2012, and I've got a copy of that report as well. I think some interesting differences are, well, number one, they didn't go into the level of detail on infrastructure that we've talked about here. So that, replacing like higher density, replacing the infrastructure at an earlier cost, the cost burden on the taxpayer, from what I'm looking at in their analysis, wasn't addressed. So that's an area that I think is potentially lacking. The second part of it is, and I'm not quite sure how they've done it, but they say that in the existing urban boundary, you yield a higher assessment than you do in these other areas, which is intriguing because I'm up in Ottawa quite a bit and know the area. So we did a little bit of testing, and where they said that the assessment for individual units were probably 35% higher in the existing areas. We've gone through to take a look at some more recent data, and in the outside areas, we're seeing that they're 5 to 10% greater assessment yield than the internal. So I'm not quite sure how to conclude. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to them. So there's some differences that I honestly don't understand. And it wouldn't be from my experience what I would jump to immediately. One other thing, and I think this was brought up, Councillor, through the chair, you posed this question to the head of the home builders. I think it's the we instead of the Hamilton home builders, but I think he had
it's West End home builders.
That's right. And I think he had probably the same conclusions and observations that I have. And one of the things he was mentioning is that the development for Hamilton is to some extent contiguous. You're moving it, on the mountain, you're moving it more south, and you're going right across the, south of Rymel, and you're pushing the developments out into the Binbrook area, et cetera. If you take a look at the analysis in Ottawa, there's the areas they're talking about. There's a sizable green, park belt or green belt that separate these different areas, and it would be the distance of, let's say, analyzing, somewhere around Dundurn or Lock Street versus analyzing Waterdown. So if you want a perspective on the distances, there's a sizable distance in each of the areas that they were speaking of. Once again, I find it's different, and obviously how they get serviced and such would be a little bit different. So anyway, those are my observations, which, as I said, I think are very similar to home builders' perspectives on that report. So.
Yeah, it was interesting. I did ask the CEO of the West End Home Builders the same question, but I think a lot of people would suggest that he may be a little biased because he represents the developers and the builders, and that's why I wanted to. I very carefully looked up your report on Appendix A, and it's very comprehensive, and you're independent, and I appreciate the fact that we've corrected the record on that, because that was one of the main thrusts I heard during the delegation presentations, was that the existing taxpayers are going to be paying more. And just to pick up on that, and I hope I got a couple more minutes, Madam Chairman. It says services in development areas is 100%. Oh yeah. So if you build a new subdivision, the services within that subdivision are 100% developer funded, whether it's building the roads or doing the sanitary sewer, the sidewalks, water main, and so on. And I believe that the cost that was reflected during questioning from Councillor Clark is to get the trunks out to that location. And I think you said it was 80% funded by development charges and 20% from the taxpayer. And so I'm not sure what the 20% from the levy would be, or from the rate budget or the levy budget. But do we not already have trunk services, meaning a big sanitary pipe and a big water pipe up to that area already? They were sized to incorporate this white belt in addition to the airport employment growth district. So has most of the trunk money already been spent to get these oversized services up to that the area that is being suggested?
Through the chair, I think Councillor Clark was talking about overall with development charges, I believe. And overall, you know, there's a number of deductions we make. So looking at a whole list of projects, not all of them are fully recoverable, and some of them have post-period benefit, which means when we do this type of update, we would pull some of those costs in. But I'm not quite sure which area you're referring to, but there's a number of projects for Upper and Lower Stony Creek, for the southern end of the mountain, for Ancaster area, and Waterdown. So there's a full listing of projects to service all the different areas. But what's in there right now, for the most part, is to service the population to 2031, which includes some level of intensification, but not as much as what's being embraced here.
Okay, let me just re-ask the question again then. Maybe you aren't aware of this. I'll put it through to Steve Robershaw, but he may want to deflect it to our engineering staff. We spend a lot of money to bring a trunk pike up Centennial Boulevard, a lot of it is tunneled, to bring services to the airport employment growth district. The big growth area that's being suggested of the 1,300 hectares is the Elfrida area. And so is that pipe been sized to withstand or to carry the increased load of the Elfrida area already in the ground?
If I can, I was looking at the development charge study, Councillor, through the chair. There are works to service that area. Some of them were under construction. There was a wastewater pipe that was under construction during our DC. I would note that I believe it was sized to accommodate the lands, and we had provided a portion of that cost to be post-period. So even though we may have sized the pipe, we said we can't charge the existing residents right now because we've made it bigger, with the potential of servicing other lands into the future. If those lands aren't serviced, it's probably something that we would have to look at recovering through the existing taxpayer, because we didn't utilize that upsizing of the pipe.
Okay, let me just rephrase my question again, and either to Steve or Tony Sergi is on the phone on the meeting, or Binu, but I'll direct it to Steve, and you could send it over to Public Works if you like. Is the services to is the trunk pipe in place to service the Elfrida, its proposed Elfrida expansion urban boundary? And if we don't do it, will those services be wasted? The oversizing of the pipe to accommodate it.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The design of that trunk sewer was to service counted or took into consideration both the needs for Bimbrook, Elfrida, and the AEGD in terms of the servicing and the catchment areas. in terms of the implications of not proceeding with an Elfrida urban boundary expansion and that sewer capacity, I'll defer to my either Tony Sergi or the public works staff to explain how that would factor into the long-term servicing strategy for the city of Hamilton. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, Nick Winters, Acting Director for the Hamilton Water Division. To answer the councillor's question, I will say that there are a number of projects that have been delivered in response to the servicing needs for growth in the Elfrida area. And as Director Robichaud had mentioned, the Airport Employment Growth District, the Centennial Trunk Sewer is complete. But there are a number of other projects that remain to be constructed. The most important of which would be the Dickinson Trunk Sewer, which is currently in the design phases right now. And there's other ancillary projects, including the Elfrida Water Tower. With regards to a sizing of that infrastructure to accommodate growth, we do have some of our consultants on the call today. And I might ask Mark Zamek from GM Blue Plan, his camera's on here, if he could comment on the sizing of that existing infrastructure and the Dickinson trunk.
Yeah, it'd be great if he does. I appreciate that. But of course, the Dickinson trunk, I don't think affects the urban boundary expansion, particularly the Elfrida area, because the pipe's already in up to Centennial Parkway or up to Highway 20. But I'd be happy to hear from the consultant about whether that's sized on that pipe size is already in the ground to accommodate that growth.
Yes, through the chair. Yes, Mark Zamwich with GM Blue Plan. The overall servicing strategy developed back from the 2006 master plan included the Dickinson Centennial Trunk Sewer as a strategy to bring wastewater from AEGD over to the east, past Elfrida, essentially cutting right through Elfrida and then heading north down Centennial. And in general, although the densities for Elfrida have likely changed over since the 2031 master plan and projections, in general, that trunk sewer would have capacity. I mean, we haven't done the full assessment yet on the full growth projected for Elfrida, but the Centennial and the Dickinson trunk sewer will essentially have capacity for those areas.
Okay, thank you.
And they are tunneled. They are larger size. Just one more. The nature of how they were constructed with the tunneling essentially means that they are slightly oversized to accommodate some of that growth.
Okay, so Madam Chairman, the only point I'm trying to make is that the services are already up there. The main services, sanitary and water, are already installed to accommodate the growth that staff have recommended. And I don't want to be ashamed to see that wasted if we've already spent the money. So that's all my questions this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. We could all agree this is a complex file, and I want to make sure I understand it and the public as well. But I heard GM Steve Robichaud, and maybe he could explain it again, that in 2000, I think he said 2009 to 2031, the official plan was already planned, and it was a go-ahead, it was all planned, but it was halted. I don't understand why it would be halted and put it all into one to meet the provincial policy from 2021 to 2051. If we already, as I've been hearing, and that even on Dickinson Road and on 20 Road, we already have sewers, but we're halting that. I don't understand why we're halting the 2031 from 2009, I think he said, or 2006, I'm not sure. So can I ask GM Steve Robichaud, can you explain that to me again?
Through you, Madam Chairman, in 2006, Council adopted the staff report on the grids, the growth-related integrated development strategy. That staff report essentially served as a background report to inform the finalization of the infrastructure master plans and the development of the city's official plan. Elfrida was identified as the preferred location for future growth to accommodate growth for the 2021 to the 2031 time period based on an assessment of the city's land supply at 2006, where we had sufficient land within the existing urban area to accommodate growth to 2021 and increased rate of intensification. So back at that time, I think intensification was around 15%, and the province came out with the 40% target starting in 2016. So we were showing a general ramp up of intensification. And then through the better utilization of our existing lands, we were confident that we could accommodate growth to 2021. When the city council adopted the official plan for the urban area and the rural official plans in and around 2009, 2010, Alfreda was identified as a special policy area, and there were certain requirements that would have to be satisfied before the urban boundary expansion would occur, including a subwatershed study and other planning done. Staff were working on the Alfreda secondary plan. At the same time, we started the Grids 2 process. And there was some confusion amongst the community as to why were we looking at Alfreda at the same time we were doing the Grids 2 process. And the Grids 2 process was initially targeted with looking at growth from 2031 to 2051. In response to concerns from the community and uncertainty as to why we had these two parallel planning processes, we came forward with a report to council to cease any work in Alfreda, collapse what was any outstanding elements relating to the original Grids process and the new Grids 2 process into one comprehensive process that's currently today in front of committee, which is the Grids 2 process, because it didn't seem appropriate that we were planning growth to 2051. And at the same time, Alfreda was seen to have a leg up in terms of how that growth would be planned for. So we stepped back and we said we would look at everything holistically and comprehensively in terms of growth to 2051. And that's why no further work was done on the Alfreda secondary plan and it was parked until such time as the Grids 2 process was completed. And that's why when you look, we have Alfreda, 20 Road East, 20 Road West, and Whitechurch have been identified as potential candidate areas for a future urban boundary expansion. And if council adopts the land needs assessment as recommended by staff, then we would go back, complete the evaluation of those 4 different growth areas because they exceed the land needs in their total area. There is approximately 1,650 hectares in those 4 areas, where we know we only need 1,300 hectares. And we would then come back with a recommendation as to, out of those 4 areas, which 3 or which areas should be brought into the urban area, and what would be the phasing and staging policies associated with bringing one or more of those areas into the urban boundary to accommodate growth to 2031, 41, and 2051. So I think it was simply because the original Grids process, which started around 2002, had never been really completed. That's why a couple of years ago we said, let's just stop that process and put everything into this new Grids 2 process to make it easier for people to understand and see the whole picture through one plan, as opposed to having to look at the old one and the new one. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I still don't understand. I could see Alfreda, it's more farmland. Its percentage is 80% farmland. But I don't understand why 20 Road and 20 East and 20 West would be seen as all farmland, where I go there all the time, I bike. I'm pretty sure there's Dickinson Road. I think I heard Councillor Ferguson say there's already sewer trunks being put. If I go there, because I bike a lot there and stuff, there's houses already built. There's senior complex across the street from 20. So my understanding is I don't understand why Alfreda, which has more farmland, they're all put together. That's my only thing I don't understand. So can you explain why Alfreda, what percentage of farmland do they have compared to the West and the East?
Maybe I can, all of the lands outside of the urban area, I mean, Hamilton is very blessed in our rural area. It's all high value agricultural lands, especially in these white belt candidate sites. They're all pretty much essentially class 1, 2, or 3 lands when you look at the pure soil capability. When the city prepared our official plan around 2006, 2008, we undertook what was called a land evaluation agricultural review, or a LEAR study. And it said, it looked at both the land base, which we acknowledge is class 1, 2, and 3 lands, but it looked at other considerations that may impact the ability to farm the lands. So in some areas, you have a high number of non-farm rural residential dwellings. You may have other churches or schools, all which make it difficult for the farmers to do routine and normal farm practices. And as a result of that sort of classification system, some areas were identified as being agriculture and other areas were identified as being rural. 20 Road East has a is more rural lands because they have a lot of non-farm activities within that area. Elfrida does not have that same constraint, and that's why Elfrida was designated in the city's official plan as being an agricultural area. So, and then 20 Road West, I think, is primarily agriculture because at that time you didn't have as many constraints on routine farming activities, because for the farmers it gets difficult when you have people living out in the country. They complain about odor, traffic, or it's hard for the farmer to move the farmer to drive to and from the farm with tractors, those sorts of considerations. But all of the city, any of the rural areas would fall within that sort of class 1, 2, or 3 prime agricultural, or vast majority of the rural area is within that 1, 2, or 3 Canada Land Inventory classification. So any urban boundary expansion the city contemplates would involve the removal of those prime agricultural soils from production if they were brought into the urban area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. And now go to Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just very quickly, I want to say there's great questions this morning and good answers that have come from that. And I want to thank Steve Robichaud for stating the prime farmland that is up in the Glanbrook Elfrida area, because actually my question is, what percentage of it is prime #1 land up there? Do you know, Steve? Through you, Madam Chair.
What percentage of Elfrida is considered class 1?
All of that area that's being identified for inclusion.
Just a moment. Heather has the information. It was in the staff report, but essentially, I know for each of these 3 areas, it's almost 100% is 1, 2, or 3. Some areas don't have any class 3 soils, but Elfrida is 100% class 1, 2, or 3 soils, which would normally be considered prime agricultural land, as well as our agricultural consultant is available to answer any other questions, who prepared the agricultural impact assessment if you wish, and they may be able to assist with any of the questions, Councillor.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and Heather, I'll come to you in a minute, but I really want to recognize that, we had our Drew Spolstra, one of our local farmers, who is also chair of our Ag and Rural Affairs, works very closely with Councillor Johnson and others, who did a fabulous presentation last week when he delegated on just how essential the prime farmland is, and that most of that area is prime farmland. Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather?
Thank you. And through the chair, you're absolutely correct. And as Mr. Robichaud said, really within all of our white belt potential expansion areas, all of the lands are classified as class 1, 2, or 3, which would be prime agricultural lands. Specifically within the Elfrida area, the work that our agricultural consultant did identified that approximately 60% of the lands have a class 1 rating, which is essentially the top rating, and the best agricultural soils, 32% are class 2, and 7.2% would be a class 3 rating. And we do have that information for the other expansion areas as well, but again, all of the lands are identified as class 1, 2, or 3 within those areas.
Yeah, I really, Madam Chair, I appreciate the breakdown of the percentages, because the class 1 and the class 2, as you just indicated, were very high percentage wise. And it's really important that we look through everything we do with that rural lens. I say that, I think, at just about every meeting, but we had delegates who came in and spoke to that. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Madam Chair, my next question is around the phase-in process, which has been recommended. And I know what's in the staff report, but this is for the benefit of those who are watching. I'd like to ask, in the phase-in process, have we identified which areas would be expanded in phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3? Through you to staff.
Through the chair, no. As of right now, we have not undertaken that analysis. Should council approve the ambitious density option today, that would be the next phase of our analysis, where we would look at all of those candidate white belt areas, and using the evaluation framework that we've already established, we'd identify which lands would be identified for development, essentially first, second, and third from a phasing point of view.
Okay, so that depending on what happens today, that would be your next step. That's what I understood. But there are some areas that would make more sense to be able to develop. And out of that 1,300, I believe it was 1,380 hectares. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
1,310.
1,310.
Oh, 1,310. Thank you. I'll just change that. I also have a question, and it was raised by Councillor Johnson earlier on the LRT, and I do have a couple of questions on that, if I may, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know who can answer this, but we certainly have some great expertise consultants here and staff. So with the LRT being proposed for and approved for the downtown, the 14-kilometer stretch, I'm just wondering if the lands for development along that LRT have been included in the 1,310 hectares.
No.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Through the chair, certainly development along the LRT corridor was included in the assumptions that we made regarding intensification. So all of the significant intensification that we've identified from now to 2051 includes, under both scenarios, the no urban expansion and ambitious density, significant intensification along the LRT corridor. And that's reflected within Mr. Lorius's work in the land needs assessment under both scenarios.
Okay, I thought maybe Anthony wanted to make a comment on that, Madam Chair.
Yes, please. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you. And through the chair,
Little louder. Thank you.
Through the chair, the LRT. There's no question that the LRT is going to be a critical part of the picture for the levels of intensification that are envisioned. Even under the ambitious density scenario. Again, however, I would note, going back to the scale of growth that we have discussed a number of times, previously there has been some work prepared on what the uptake along that line was expected to be. And I believe that the estimate that was made in, if it was 2015 or 2016, if I recall correctly, was somewhere in the range of 600 to 800 apartment units per year can be expected along the corridor. And if we take the high end of that number, for 30 years, that gives us about 24,000 units. And under the ambitious density scenario, leaving the no expansion scenario alone for a moment, roughly 50,000 apartment units are going to be required inside the built boundary to achieve the very aggressive targets of the ambitious density scenario. So will it play an important role? Yes, absolutely. Is it an important catalyst? Absolutely, even before it's built. And we saw that happen in Kitchener-Waterloo. But really, the scale of growth that's envisioned inside the built boundary is so significant that even at the high end of the estimated unit take-up range for the LRT, it only gets you about halfway to the total number of units that are going to need to be accommodated citywide. So again, it's included as part of the intensification that will need to occur inside the built boundary, along with laneway housing and garden suites. But it's again, like all the other elements of the intensification, it is only a piece of the puzzle. We will not get you all of the way there based on some of the market-based estimates of anticipated take-up that have been done previously. So hopefully that helps a little for that as well.
Anthony, thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate that answer. And I just want to feed back what I thought I heard you say, that with the ambitious density along the LRT line, it could result in 800 units per year for the next 30 years. And my question was, which is significant, so if I heard you correctly, that would result in about half of what the reports estimate are required. So to that point, though, my original question was, is that corridor and that anticipated growth and density included in the 1,310 hectares?
It's not included as greenfield, through the chair.
Right.
It's not included as greenfield development, but those units are the units that will occur along the LRT corridor are taken out of the equation, which has the effect of reducing that 1,310. So they're not included as greenfield apartment buildings. They're concentrated inside the built boundary, thereby taking them out of the expansion area, which lowers the amount of land that is required. And I suppose another way of looking at it is if we were to completely ignore the units along the LRT, that 1,310 hectares would turn into something like 1,475 or 1,500.
Thank
so
you.
it is
That,
definitely taken into account, yes.
yeah, thank you, Anthony. And Madam Chair, that was my supplemental question, was what would be the result if it wasn't included? So I thank you for that. The other questions I have, Madam Chair, are on 8.3, so I'll wait until we get to 8.3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now will go to Councillor Danko, second time, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions on affordability, infrastructure, but before that, I just want to pick up on Councillor Partridge's point about LRT and the densities on that corridor. So we're also in the next 30 years planning for rapid transit, whether that be LRT or BRT, on the L line from Waterdown to downtown, the S line along Rymel Road from Ancaster to Confederation, GO Station, the T line on, I think it's on Mohawk from Ancaster to Center Mall. So what densities are we projecting along those rapid transit corridors?
I think that I can start with that one, and thank you for the question. And through the chair, planning staff might be in a better position to speak to the residential intensification supply update, which was an extremely detailed and comprehensive analysis of, again, the realistic supply of units that are expected to be taken up over the period. And to pick up on some of the comments that Mr. Cook made about the composition of intensification within the built up area, as the remaining remnant, as to put it simply, once the easy ones are gone, future intensification will nearly all need to be accommodated through higher density forms, large apartment buildings, stacked towns, more compact ground related development. So maybe I can ask Heather to speak a bit more if she is able to the density expectations, but from a growth management perspective, it's gonna need to be a significant proportion of new large apartment buildings, likely with some row house and stacked town developments occurring alongside as part of the ground related component. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there?
Councillor Danko?
That's
it, Councillor Danko?
No, sorry, I was going to see if Heather had anything to add to that.
Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, certainly as Mr. Lorius indicated, the residential intensification update identified significant intensification opportunities along all of our corridors and within our nodes. I don't have specific density numbers for each corridor broken down, but we certainly have planned for and identified overall along each of our corridors, concentrated on the B line and the A line corridor, a significant percentage of our future intensification along those particular corridors.
Thank you. And just, we were speaking earlier about stranded assets. I think as a city, we are planning to invest several billions of dollars into transit over the next, time frame that we're talking about, over 30 years. Just roughly, my math works out to more than $12 billion. So if we're going to be investing that heavily in our rapid transit corridors, then we would also be planning for the growth to be along those corridors, correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman, Steve Robichaud, the councillor is correct. One of the objectives is to align our intensification growth areas where we're making significant investment, public sector or public investments, whether that be in hard infrastructure or community infrastructure like a new rec center, et cetera, et cetera. So we want to try to align where growth occurs with those areas so we are making those investments. So as Heather indicated, when we did the zoning along the LRT corridor, we pre-zoned it to make it shovel ready to ensure that people could then pick up, assemble the properties and come and make an application, go straight to site plan to do a mid-rise building or a high-rise building if it's appropriate. And that's why we have the TOC 3 or the TOC 4 zoning. We updated the Centennial Secondary Plan to help facilitate those higher density residential opportunities where appropriate. In other areas, it's medium density. We are looking at some of the zoning along the other primary corridors as part of the work that we've been doing and revisiting some of the commercial zoning to make sure that it aligns. You're familiar with the sites that were set aside for arterial commercial. Maybe they're more appropriate as a district commercial designation along Upper James to allow for that mixed use to occur. In each of the major shopping centers, we've already introduced residential permissions. So at Lime Ridge Mall, they have the opportunity as that evolves over time to create residential housing opportunities there. The same as at other malls along Upper James, whether it be a retirement home or a residential apartment building. So pre-zoning it so that the market can then respond when the conditions are appropriate. There's sections of RIMO that may also warrant that same consideration. And then other parts of the city as we move forward where it's compatible and it fits. There are some other areas of the city based on the existing built form, heritage, or other considerations where it's going to be more of a low to a mid-rise consideration. And then the work that we're going to be doing as we start bringing forward the new residential zoning is not to zone what's there for today, but to zone it for what we want to see. So we're not going to be zoning an existing single family house for a single family house if the plan vision for that area would be more of a mid to a high rise consideration or built form. So that is the work that we are doing to direct and encourage intensification and redevelopment to align with our investments that we are making. The last thing we want is to spend, like you said, $1 billion on a corridor and then have all the growth happening on the next street over and then having traffic congestion. That doesn't make sense. So we want to discourage it in some areas and encourage and promote in other areas to ensure that alignment occurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Shifting gears a little bit to housing affordability, which is not strictly part of the land needs assessment, but Mr. Lorius mentioned it as part of the goals of growth planning and provincial policy. So at our previous meeting, we heard from the president of the Hamilton Realtors Association that the average house price in Hamilton is $947,000, which would require a mortgage of about $4,500 per month. So if the median household income in Hamilton is $75,000 after tax, that's around $5,500 that the median household would be bringing in, meaning that in order to afford the average home, the average household would have to be spending 82% of their income just on the mortgage. So I think to me that indicates that we are in an affordable housing crisis right now, today. I think that's everybody agrees with that. So my question is, how much land developable do we currently have in inventory to be built out if we were to not expand or do anything? Like how much land is available? I think it's around 10 or 15 years, but I'm not sure on the exact number.
Thank you. And through the chair, I don't have the details handy, but I can certainly on the side here look up the city's vacant residential land inventory. But from a land needs perspective, it is under the ambitious density scenario, that supply would be consumed prior to 2031, which is why the phasing shows a need for 300 hectares. And I think it's important maybe to circle back and talk a little bit about the land supply is definitely a part of the equation. There's no question that the growth plan policies to limit DGA expansion work against affordability by constraining the land supply. There's no question that supply plays a part, but it's a complex dynamic and it requires responses on the land supply side and on the income side. And we should also bear in mind that the price of all types of housing has gone up significantly. So it's not. I would not say that the affordability crisis is going to be solved alone by either of the scenarios. For example, I've just seen some recent market information that new condos outside the city of Toronto in the 905 ring are now starting to push over $1,000 a foot. So the reason apartments are affordable is because they're small. If you were to put a 2,500 square foot row house into a family size apartment, that's $2.5 million, which is definitely not an affordable single family home and certainly above the 947,000 mark that we discussed previously. So again, it's a complex matter. I'm not sure that the affordability crisis is solved under a no expansion scenario because the price of everything is going up. But with the ambitious density scenario, what you do have is not only the more affordable units that are generated through more intensification, but also a component of greenfield supply, which does figure into the equation. It's difficult to put your finger on it because it's very complicated economic dynamic, but it is definitely a part of the equation and one that's within municipal control. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you. It does. And just to be clear, as of today, right now, there is land supply available for development that meets the market scenario. And as of today, right now, the development industry is building based on market demand to meet that supply.
Correct. That is correct. Also, it's important, I would say, to bear in mind that plans take time. Plans take time to put into place. We've discussed the length of time that the original official plan has been sort of the instrument itself has been, in various levels of discussion. So although yes, there is a supply currently to accommodate demand, I would not necessarily be comfortable saying that, we're fine for now, because a very extensive planning process is to come in terms of evaluating the growth options and where it should go and how it should be financed and how it should be phased. So this is really just the starting point. So you are correct that there is a supply, but the process itself under the ambitious density scenario would take some time to put into place. So there's not maybe quite as much time as some may think.
Thank you. And if we talk about timelines, so if I recall hearing representatives from the development industry stating that even if they had approval to build and we extended the urban boundary today, that they would not be in a position to actually put shovels in the ground for at least 10 years or likely longer. Is that a fair representation?
I'm reluctant to speak on behalf of the developers, but their plans have taken a long time. If you look at the railway lands in the city of Toronto, that's now full of condos. That plan was originally proposed in, I think, 1967, if I recall, which is not obviously a greenfield situation. But one of the other things that the growth plan did introduce was, a greater level of analytical requirement, particularly on sort of the environmental side and the natural heritage side, and satisfying those requirements and undertaking appropriate community consultation and walking through the appropriate channels does take a number of years. So is 10 years a reasonable amount? I can't speak to that, but I think it's certainly not as quick as some have said might be required to help address the affordability crisis to the extent that supply comes to bear on that.
Thank you. And I did see General Manager Thorne turn his video on. Not sure if he had anything to add.
Yeah, so through the chair, I was just going to add that, yes, I do recall one of the delegates from the development community did indicate that as 10 years as sort of an approximate timeline from date of a boundary expansion to date of shovels in the ground. That's probably a fairly aggressive timeline. If you think about the steps that need to be gone through from the date you approve a boundary expansion to the date you're digging a foundation. Keep in mind that there are several planning steps that happen between those 2 points in time. There's the secondary planning process. There's the site planning process, the draft plan, subdivisions, the building permit. So there's a fair bit of policy work and approvals work that happens between date of boundary expansion and shovels in the ground. And just by way of example, the largest kind of greenfield area currently undeveloped within our current urban boundary would be the Fruitland-Winona lands. And I believe that secondary plan, not the boundary expansion itself, but the secondary plan was around 2014, I want to say. Something like that. So that gives you a sense of the amount of timeline. So yes, there is, to deal with demand needs coming up in the next 10, 15 years, that does mean we need to be talking about these issues today, even though the actual construction is a ways out. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess the point I'm making is that this idea that if we expand the urban boundary, we're going to solve the affordable housing crisis is not true. We have that affordable housing crisis today. Builders are building supply that is available on land that is available today. And expanding the urban boundary and then counting on new supply that's going to come in line 10, 15 years into the future does nothing to change the economics of housing prices today. If I could move on just a separate line of questioning, Madam Chair, I'll be
Councillor, I do have
Am
you
I
at
o-
time.
okay.
If maybe I'll come back. Would that be okay, third time, sir? Just being fair and watching the clock for everyone.
You know, we've already discussed the infrastructure, and I can bring it up in 8.3 if necessary. I appreciate the
Okay.
time.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to Councillor Whitehead, second time.
It's just amazing. I've made a comment before that supply and demand, as I understand it, less supply, higher prices. So therefore, you have what's called trying to defy gravity by suggesting that your affordability is going to be solved by limiting the land that's being competed for by many development communities. The reality is that you're not going to solve the problem for sure by not bringing land into the urban boundary. So I'm trying to understand why this is so complex. When Scott Devell and I met with the Toronto councillors, they were actually putting people on social services, giving them bus tickets to come to Hamilton. And we asked them why. And they said it would be a matter of years, but when you get to gentrification, land values, you will find that it'll be very difficult and very expensive to create social housing. That's what they told us then. So we are now facing that in the context of being an attraction for development. So my question to the consultant, I'm really puzzled how anyone can suggest for even a moment, if you don't build and have more land to build, then that wouldn't in fact impact pricing.
Thank you, and through the chair.
Sorry, Laura, you've got to speak into your mic, sir. Thank you.
I think I might be having a microphone malfunction on my end.
And now you are for sure because we can't hear you.
Can you hear me at all now?
A little, yeah, I'm not sure if, I guess you don't have a headset, but if you can get close to the microphone part of your computer.
Yes, okay, apologies for that. I would say that you are correct that the affordability issue is very complex. There are many moving parts, and I'm not sure that we can say that either option is going to solve the affordability crisis. The prices have increased in, for example, Dallas, but not nearly to the extent that they have in the GTA. So it is certainly an element of the mix, but going forward, it will need to be many things: inclusionary zoning, as I commented before, job training, co-op housing, leveraging public lands. It's a suite of actions that are required, along with the growth management process that, in our view, does need to bring in some additional greenfield supply to alleviate the constraint on that type of housing.
Yeah, so let me try this again. If I have 200 balls of water for sale, and all of a sudden the prices go up because that's the last 200 balls available. If I have 400 balls for sale, that price would drop, correct?
Correct.
Or if I had an unlimited supply. So I'm trying to, just from a simple economic point of view, because that's where my education is, how anyone could suggest, even for a moment, if you bring more land on, that doesn't impact on affordability, land value. Like that's gravity. Help me understand that.
Yes, from a strictly supply and demand perspective, it would stand to reason from basic economic theory that bringing additional supply on stream will help with the affordability problem. But again, it's there's no question that the growth plan works against that by constraining the land supply and putting in place a price mechanism that makes it relatively less affordable compared to other units, which again is why we have already seen a big shift towards apartments. So it is definitely part of the equation, yes.
Next question I have is that my experience is, and I'm sure certainly the incumbent councillors' experience are, when development takes place in neighborhoods, there's significant resistance to higher densities because of the impacts it has in the community and the neighborhoods. So I'm going to give you examples. Regional, it's always been identified, the influence area around regional traffic, GO Transit, is a prime area where you want to see those high densities. Is that correct?
I would say so, yes.
So in Hamilton, by the new GO station, there's been a number of proposals, I think 2 or 3, and all 3 were pushed back from the community because they were too dense. In fact, I think the developer left town. So I'm trying to understand how you realistically plan for density if the community is not supporting it in practical terms. So how can you say there could be 800 units per year along the corridor when the limitations along the corridor are old planning has bucked neighborhoods right against the commercial properties, which means it's going to create impact on how much density and height you can put in, and the values of those homes are up to around $1 million. So it becomes economic unfeasible for the development to make those high-rise apartments. So these are all assumptions. I'm trying to understand how realistic are these assumptions?
Mr. Loris, Councillor through the chair.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, it is a challenge, and it's one of the many factors that come to bear on intensification, which is a subject that we address at some length again in the intensification market demand report, and speaks again to why the provincial method requires that the intensification supply is a realistic supply of units that can be expected to be delivered over the plan horizon to 2051, taking into account planning policy, taking into account servicing, taking into account site characteristics, neighborhood conditions. And we touch on this in the addendum port as well. It's the residential intensification supply update that city staff have prepared is a very detailed and thorough and comprehensive look at these issues. And while best efforts, I should say, are made to estimate the intensification potential with local opposition in mind, it is one of the challenges to intensification. And so this is important to bear in mind, that not every site that you look at that you think could intensify will necessarily intensify. There are many factors that have to come together in order for intensification to be delivered. So that is why it's very important to have in place a realistic supply of opportunities that are expected to be delivered over the planning horizon, rather than just simply adding up all of the potential, which arithmetically is always going to be a much, much larger number.
I appreciate it. My last question. Our Red Hill employment lands around the airport, what is the rating on the agricultural land that they've been built on?
Through the chair, I am not aware of the rating of those lands.
Did somebody ask the question? Could somebody else answer the question?
Thank you, Councillor. I will ask if there's a staff that can answer that question available, sir. Mr. Thorne or Mr. Robichaud or Heather?
Through the chair, just to clarify, I understand the question is the agricultural rating of the lands around the airport. Is that correct?
Well, it seems to me that a lot of questions about grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. We had the Lears report. I want to keep things consistent. So, we make decisions on employment lands and where they're going to be built, employment parks and so forth. So I'm trying to understand, when we built the Red Hill employment lands, do we take in consideration it was on 1, 2, or 3? And what is it on?
Thank you. Heather?
Through the chair, the agricultural impact assessment focused on our candidate expansion areas that we're looking at right now, but I can advise, because the 20 Road East area, for example, is very close in proximity to the Red Hill area that you're talking about. And based on the mapping, it appears that the majority of those lands would have been class 1 or class 2 agricultural lands, based on the mapping I have.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now go to Councillor Farr. Good afternoon, sir. Are you there?
Is it afternoon already?
It is,
Deputy
sir.
Mayor? Quite a month that you have in chairing
I
these
know.
meetings.
Mm-hmm.
We appreciate it. I just want to, just on the previous speaker, just in respecting downtown intensification, it is happening, as I think most of us are aware, at unprecedented levels, especially the last 10 or 11 years. It's embraced at unprecedented levels by residents.
Councillor Farr, my apologies, sir, but we'd love to see your face as you're talking to us, and all we see is the top of your head. That's better. Thank you, sir.
So happening at unprecedented levels, no one can argue that. It's embraced by residents, the concept of intensification at unprecedented levels. It's not 1994 anymore. Not all residents, but certainly a totally different conversation than it was a decade ago. People are very understanding, at least I'm speaking to Ward 2, which is what I'm reacting to now. And I know of no development, and this is why I wanted to chime in, that has been scared off. I could be wrong. Or left town due to a disagreeable constituency. There's been a few that have gone to the OMB or LPAT, but I don't know of what was spoken to in that vein moments ago. And, text me, Terry, or something. I'd be interested to know. The other thing is, and has been discussed, which I think is important to reiterate, we do have that authority just on the affordability piece. And I do appreciate the consultant's answer, because it doesn't matter what scenario, the market is crazy right now, as has been pointed out. But we do have the authority through planning processes to do things like Toronto just did a week and a half ago with inclusionary zoning, and things we're already doing in Hamilton with the downtown secondary plan, where we're accommodating folks living affordably when we bring in new higher density development. There's a lot of examples of things we can do to address it with local policy. So I think it's important to just sort of reiterate that. Other than that, I have nothing else at this time. Thanks.
No question, Councillor. All right, thank you. We were asking for questions. I will now move on to Councillor Wilson, second time.
Thank you, Chair. My questions actually are going to be, I'm still trying to go between 8.2 and 8.3, because some of the things that are that I have questions about are specific to 8.3, particularly on the cost of infrastructure and the externalities. But Mr. Lorius is responding to them in his question. So I just want some assurance from the chair that I can still have an opportunity to ask those questions when we get to 8.3, particularly in relation to some of the assumptions around intensification and infrastructure redevelopment along the blast network that will have to be done over the next 30 years.
I'm just looking at the roadmap, and yes, we will be going into discussion for 8.3 after we go in camera. And when we return from in camera, we will be dealing with that as well.
Thank you. I wasn't going to get into this. I think it does through the chair. I appreciate Mr. Lorius's frank discussion about on affordability. We could spend an entire day with guest speakers talking about the actual housing system and how it's a socially created institution, and what we've done since 1994 in our financial activities and policy activities to benefit some to the exclusion of others. And those were intentional acts, and it's going to take intentional acts to address affordability. And I think to propose that we can do it otherwise is not factual, and it's counter to the outcomes of and why we are where we are. So thank you, Mr. Lorius.
Thank you again. Someone has a mic, an open mic. Thank you for shutting that off. And I'm going to now go to Councillor Johnson second time. And I please respectfully, we are asking questions.
Thank you, but that was from before, ma'am. I don't have any questions right at this point.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you for that. Now I'm seeing I'm going to ask, I'm sorry, Councillor Whitehead, you're asking for a point of order, sir?
The previous speaker had mentioned the comment I made, and the project I was talking about was by the Greek church. They were looking, I think it was for 8 stories, and the community didn't want any more. And it was in the Go Transit regional area, and I believe they sent a press release out saying that they were going to give it up. So if I misquoting it, that's where it came from. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, sir. And now, seeing no further speakers, I'm going
I'll
to.
bring some clarity.
I'm sorry. Okay, so Councillor, you've got to put your screen so we can see you.
Why is
I
that?
only hear a voice. Thank you, Councillor Farr,
I'm having
sir.
trouble with my video, but I got my audio going here. Can you hear me okay?
We
Okay,
can,
good.
yes, sir.
So that project's a go. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So now we have exhausted all the questioners and speakers this morning on item 8.2. One moment, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. Councillor Danko, are you asking to speak again? I don't see you on the speakers list.
Not a question, just procedurally, Madam Chairman. Could I request that A either be changed to receive the report versus approve, or that we refer A to consideration of 8.3? Because the action in A is to approve, and I'm not sure what the repercussions of that would be depending on the decision that we make for 8.3.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we can certainly defer consideration rather than receive it. We can defer consideration of report 8.2 until after we come back in closed session.
Okay.
It's really just A, but if you prefer to refer the whole thing, that's fine with me as well.
It's just cleaner, yeah.
Yeah, so what we're going to do then is we will not do an electronic vote. We will defer this till after 8.3 and the in-camera item. But with that, sorry, Madam Clerk.
I do need a vote though, sorry, to defer
Okay,
it.
so we need a vote to defer, but I just want to, as far as roadmap now, my suggestion is, because I believe 8.3 is going to have a lot more conversation and questions along with the in-camera item. It is 12:21 now. I'm wondering if we can take a break until 12:50 and return back in and move forward with the agenda with the very heavy agenda that's before us today. Does that sound fair? So before everyone leaves, I'll ask for that next, but I just want to say before everyone leaves, can I please have a motion to defer item 8.2 moved by Councillor Danko, second by Councillor Whitehead. Our electronic vote, everyone.
Councillors Marula, Ferguson, and Farr, are you able to vote, please? Thank you, Councillor Marula.
Actually, I can't vote digitally, but I will manually. For some
I
reason,
saw
it
your thumb
didn't
there.
appear. Thank you.
Councillor Farr?
I approve. Sorry, it's Councillor Farr. I approve.
It's
Thank
okay.
you, everyone.
There you go.
And that carries 15-1. All righty. And I'm going to ask now that we have a motion to recess until 12:50. And that's moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by, I'm sorry.
That's what we just voted on.
No, we voted on the deferral, Madam Clerk.
The vote I had up on the screen was actually the recess.
Okay, did we vote on the deferrals? Sorry.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if you like, when we come back from recess, I can put the deferral up if you want. Or I can,
okay, I just
have
thought
to
it'd be
type it in.
finishing this part off. That's fine.
If you
We're
want to
fine
wait,
then.
I can type it in.
No, then we're recessed till 12:50, please, everyone. Thank you so much. A nature break and a little bite of food. Ready. I know. I'm ready. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a chance to grab a bite and a nature break. And we're now on to finishing off item 8.2, and it was just a vote on the table, and it was a vote to refer this or defer this for consideration. It was moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Whitehead before we recess. So we have to vote on that now, please, everyone. Electronic vote. And it's just for deferring at the end of the meeting.
Councillor Whitehead is not in the room.
Oh dear.
So
Okay.
I'll have to change the seconder.
Yeah, so seconded by Councillor Powers then?
Yes, I'll change that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have to revote.
Yep. Sorry, folks. Thank you, Councillor Marula. I've got you. Councillor Pauls, can you revote, please? Thank you. And Councillor Nan, you'll be able to vote. Thank you. Okay, and that vote closes.
And that carries 15-0. Thank you, everyone. We are now to move on to item 8.3. This is the Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review. How should Hamilton grow? Evaluation, PED 17010 citywide. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by, I'm sorry, I know I'm looking at the screen. Sorry, Councillor Esther Pauls, seconded by, sorry everyone, Councillor Marula? Okay, all in favor, or it's on the floor. Then I'm going to ask that questions of staff or the consultant on the presentation or the report is now, the speakers list been activated, but I just want to confirm that staff and the consultants in attendance to answer questions here are Heather Travis, Senior Project Manager, Patty Kennedy, Dillon Consulting, and Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning and Chief Planner. So the speakers list has been activated. Are there any questions to
just a question, Madam Chair. I thought we were going in camera after the motion to receive or table the 8.2. Did that change while we're at lunch?
No. We're doing 8.3 as far as the questions, and then we will defer the recommendation, the direction of that report after we go in camera and come back out.
Okay, thank you.
Sir? So we'll be asking the questions at this point on item 8.3, please. Again, I'm saying the speakers list has been activated. I don't see anyone. Councillor Jackson, sir, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pearson, again, because we've had a lot on our plate already and from 2 weeks ago. So just to be crystal clear and for public consumption, is 8.3 the staff recommendation that was tabled 6 months ago, recommending option 1, the ambitious density plan? I just want to get that clarified, please.
I'll get staff to clarify, but I'm just going to the report.
3, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's the Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review. How should the city grow evaluation?
Correct.
Yes, that's the title, but I want to be clear. Thank you, Elsie Paparella. But maybe Chief Planner Robichaud, is this the same report that was tabled 6 months ago now before us, where staff have still recommended option 1, the ambitious density plan, just to make sure that everybody understands what's in front of us, please?
Yes, sir. You're right. It is, but staff can clarify.
Through the chair, yes, this report is the staff recommendation recommending the adoption of the ambitious density scenario. The report has additional content and is slightly modified from the March report, but it is the staff recommendation for the ambitious density scenario that's before you.
Thank you, Senior Planner Travis. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
Not a problem. I appreciate you asking for the clarification. And I now have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll be directed accordingly, please. It is one of these. It's 8.2, but it's 8.3, which I was trying to say to Mr. Lorius before the break. So if I could, on the assumptions made, because my question does relate eventually to cost, so that's why it's land use and nature. Can you just remind me the assumptions made around the intensification and the infrastructure renewal requirements along the blast network in your work, please?
Thank you. And through the chair,
Sorry, thank you. Yeah,
how's my sound?
that's better.
Okay, thank you. As part of the land needs analysis, there was no specific analysis of the densities that would be achieved along the blast network. The structure, the mandated method, and the structure that we would have done this under other circumstances is to allocate a total number of units inside the built boundary, and that is, of course, the application of the intensification target. So the average intensification of 60% of units inside the built boundary over the period to 2051 results in a certain number of units, which is predominantly large apartment buildings, but also a component of ground-related housing, which would include laneway housing and garden suites and row houses and stacked towns. So in the December 2020 version of the LNA, there was a distribution of units inside the built boundary, which was adjusted based on some further analysis undertaken by staff, in particular to do with the row house supply, which we thought was a little bit aggressive. And under either scenario, for both the ground-related housing and the row house supply, in order to achieve the intensification target, there has to be development beyond the vacant unit potential that's identified in the vacant residential land inventory. And on the single and semi-detached side, that's laneway houses, because most of that tends to be replacement of existing units. And then on the row house supply, this is typically where you achieve sort of more the ground related intensification. And that number was adjusted downward slightly after staff had had a chance to take a more detailed review, again, of the realistic supply that's likely to be accommodated through intensification. But generally speaking, the focus of intensification is in the nodes and the corridors, including the downtown and along the blast network, in accordance with the urban structure that was defined, I think, even as far back as the original grids process, if that's helpful.
So the conclusion is the methodology of the market base disabled you from perhaps doing a full assessment of density along the blast over the next 30 to 50 years, because you had to accommodate that full market inventory within the built up area?
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure that I would characterize it this way. The method requires that a certain number of units are allocated to inside the built boundary. Then it is to the local municipality, through a detailed analysis of supply, to determine how those units are to be accommodated. And because most of the land inside the built up boundary is already developed, it has to be mostly through apartment buildings. And the analysis that feeds into the LNA is the residential supply update that was undertaken by city staff, which again is a very detailed and comprehensive look of what the realistic supply that can be expected to be delivered over time as incorporated into the land need assessment. So mechanically, the land need assessment just allocates, it's quite a simple operation. It just takes 60% of the units and just puts them inside the built boundary. Then it is to the municipality then to justify to the province how those units can be accommodated. And yet, yes, a large portion will be along the blast network. But again, as I think I noted earlier, that really only gets you part of the way there just because of the sheer scale of intensification that is required of the ambitious density scenario. It needs to also occur across the other nodes and corridors and other areas identified for intensification in the planning documents.
Thank you. I have a question with respect to some of the assumptions on the infrastructure. And if I could just boil it down to a really simple example. In Ward 1, the ward that I represent, we had to undertake a renewal, if you will, of an existing street, which was a couple of blocks long, in which we were finding subsurface infrastructure that was closing in or in excess of 100 years of age. And it needed to be done because the infrastructure was crumbling, and as a consequence, it was causing external costs to the homeowners and to the city itself. So there's that piece of an existing infrastructure system, which I think you have acknowledged as an old industrial city is going to be need to be replaced regardless. And then we have proof of, I think we spend almost $4 million a year just through, maybe in the winter months, I'm not sure, someone can clarify that, just on repairing emergency water mains. Again, a measure of our climate and our infrastructure. My question to you is, or sorry, perhaps to someone else on this call, when I was looking at the financial modeling, I didn't see those assumptions that we're going to have to renew and put in that money into our capital reinvestment regardless. I don't know, Mr. Lorius, if you speak to that or someone else.
And thank you. And through the chair, I can start. And I'm glad that you've asked the question, because we discussed this at some length in the intensification market demand report, and it sort of relates to the conclusions of the Ottawa study, that there is a general supposition, from a general perspective, there's a supposition that intensification is always cheaper because it makes better use of existing infrastructure, which is correct. I mean, in some cases, it does make use of existing infrastructure. The initial upfront expenditures are somewhat less, and that is part of what produces the result in the Ottawa study, because as a general rule, yes, intensification tends to cost less because you are making use of existing infrastructure, but like experience shows that, like, especially in very high demand, high growth urban areas, which Hamilton is definitely going to be over the horizon at 20, you use that capacity up pretty quick. And all one has to do is look to what's happened in the city of Toronto with that condo boom. And, it's led to, a significant shortage of parkland that is never going to go away. They've had to make massive infrastructure investments in terms of storm and the water to handle the load. So in a general sense, I think I would defer to Mr. Cook and Mr. Scanlon to talk specifically about the numbers, but the equation does change significantly from a cost perspective when you need to start getting into urban areas and digging stuff up and replacing infrastructure. And it also makes schools and libraries and recreation facilities just frankly staggeringly expensive to provide. Which is not to say that it shouldn't be done, or we shouldn't be unpacking this, but it's not always quite as straightforward as to say it's cheaper because it uses existing infrastructure. There are many other elements at play as well.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, I wasn't my question is, I know we're undertaking, because we're mandated to do so, an asset management plan. We're an older municipality. I was using those examples to say that we're going to have to renew that infrastructure regardless. So those costs are going to be borne regardless. That is my point. And I rightly or wrongly read the financial analysis as if we were comparing greenfield linear infrastructure development, which is always going to be cheaper. And I guess my point would be not why is sprawl cheaper, but why did we have the existing policies in place that actually make it cheaper? Because it's subsidized, particularly the road networks. So that was my point. I found that the analysis, and you can correct me, was just frozen, as if to say, um, like the work on Lock Street, for example, which was $5 to $7 million, I believe. That work is going to have to be done throughout the entire, particularly existing urban area, regardless. And I didn't see that reflected in the methodology. So my other question, if you could confirm, I thought someone said to Councillor Johnson that the financial, we can recoup, you're saying 80% of greenfield linear development through development charges, but thereafter the full maintenance and operational costs are borne by all existing and future taxpayers, correct?
Thank you. And through the chair, we have not done a detailed financial analysis, and I think that perhaps maybe Mr. Scanlon or Mr. Cook are better to speak to the actual financing aspects of the question. However, I would reiterate a comment I made earlier that from a small R regional perspective, the growth plan forecast, the associated housing unit forecast are all premised on the expectations that the province, the regions, and the municipalities will make the necessary infrastructure investments to accommodate the Schedule 3 forecasts to be determined following the decision that we're going to make here today. And for other municipalities, decisions regarding how the growth plan is to be implemented. And that is part of the more detailed evaluation of growth options. And it gets put into the pot and considered with a bunch of other elements in terms of where growth should go and what that ultimate planning instrument should look like. So generally, the expectation is that municipalities will respond as required to meet the infrastructure requirements of the new growth.
Anthony, we've lost you.
No, I think Mr. Lorius concluded, yes, we would have to respond. My point is the capacity of this particular municipality to respond. So again, not to get parochial, but I have in Ward 1, there's a park that we've had to take down the baseball lights. It's a historic baseball field. We've had to take the baseball lights down because we don't have money in the capital budget to renew them, and there's no money in the next 10 years to renew them. So that asset is underutilized, even though we've paid for it, because we have an infrastructure deficit in excess of $3 billion. So I know that if we move the boundary out, we're going to have to pay for those things. My concern is we don't have the money to pay for our existing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to turn now to Councillor, Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, questions on section 2.2, the climate change evaluation. So we just saw an update of this last night. And I just want to confirm some of the numbers that are being used. In particular, I believe that the evaluation most heavily is influenced by transportation. So if I could just get a confirmation on that before I ask some follow-up questions.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Yul from SSG, who's on the line, who was the author of that report, to respond. Thank you.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. And as part of the transportation use, can you talk to me about the modal split that is used for transit versus automobile use for the two options?
So through the chair, so what we do is we assign the population to zones as population is added over time, and that population then takes upon the modal split of that particular zone. So the modal split will vary from zone to zone, and we use somewhere around 600 zones for the city.
So just to summarize, if I remember correctly, I read that for option 1, ambitious density, we're anticipating, I guess it's an average of 11.6% transit. And for option 2, no urban boundary expansion, it was 11.9%.
Through the chair, is that actually in the briefing that I prepared?
I believe that was in the update that we received yesterday.
I'd have to go to where that's referenced. I don't think that through the chair. I don't know where exactly that's coming from.
Okay, I'll just ask a follow-up question that doesn't rely on specific numbers. How did you determine a different modal shift between the ambitious density scenario and the no urban boundary scenario? Because obviously, if we're not expanding the urban boundary, we would expect a significant shift to transit.
Yeah, so if there is, say, an additional household that's added to a zone which has already easy access to transit, then it's going to have a higher transit share than a house which is added to a zone which doesn't have easy access to transit. So if you add in the no urban boundary expansion, most households will have better access to transit than those that are outside the urban boundary, assuming that transit is better within the urban boundary than outside. So that's how we capture that dynamic.
Thank you. And was that modal shift in the no boundary expansion taking into account the entire build out of the blast network over the next 30 years? That's, I believe, 6 rapid transit lines.
Yes, so that's an underlying assumption within the scenario that we modeled.
And if I'm understanding the modeling correctly, that modal split to transit doesn't include cycling or active transportation.
It does. So the analysis that we do does include cycling and active transportation and walking.
Thank you. So similarly, in a no boundary expansion, you would expect part of the point of having no boundary expansion would be to drastically increase active transportation. Would that be part of your modeling? What you found?
Yeah, and so if you go actually to figure 8 in the brief that we prepared, we found 2 million kilometers more walking trips of 2-kilometer length in 2050 as a result of no urban boundary expansion. So we did find basically a more accessible city for walking and cycling.
Thank you. A couple questions to maybe Director Hollingworth, just on the transportation transit master plan, if I might, Madam Chair. Can I ask if we know what the current modal split is for transit and what we're projecting to the end of the 10-year transit strategy and also in the next 30 years?
Yes, Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. The current modal split for the city for transit went across all modes, I believe is 7%. The Transportation Master Plan, the TMP, which was prepared in 2018, has a target mode share of 12% for the city.
And what timeline is that 12%?
That's for through the chair, that's for 2031.
2031, okay, thank you. And do we have a target for the next 30 years as the planning horizon that we're talking about now?
Through the chair, we have not set a target for mode share similar to the 2018 TMP for 2051.
Okay.
But we do rely on the model to calculate modal shares, and the figure you reference in table 3.1 is what I call the motorized mode share. So that we presented those figures to help assess the relative differences between the two scenarios that we're looking at here today.
Thank you. And would you agree with the assessment that the no boundary expansion option provides greater opportunity to increase the modal split to transit and active transportation?
Yes, through the chair, it is incrementally better because more people are located with access to higher order transit. And just our model does, our model does include the blast network and all transit improvements.
Thank you. And just last question for you, Director Hollingworth, is in the transportation master plan, we identify target densities for transit friendly development. Can you remind me what those densities are?
In the transportation background report in Appendix A, we do have a lot of information on densities, and we're based on kind of like provincial guidelines for transit-oriented development. We've said that 50 persons plus jobs per hectare is a target where transit becomes viable.
As a minimum?
As a minimum, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions on the cost estimate for Mr. Scanlon, if I may. So, Mr. Scanlon, when I read this section, I think it's probably the first cost estimating evaluation that I've seen that didn't have any actual numbers in it. So would it be fair to characterize this as more of a thought exercise rather than a financial evaluation?
Through the chair, yeah, to some extent, you're correct. I think we haven't done a complete cost estimate of the two. It's pending completion and direction from council, and then to go through a complete detailed master planning exercise. So we don't have that information. But we have looked at it. We did some work on intensification in conjunction with GM Blue Plan about 6-7 years ago. So there was some actual analysis that was done for certain areas of the in-city for intensification. So that's where the insights come from. But you're right, we haven't costed everything currently.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that you have significant insight into the finances as it relates to growth development. Can I ask you, most of the evaluations I've seen published for the long-term life cycle evaluation of growth development on Greenfield specifically show that there's initial influx of cash to the municipalities through development charges. And then through the life cycle, 20 to 30 years out, once all that infrastructure is assumed by the municipalities, it's then added to the city's infrastructure maintenance needs. And that's when the cost of growth begins to exceed the revenue from the development charges through the second cycle replacement and maintenance costs. Was that taken into account in your evaluation?
No, I mean, no, we didn't do a full assessment at this point of the longer term impacts. As part of the grids exercise, we will be doing a fiscal impact, and yes, we will address those matters through that process. But for this particular work, no, we didn't. Some of the observations that we tried to make is when you build new infrastructure, you're hopeful to perhaps like water and wastewater mains to get 80 or 100 years use out of those mains once they're constructed. Obviously, with roads, there are different components of it, but the surface is 15, the next area is 30, and then the base is 50. So we take all of that into account. But if you have to, when you originally plan areas, and if you have to come back in and replace that without getting the maximum utilization out of it, then there is a higher cost because you expected to get maybe 100 years out of a water main, back in 50 years from now replacing it. So where you had hoped under normal conditions to not have to look at that expense as a priority until later in the forecast, it's more immediate. So those were some of the observations we did want to bring out in our higher level assessment.
Thank you. And on the infill densities, 60% versus 81%, either of those infills, it's my understanding, will require upgrades, replacements of existing infrastructure. In particular, I know Councillor Farr is very familiar with the downtown area where we're undergoing an evaluation right now for what is going to need to be upgraded. So in your financial evaluation, considering 60% versus 80%, is there a significant difference between what upgrades would be required in either scenario?
Well, obviously, I'll have to, I'm not an engineer, although I work with many of them. That'll be some of the insights that would come from either your engineering staff or the consultants that are working with us on grids. But it depends on, to some extent, there's always a little bit of, or from my opinion, I'm not an engineer, but an observation. There's always a little bit of extra capacity that's built into water mains or into sewers, because when the engineers design something, maybe if they designed it perfect, they'd need a 10.5-inch water main, but it only comes in 12 inches. So there's always some level of added capacity that can potentially be squeezed through. The difference of 60 or 80 depends on where the growth is occurring and when the growth is occurring, because you might be able to squeeze out if along that 14-mile stretch of, let's say, use the LRT as an example. If we get an apartment building that's, let's say, every half a kilometer, you may be able to absorb a considerable amount of that without a lot of investment. But if you put along that corridor 3 or 4 in the same distance, I would probably suggest the infrastructure can't take it. And it's not only the immediate, keep in mind that when the systems are built, and this to some extent was Councillor, I think it was Councillor Wilson who was talking about Lock Street. There's the immediate stuff, but then it's how the collection moves through the system and how that impacts and what bottlenecks you might see later in the system. Because obviously with wastewater, you have to migrate all the way down to the sewage treatment plant, which is obviously in the eastern end of the city. I'll leave it to the engineers to go into more detail, but from my understanding from historically in the work that we've been doing, those are some of the things that, the challenges from an engineering perspective that we're trying to deal with and what we were trying to express in our financial evaluation.
Thank you. And final question.
Councillor, I'm sorry, you are well over time, sir. I was
okay,
being a
no
little
problem.
bit lenient. I'm going to ask if you go back on. Councillor Partridge.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And my questions are specific to page 35 of 37 and item 5.2 and item 5.3. So item 5.2 is with regards to Waterdown Binbrook expansion. And I think it would be Heather Travis that would be able to answer these questions for me. Heather, thank you. You and I have met on this a couple of times, and it says 10 hectares. And I'm wondering, is that 10 hectares from each of Waterdown and Binbrook, or is it 10 hectares in total?
Through the chair, the growth plan would allow us to consider an expansion of 10 hectares from each of Waterdown and Binbrook.
Okay, so it would be from each. And I'm just, you and I have talked about this, but just for the sake of for the committee's sake, the 10 hectares, how many requests and what area are you looking at? Because this expansion would be into the green belt, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. It's the one exception within the growth plan that would allow us to consider an expansion into the green belt. From the Waterdown area, we've had somewhere in the nature of 5 to 6 requests for expansion. The majority of those are in the area essentially north of the new east-west bypass, which has created, or sorry, just south of the bypass, which has created certain lands that they're existing agricultural or rural lands that are now being bisected by the bypass. So there's a small portion of the lands that would be adjacent to Parkside Drive. and then the remainder of the rural lands would be on the other side of the bypass. So that's the majority of the requests that we've had in that area. There is an existing institutional use also within the rural area, just off Parkside Drive, where there's an interest to add that use to the urban area. From Binbrook, I believe we've had, maybe 2 requests from Binbrook.
Okay, and thank you. And Madam Chair, so there's been 5 requests specifically from Waterdown. And do they total 10 hectares between the 5 requests, or is it certainly much more than the 10 hectares that's being requested?
Through the chair, together they would total more than the 10 hectares.
Okay, thank you. So I want to come back to Madam Chair. Heather, you mentioned the institutional use that is existing on Parkside Drive, and that particular piece of property. How many hectares would there be with that?
Through the chair, I believe it's approximately 5 hectares.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Madam Chair, I'm very much in support of this particular property, as it is a long-term care facility that is surrounded on 3 sides by the urban boundary. And it's a long-term care facility that has been looking to expand. And I think the intent was that it was going to be brought into the urban area, if not by the former town, then certainly through a process similar to this, but for some reason it never happened. So, you know, it is a long-term care facility. We're in desperate need of more long-term care beds. And it just makes perfect sense for this particular property. It's 5 hectares to be brought in to allow for that expansion to take place. My next question, Madam Chair, is with regards to 5.3, which is the final preferred growth option. And Heather, I'm just wondering if you could please speak to the public timing on this, because it does talk about with approval, they will be moving into the analysis stage, determining which properties can be brought into the urban boundary, and then there will be a public consultation. Can you just unpack that for me? What does that mean? And what's the timing around that, please?
Through the chair, if committee does endorse the ambitious density scenario today, or consideration of evaluation requests from Waterdown, we would commence that evaluation with the aid of our consultant teams and the framework that we've already established to identify from a staff perspective the preliminary preferred growth option in terms of the where and when would we grow, and then we'd be aiming to go to the public to consult on that preferred growth option early in 2022, Q1 of 2022.
And thank you for that. And Madam Chair, I just want to confirm the deadline for that information to come back to council. And it wouldn't be just on Waterdown, it would be in Binbrook, it would be right across the entire city. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yes. The deadline for our municipal conformity exercise is July of 2022. So we are under pressure to get our draft official plan amendment to the province that would identify phasing and staging of growth. So we would be aiming to have that consultation as early in the new year as possible so that we can then finalize our growth option and meet that provincial deadline.
Okay, thank you. And I'm pleased to hear that, because there, you know, it is quite possible, Madam Chair, that this, whatever we decide and whatever comes forward in July, Heather, can you just confirm, or someone else, that it could be appealed, or that July deadline is for it to go to the province? I just want to make sure I understand the process once it is dealt with at council.
Through the chair, the July deadline is to have our the official plan amendment that has been approved by council sent to the province for approval. The official plan amendments passed under Section 26 of the Planning Act are not subject to appeal, provided that the province does make a decision on the amendment within the statutory timeframe.
Okay, and can you just confirm for me, please, through you, Madam Chair, just what the statutory timeframe is for the province to approve? or make a
Through the
decision, I
chair,
should say. Yeah.
through the chair, I believe it's 120 days. It might be 180 days, but it's within that vicinity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted everyone just to understand and to hear from me that I am very supportive of item E in the recommendations for water down. And Councillor Johnson may speak to the Binbrook option, but we can deal with that after, I guess, we come out of our in-camera. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Those are my questions.
Thank you for that. I now turn to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So earlier today, when I asked how much land was going to be needed under the ambitious density scenario in Elfrida, I was told 1,200 hectares or 930 net hectares. That would provide 20,000 units or for 60,000 people. Can I just get confirmation that I wrote that down right from somebody?
I think it was Mr. Lorius that confirmed that.
Yes.
Steve Robichaud, the councillor is correct in terms of the land area, population, and unit number. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm looking at item B in the recommendation for the adopting of the ambitious density scenario. It has B1 as a projected household growth of 110,300 households. And in item number 4, it says a community area land need of 1,310 gross developable hectares. So I'm trying to reconcile what's in this report to those earlier numbers. Because when I look at the projected house growth, if Elfrida has 930 net hectares of the land and 20,000 units, it doesn't seem to jive with the numbers in this report. I'm obviously missing something.
Who wishes to tackle that? Mr. Loris? Or Heather? Sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, the 110,000 unit growth, that's the unit growth across the entirety of the city. So that 110,000 is then further broken down by, under the ambitious density scenario, approximately 66,000 of those units would be located within our built up area. Those are the intensification units. Another 15,000 or so would be within what we call our designated greenfield area lands. So the land's already within the urban area and available for development. And approximately 28,000 units would be located within the urban expansion area. And then those 28,000 units would then be further broken down in some way between the various candidate expansion areas. So that's what we would be figuring out as part of the next round. But based on the size of Elfrida being the largest of the candidate expansion areas, it would be anticipated that it would accommodate most of that expansion unit growth.
Thank you, Heather. The math wasn't working for me, and I was jumping in and out of documents trying to find how we were coming to that conclusion. One other question, and I'm not sure our staff can answer it. The province has indicated a forecast population of 280,000 individuals by 2051. When I'm doing the math on that, that means between now and 2051, we're going to be bringing on 3,666 units every year for the next 30 years. Can I ask, what would the outcome be if the Auditor General from the province comes back and says, no, these population forecast projections are too conservative or too liberal? Sorry for the partisan twist there, but
what would happen then with our numbers?
Through the chair, I might let Mr. Robichaud jump in on this one as well, but
I don't blame you.
yeah, my inclination would be that we would then be having to rerun some of our calculations. We would have to determine if any of those changes from the Auditor General impacted Hamilton's forecasts, and then we would have to update our calculations accordingly. But I am going to let Mr. Robichaud speak to that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. It's actually because the Places to Grow Act requires that all municipal planning decisions comply with the growth plan, and those forecasts are embedded within the growth plan. We have an obligation to plan based on those numbers. And if the province felt that the forecasts within the growth plan were inaccurate and needed to be revised, it would require the province to amend the growth plan to adjust the forecasts based on the advice or the recommendations they receive from the Auditor General in terms of those forecasts. So it would create that sort of catch-22 situation where people would say the plan is wrong, but until you change the plan, you have to plan based on the plan, because municipalities can actually plan for a higher number, but there's nothing in the growth plan that would allow municipalities to plan for a lower number than what the Schedule 3 forecasts. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. It's very helpful for me. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. That's it for me.
Great, thank you, sir. And I'm just resetting. Now I'll turn to Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you. And this is just to segue onto Councillor Partridge's questioning about water down in Binbrook. So through you to Heather, recommendation E in PED 17010, I believe that's 8.3 originally. It suggests that Binbrook and Waterdown could be looked at for a 10-hectare boundary expansion. And I think I heard you say, because we have one or two people asking, who are landowners, are asking for that boundary expansion. Did I hear that clearly?
Through the chair, within Binbrook, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So folks, since 2010, I've been telling you that Binbrook has been a planning mistake from day one. It's the biggest case of leapfrogging ever. In fact, planning schools as far away as BC are pointing to Binbrook and say, do not do that. I will not be supportive of E. I would have a motion ready to eliminate any reference to Binbrook in recommendation E. I'm not going to suggest we take both out, but definitely I will not be supporting Binbrook at all. So thank you very much, Heather, for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor. And I now go to Councillor Whitehead.
Kudos to Councillor Johnson. I think many of us recognize that somewhere along the line, there was a huge mistake made in the context of the Binbrook expansion. Again, tying employment and lands congruent to growth is the best way to approach it. And that's the way our staff, Steve Robichaud and the group, has done an incredible job trying to meet a very complex challenge. So I want to congratulate them as well. Look, under the provincial policy statement, they recognize prime agriculture, non-agricultural. So in that context, 20 road area, what was that land identified as?
Mr. Chairman, our official plan, based on the LEAR analysis, identified the 20 road east area as rural, and the other areas were identified as agriculture or prime agriculture. Thank you.
And is it not true through the chair that part of that land has already been part of a sub-water study in the context of the Red Hill Development Park?
That is correct. A portion of that, the 20 Road East, was included in a sub-watershed study. I believe it was more or less Miles Road was sort of the boundary. So the lands east of Miles Road were included in the sub-watershed study. Some of the lands to the west of Miles Road, or a portion of the lands to the west, were not part of that sub-watershed.
Now, just so the general public understands, how many kilometers, if you had built the 20 road component, how many kilometers from the employment lands to the east, which would be the Red Hill Park, how many kilometers to the west, which would be the airport, then how many kilometers to downtown?
Well, some of the 20 Road East abut the Red Hill Business Park. So it would be from 0 to maybe to a maximum of 3 kilometers to the to sort of the area close towards Nebo Road. As it relates to the downtown, sorry, I'm just trying to scale it off to, it might be, well, obviously it's more than that. It's probably closer to maybe up to 10 kilometers. I'm just
Thank you.
ballparking it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I think that, you know, I'm just trying to strive a point here, and that point is that we have major employment lands that we made a decision. I believe it was an informed decision. We have lands that are under the provincial policy is rural and not agriculture. And we have part of those lands already studied under the subwater shed study. And the distance, when you look at a carbon footprint from going downtown to these employment lands versus building there and being 3 kilometers on one side and 0 on the other and 10 kilometers from downtown. So that speaks for itself in regards to climate change and the carbon footprint. And I want to just highlight that as well. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Councillor. I now have Councillor Wilson, second time.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask some questions with respect to climate change in the report, please.
Go ahead.
I don't know who will be helping me in that regard. Could you identify them for me?
I'm just seeing who's popping up on the screen. Steve, can you recommend, or Heather, who would they be directed to?
Through the chair, we have in attendance Yul from SSG, again, who wrote the GHG emissions analysis report. And we also have staff from community planning who are working on the community energy and emissions plan, who are here to answer questions.
Terrific. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. And of course, I'm asking these questions in the backdrop of an emergency that's been planned in British Columbia, where the impacts of climate change are being felt by our neighbors. So to the individual who can assist me, just some opening comments to frame this. I trust that you're familiar with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report.
Through the chair, this is Yul from SSG, and yes, I am.
Okay. Would it be fair in that report, because that I'm trusting informs your assessment, that it stated that humans are indisputably responsible for 1.1 degrees Celsius of global average temperature rise since about the pre-industrial era?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Leading to climate impacts that directly and indirectly influence human health and well-being? Yes. Would you be able to say so orally, sir? Just because some people are watching or listening. Thank you. But is it fair to say that that same international physical science report said that today's choices will determine whether we're going to be locked into catastrophic climatic changes, or that we have an opportunity to extend humanity a little bit further?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'd like to go, if I could, to your assessment. And would you be able to provide an overview generally up level before I go down into it of how you concluded your assessment on the variable of climate change, on the models, on the options, beg your pardon?
Yeah, so basically we take the population and employment projections from planning, and we distribute them across the city in zones. And we do that over time, so year over year, from 2020 to 2050, or 2051 rather. And as we're adding people over time, activity follows those people. So that activity can include houses, which includes heating and cooling equipment within them. It can include transportation. It includes workplaces. So all of those pieces generate energy, and that results in emissions. There's also a small impact on sequestration. And so we do that for both of the scenarios. And then we basically compare the scenarios and how energy and emissions changes between those two scenarios.
Thank you. Through the chair, to Ms. Gill, what is the relationship between linear infrastructure and carbon emission and energy use?
So the energy and emissions impact of infrastructure is associated with either piping or the embodied emissions within the materials. And we did not assess the embodied emissions within the materials that are used to provide that infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. Would you be able to comment, though, also on the energy it takes in which to actually construct linear infrastructure?
Right. So that would be associated with the machinery used to dig trenches in the ground, or the machinery used to make asphalt, for example, which would have an emissions footprint. Is that what you're referring to?
My assumption was always that linear infrastructure, in order to operate it, you're necessarily going to be using greater energy, for example, in transportation, and also to operate that water system than you would perhaps in a more compact form.
Right. So certainly there's a correlation between distance and energy consumed. So the further that you're moving anything, the more energy you use and the more emissions that you produce. And that applies to land use planning in general.
So thank you. So when you evaluated option, the ambitious density versus the no boundary, what did you conclude in your climate change assessment?
So we concluded that the impact of the no urban boundary expansion has fewer emissions than the ambitious density scenario, and that ranges from 30 to 50,000 tons CO2 per year. That 30 to 50,000 tons is relatively small in comparison to Hamilton's overall emissions footprint, which in 2016 was 8.7 million tons. But over the period, it's somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million tons of emissions avoided.
Thank you. I think it was your report through the chair that talked about perhaps methods and means to mitigate that impact. So there's a sentence that reads, streets for new growth areas can be designed to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Was that from your report through the chair?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, would you care to comment on it now that I have you here? I'm struggling with it because I would submit that it's the notion of building more linear infrastructure only to have to turn around and try and mitigate its impact is an expressed failure, because the actual linear infrastructure itself is a carbon producer and exaggerates climate change. No? That the idea that streets for new growth can be designed to mitigate climate change is an oxymoron. That building new linear infrastructure to facilitate vehicular traffic is fundamentally contradictory to what the IPCC is asking us to do. No?
Well, I think you can, and many communities are requiring that new developments have net zero emissions, and that would mean that all of the vehicles need to be electric, that active transportation is prioritized, that homes have zero emissions through passive house design and local generation. So you can require that new development doesn't have a GHG impact, at least directly. There is, of course, an embodied carbon impact of all of those endeavors, but that embodied impact would likely occur no matter where that development happens. If you don't have that requirement, then any new development which drives incremental new activity is going to result in more energy and emissions.
Mm-hmm. And that's the statement that option one presents an opportunity to plan for new and innovative net zero greenfield communities incorporating climate mitigation and adaptive measures. Is that what you're referring to, sir, through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. I think the challenge on that front is that the municipalities don't necessarily have all of the levers that would require that type of net zero development, and possibly there are creative approaches that could be used to achieve that, but it's not easy.
No, thank you for reminding me that. We've had several conversations. I think it was in planning committee. My colleagues can correct me, but the constraints that are presented to municipalities through the building code, for example, and our inability to require that. So there's that. I guess I was always of the impression, though, that, and again, it goes back to through the chair, what we're going to have to do in recognition of the realities that are set out by the IPCC. Because I thought the report referenced heat islands, for example, and that infill would create more challenges in terms of urban heat. But as I understand it, and I don't know if you can comment on this, but I will ask you, we have people dying, and it's recorded as a public health crisis. We have people dying in older urban areas as a consequence of heat right now. And in the absence of retrofitting those existing facilities, as opposed to just building out new, those, as our temperatures go up, those people are going to continue to be particularly vulnerable, especially older people, lower income people. Would you care to comment on that action is going to have to take place through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. I mean, I think, and as we've seen in BC, like climate change is really changing everything. So it's changing the way we build and need to build. It's changing the way we need to plan. So it's the impacts of climate change are really cascading through all of the infrastructure that we have, and the damages that they're causing, and the vulnerabilities of people. And I don't think we can understate how transformative and how impactful climate is, the climate impacts are and will continue to be. And certainly heat island effect is one of those that many people are grappling with right now.
Thank you. I appreciate your questions. Thank you, Chair. Or your answers.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor. I am going to welcome Councillor Russ Powers, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, you'll hear it out and then direct it to the appropriate staff for an answer. Both Councillors Partridge and Councillor Johnson reference Section E of the report. Councillor Partridge was supportive of maintaining it. Councillor Johnson suggested that she could not support that. I would just like some clarity, particularly with regards to Councillor Johnson. What was there goes back and quite a substantial number of years, back into regional council days where we approved the expansion out in the Binbrook area. So if indeed committee supports what Councillor Johnson is asking for, does it have any immediate impacts, or is it just a direction? Could I get some clarity, please?
Thank you, sir.
Through the chair, if recommendation E is modified to remove the direction for staff to evaluate requests related to expansion from Binbrook, really that would be the implication, is that right now staff have received 2 requests from landowners to look at a potential minor 10-hectare expansion from that area. If we're directed to only look at water down, then that simply is what we will do. We will not put those 2 requests through our evaluation framework, and we'll instead focus our evaluation on the water down area. Thank you.
Supplementary, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just back to Ms. Travis again. So the original plan for the expansion in the Binbrook area would stand, and as you've alluded to, is any additional requests would not be considered.
That is correct. The existing Binbrook urban area boundary would in no way be affected by the removal in any way, shape, or form. The current ask is seeking whether or not council wishes staff to look at expanding the Binbrook urban boundary, but the current designated urban area would not be altered or affected in any way if council was to remove any reference to Binbrook from recommendation E.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Just resetting, and I'm going to turn to, my apologies, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick follow-up question to Mr. Scanlon on the financial implications. So we talked about the costing side of the ledger, but I'm wondering if Mr. Scanlon has reviewed the tax density and the income side of the ledger, in being that higher density with commercial and industrial in higher densities that facilitate those kinds of neighborhood commercial developments and jobs have a higher possibility for revenue versus 60% single family homes and 30% townhomes.
To the extent that we've undertaken the work thus far, we have looked at the amount of assessment on average generated per capita. So we've been looking at newer homes, newer low, medium, and high density. And generally the medium density actually has the lowest per capita assessment. And then it depends on the, I guess, the type of units that you're building. Obviously, if you have a luxury apartments, they yield a higher amount, whereas, smaller, more dense developments may have a lower assessment. So generally, on a per capita basis, there's a slight edge for the low density against the high density on an assessment per capita. So that's about the extent of where we've been able to observe the differences on the revenue side. Except if we get into certain services such as transit, if there's a higher utilization, obviously with the transit use, there'd be a higher amount of revenue generated through that revenue stream. Obviously, on a per bus basis, you'd get more revenue. But that's the extent at this particular point that we've evaluated.
Thank you. I guess I'm a little confused by that assessment. So on a per capita basis, if you've got single family homes with, I don't know, 30 units per hectare, something like that, in a new greenfield development versus in downtown development with 30-story apartment buildings with hundreds and hundreds of units, would not the tax revenue be drastically higher per capita for that type of dense infill development?
Through the chair, not necessarily. As I say, if we have, let's say, apartment buildings and pick a price, let's say they're going at $400,000 a unit, and on average you get 2 people in it, then you generate $200,000 per capita. $400,000 assessment divided by 2 people in that unit gives you $200,000. If your single family home is at 750,000, and let's say you divide it by 3 people per unit, and I'm just using a general example, then you would end up with a higher amount of assessment. You'd be somewhere around $250,000 per capita versus the $200,000 per capita in the amount of assessment that you would generate. So that was the response that I was giving, Councillor.
Thank you. And I guess I'm surprised to hear that, because we've seen detailed financial evaluations from, for example, Joe Menikazi, that quite emphatically shows the exact opposite, that tax density is much, much higher in urban dense settings, especially once you start to incorporate that those types of developments then facilitate spin-off development in terms of commercial tax base as well?
Well, through the chair, if you're talking density, so that you're on 1 acre of land, you're going to put 100 units, and on a greenfield, so you're going to put 10 single family, I would agree that the amount of revenue per acre, because of the density, would be different. My response was on a per unit basis, the assessment generated on a per capita basis. So slightly different perspective. I'm just looking at it on a per unit, whereas I think, if I have it correct, Councillor, you were talking about densities.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I think we were talking about two different things there. So yes, I was referring to land use density in terms of whether it's high density or medium density versus single family homes that are low density.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. And I now have Councillor Whitehead. Second time. Councillor Whitehead.
Question I have is, Mike Zagaric brought in a report a while back, and there seems to be going back and forth on the taxability and what we collect. So I would ask Mike Zagaric to bring that report back. People often forget that when a new subdivision is built, that the roads and everything underneath it is paid for by the development community. I'm not talking about the system coming there, but I'm talking about the stuff built in the subdivision. And secondly, those roads have probably 25 to 85 years life. The sewers are in the same time frame. So that means that they're paying taxes that's actually being used by the poor areas of the city to fix their infrastructure for years to come. And no one accounts for that income that comes in and is generated over 25, 30 years. So I just want to highlight that, Madam Chair, because it seems to me that we get what I call urban myth in regards to development and whether it pays for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I will go now to Councillor Partridge, second time.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just need some clarification on item D of 8.3. It says that council authorized staff to evaluate phasing of growth options under the ambitious density scenario to identify where and when development of the White Belt lands comprised of one or more of the areas known as Elfrida, 20 Road East, 20 Road West, and Whitechurch should occur. I don't see Waterdown or Binbrook included in there. So are they excluded from that and they'll be looked at separately? Through you, please, to whoever can answer that on staff.
Through the chair, yes, we separated them out as two separate recommendations because they will be evaluated under a different framework. We have a different evaluation criteria that applies to our White Belt growth areas, which are obviously form the majority of the potential growth areas within the city, as opposed to the opportunity to review the 10-hectare expansions from Waterdown or Binbrook, and that's why they are separated out as two different and distinct recommendations. But just to be clear, I should confirm if council was going to consider a 10-hectare expansion from Waterdown, for example, that 10 hectares would come out of the overall 1,310 hectares of land that we need overall. So it would not be 1,310 hectares plus 10. It does form part of that overall land need number as identified in the land needs assessment.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Heather, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that clarification. I'm prepared, and I think Councillor Johnson is prepared, one of us or both of us, to put an amendment forward to remove Binbrook from item E. And I want to thank Councillor Powers for his questions that he raised, and good questions all around from everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. We will come back for that amendment after I exhaust the speakers list, please. And I'm now going to go to Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And, you know, I've been talking to people, and I think intensification is very, very important. I think we need to be near transportation, we need to be near schools, all that. But somebody asked me, have you done the study where people are afraid because of the pandemic? I know a lot more people wanted choices. They wanted choices maybe to move out of an apartment, out of a condo, not to have 10, 30, 40-story condos where they're all in one. Has there any study been done because of the pandemic? And we don't know the future of, future pandemics. Has there any study been done that? And the choice of people choosing where they want to live. I don't know who would like to answer that.
Yeah, we're just looking for someone to join in on that, Councillor. Thank
Steve
you.
Robichaud here.
Mr.
I'm not
Robichaud.
aware of any recent studies on consumer housing preferences being impacted by COVID. I think what the issue was not so much whether it's a question of people like preference as relates to density, but overcrowding. Overcrowding is not a desirable situation, but not density is not bad. And I've noticed that the industry responded very quickly in the sense that you saw new condominiums where the door was operated by your phone, the elevators, everything sort of became an app, and that it became into a no-touch environment. It also thought about from an urban design perspective, the importance of people wanting balconies that were usable balconies, as well as ensuring that there was green space and access to natural areas was also an important consideration. So generally, it's those good urban design, good architecture, and good planning principles where those are being met and achieved, then people don't necessarily have a concern about living in a more dense environment. It's those sort of whether the housing doesn't offer those amenities or that the building didn't provide for that separation. It's sort of an overcrowding situation. That's what people did not like and they were reacting against. So it's sort of that mantra I've always said is density without design equals disaster. That is sort of that situation where you have a well-designed building that designs for the user in mind, then those buildings sort of stand the test of time and become desirable buildings and attractive. You combine that with a climate change lens where it's important in terms of passive solar energy and how we design the building on the site to respond to rainwater considerations, as well as providing outdoor amenity areas on the property. Those become very attractive and desirable buildings. And what we're seeing through at the applications that are coming forward is applicants and architects are thinking about those lenses when they're designing these infill projects or greenfield projects in terms of ensuring that it is a well-designed building and responding to all of those considerations. And just anecdotally, what I'm reading in the paper now is you're seeing a return to the rental housing market in the major urban areas like Toronto. They are now seeing high demand for quality rental accommodation in those environments. So I anticipate that will continue going forward, and we will just sort of see that temporary blip where people left urban areas because their jobs allowed them to leave. But as they start being recalled to the office, you will start to see a migration back to urban centers and urban areas as people start realizing that they want to be closer to work in the bundle of amenities that goes with an urban living environment. I don't know if Mr. Lorius has anything to add or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
I don't know if you have
sorry.
anything to add. I would appreciate it. Yeah.
Mr. Loris.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would agree with Mr. Robichaud's assessment. I'm not aware of a study that has specifically examined the shift in housing types only related to the COVID pandemic, but definitely there is a concern about closeness and a concern about safety. And we have seen what I think will be a temporary trend of the sort of central city departure, and we're already seeing it in downtown Toronto. The condo market is sort of firing back up, and the rents are back up, and so as we had discussed previously with respect to the office market as well, the general expectation is that notwithstanding some bumps along the road, it will return because there are benefits to the agglomeration economy that will persist over the long term and help support the attractiveness of dense urban environments for residential intensification and for higher density employment uses. It'll probably come down to the design of the buildings and having safety sort of higher up on the list than it might have been in the past, if that helps.
Yes, I did hear about Toronto. I know 5 family that came from condos from Toronto to buy a house here because it was, first of all, more affordable, and because of the pandemic, because we were working from home, and I'm wondering in the future, I know business are not calling it all their workers back. It's a hybrid. It saves them money. They're more productive, I heard. And so those are all my questions. I think it is important to intensify it, and it's important not to use farmland. But I think I have a hard time with the choice. There's a lot of families that want a backyard as well. There's a lot of families that do not want to live in condos, And so those are my questions that I don't really know where we solve those problems. But yeah, I'll listen some more. So thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go back now to a third time, Councillor Whitehead. I'm sorry.
Yes, hello?
Just a moment. I'm sorry, Councillor Whitehead. I have Councillor Jackson showing his second time. Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Oh, thanks, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Listen, only because Bimbrook was brought up by a couple of my colleagues, and it's all tied in to a very salient decision we're going to make today, one way or the other, whether to expand, not to expand, a hybrid, a balanced approach, whatever it might be. And only because Bimbrook was brought up. And I was there in the late 90s under regional government at that time, Deputy Mayor Pearson. So I just want to say, I know in hindsight, everybody's got perfect vision, but at that time in 1999, under two-tiered government, when a mayor and deputy mayor from each of the suburban municipalities sat on regional government with the old City of Hamilton councillors and our mayor and a regional chair, three things I want to quickly say. Number one, the mayor and deputy mayor of the day from Glanbrook strongly supported the Bimbrook settlement expansion. Secondly, the 2 or 3 main developers that we're going to build promised to service 100% of the cost, no cost to the municipality, which they did. And thirdly, what I heard from many families in Bimbrook, generational families, were they wanted housing in Bimbrook for their kids and grandkids because they didn't want them, remember now, before amalgamation, they didn't want them necessarily living in old Hamilton or having to move out of Bimbrook for housing. So Deputy Mayor Pearson, thank you for allowing me that context historically, because that's exactly what occurred 22 years ago and why Councillor Tom Jackson supported it then, because the mayor and deputy mayor of the day strongly supported the Bimbrook growth. Thank you.
Very well said, Councillor. Appreciate that clarification. And I'm now going to turn to Councillor Whitehead. Third time, sir.
Thank you. And I think that was the intent, but that's not what happened. The population in Bimbrook is 4 times, 5 times the population of what was living there in the context of the generational issues. So I want to highlight the fact that if you drive there and look at how much farmland is being eaten up out in Bimbrook relative to the population of Bimbrook pre-expansion, and there was a cost. There was a cost on an expansion of a line to accommodate that growth that we had to pay for as taxpayers. So I want to highlight that as well. I just want to make sure we're dealing with facts. I was going to go back to the issue of the pandemic, because I've been reading a lot about the pandemic. SARS, for example, was passed up through HVAC systems, through water systems within multi-residential apartment buildings and so forth. The highest death rate is in high density areas throughout North America. So the question I have is, no one stopped to take a breath to take a look at what changes, common space, elevators. You talk about no touch, that's great, but if you have to still share an elevator, that's the problem. If you have to share a common space, that's the problem. So I'm trying to understand, no one stopped to pause and say, maybe we need to take another look at this?
Is this a question you're directing to staff?
Somebody's got to be able to answer that, because I'm surprised after a pandemic, and they're saying the next one will be worse, that no one's taking back and saying, yeah, let's just feed more people to the pandemic. We should be preventing death, not actually creating a petri dish for people to die. So I just want to know what we are doing to ensure that the type of buildings we're building in the current and going into the future are going to address all those issues from the SARS report and as well as the COVID-19 studies that have come out.
Councillor, I think that I'm potentially Mr. Thorne or Mr. Robichaud touched on it earlier as far as some of the technologies that have come along.
That was a touch stuff, but that doesn't answer the elevator sharing. That doesn't answer the common space sharing, that doesn't necessarily washer, dryer, community setting. There's a lot of common areas and spaces within apartment buildings, for example, that are high risk areas, according to many experts.
Okay, Councillor. So I'm seeing Mr. Robichaud and Mr. Thorne present on.
Sorry, Chair. I would suggest that ultimately the Ontario Building Code does dictate the standards, and the chief building official has an obligation to issue a building permit if a development complies with the Ontario Building Code. Notwithstanding that, we are looking at both our standards of development, i.e. in terms of amenity space, outdoor, landscaped areas, balconies, windows, those sorts of design considerations with buildings, as well as trying to provide a full continuum of choice within the market in terms of walk-up, stacked townhouses, walk-up apartments, masonettes, stacked masonettes, and then traditional ground-related forms of housing. And then there's the existing communities in terms of people if they want to, buy an existing home. So it's through that provision of a full continuum of housing types, styles, and designs. It allows consumers to make that degree of choice. So that's part of how people can respond to it. Some people don't have any issues or concerns, relating to COVID. Other people, I know you talk to them, they do have issues and concerns. And what we are seeing is working with our colleagues, the architects and other designers, they are responding to this and being very creative in some of the form and type of housing that we're seeing, so that they can achieve, medium or high density housing that is still grade related. And with the, each unit has its own front door. So we are seeing some innovative responses to this issue. I don't know if Mr. Thorne has anything else.
So through you, Madam Chair, I would agree with what Mr. Robichaud said. The only other thing I would add is the other area where you're seeing a lot of sort of discussion in sort of urban planning circles is just around access then to public space, access to green space, availability of public amenities. Those types of things are another area that become particularly important in higher density areas where people don't have as much private amenity space. So that's another area that I think is something you're going to see some change on in the coming years, and including in Hamilton, where Mr. Robichaud and his team are working on some of the site plan guidelines that will guide future development. And I think those are some of the changes we'll see coming forward as part of those guidelines. Thank you.
I really appreciate those answers. The thing I was reading recently is high density cities, Hong Kong, New York, San Francisco, and Fort, or you continue. There's a higher rate, of mental health, anxiety, and depression and suicides in those communities, and some of it is afforded to the fact of the density. Has there been any talk or conversations around that?
So through you, Madam Chair, the literature I've read on that subject, a lot of that tends to tie back to, again, it's that access to public space, it's access to green space. It's there's interesting studies around the impact on mental health for if you pass nature, see nature on a regular basis, whether that's kind of just your walk to work and you see street trees, those types of things. I've seen some interesting studies around those impacts on mental health. Architecture and form as well. Interesting studies I've seen around the quality of architecture, the quality of design, and how that impacts the people who live in a neighborhood. So I think all of those things around built form, urban fabric, public space and amenity, architecture and design, all of those types of things do, I think, have an impact on mental health. I would say that applies in both high density, low density, essentially any neighborhood. I think those are relevant considerations for sure.
I really appreciate that. The one report I read was actually talking about the fact that there's no place to escape when there's people around you at all times. And even those beautiful designs, if you have a high density, that means everyone's using those same spaces, meaning that you don't really have that clarity and silence, or that space where you can be alone. And I think that's what they're identifying in the context of people, human beings needing that space. And I just want to highlight that because that's going to become more apparent as more studies are prevalent in cities and the high density forms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Clark, second time, sir.
No, I'm going to contain myself and let it go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Councillor Wilson, third time.
Yeah, I can't because I think it's important because we are a public body. We also are the Board of Health, and I think we have a duty and obligation to respond to some of these statements that may get people feeling worried. Just for the record, in the United States, COVID actually started in the suburbs of New York and in the far southern suburbs of San Francisco. So there's that. It's also notable from the data that New York City and, say, Pittsfield, Massachusetts, had the same rate of COVID cases per 100,000 people per square mile, yet New York City is more than 44 times denser than Pittsfield. East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, Albany, Georgia have higher ratios than the Big Apple. So there is evidence and data and facts that tell us there's how to clearly delineate these things between people who are living in dwellings that are too small for them because it's an income issue and an affordability issue versus the issue of density. So can we just assure our residents that it's actually the social determinants of health here as opposed to what is being suggested? Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Partridge, please.
I just want to say thank you to Councillor Wilson, and I'm not sure why I was on for a third time, but all my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if you're asking to speak, but just says you're here. So if you are, please go ahead, sir.
Thanks for offering, and while I'm here, I may as well. Lots of lessons to be learned today, and I'm not one to going to be trying to disprove the great advice we're receiving from all of our consultants and staff, and I just want to express some appreciation for the enormous amount of work they put into preparing all of this for us. We pay a lot of people a lot of good money to give us their best advice, and I really appreciate the work they put into that. Steve Robichaud and Jason Thorne and the entire team have worked extremely hard to give us the best possible advice that they can provide, and I really appreciate it. And I'm really not going to spend any time second guessing it. I may have a different view in terms of what our ultimate outcome should be. But I'm not going to go down all the various roads that some others have gone down, and really want to get into the in-camera session so we can hear what that has to say and how that might impact anything that we might be doing today. And then hopefully we'll get to debate. And my history here, but for whatever it's worth, I've always tried to avoid using our staff to make our debating points. If you want to make a debating point, make your debating point. But using our staff to kind of either bolster or deny or extenuate or exaggerate those issues, I think is unfortunate. So let's have a debate on the issue. I know where I stand. Just to cover off what Councillor Jackson responded to, which was the development in Bimbrook. It all revolved around a water line that had to come from the sewage treatment, or not the landfill site to the sewage treatment plant. Really started the whole process of the mayor of the day, God rest his soul, Glenn Etherington. Don't remember who the deputy mayor was at the time, but they both aggressively lobbied all members of regional council, including the regional chair at the time, to support a full 100% costed development charge, costed development since the water line was being put in. Why are we not, putting new housing in this Bimbrook Village area? And convinced all of regional council to support that. That was a different time, some 25 years ago. And the reality is that development has in fact occurred. And in fact, one of the few places where we've had 100% development charge recovery for infrastructure that had to be delivered there. So there was a premium paid by everyone that bought a house there. That I know the developers were not happy about, but they paid 100% of the initial development charge cost for all the services that were going to be required there going forward. So, different time, different day. I would say today, we'd probably not make the same decision, but certainly it was a different time, and certainly the politics of the day was, strongly lobbied by the Glanbrook. Back then, it was called Glanbrook. The Glanbrook representatives were very strong on desire to have development happening in their Glenbrook, Binbrook village. So I don't want to revisit all of those issues, but since the point was made, I think some clarity was appropriate. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And I'm hoping that we can get to the in-camera portion, because I think that way will certainly also galvanize some thoughts and ideas about where we might go next with this whole issue. I really thank our staff. Staff have done a terrific job. I'll thank them again later when we deal with the item. And all of the consultants that have brought forward their best advice, their expertise. And if we all decide that we want to go in a different direction, fair ball. I may very well be there myself. You know, I've long said that we need to maintain a firm urban boundary, and I'm not changing my mind anytime soon. But that doesn't negate the fact that we have some very talented people providing us some advice that might be contrary to that view, and I think there's some caution to be had relative to their thoughts and ideas about what they're putting on the table here. Thank you all for that, and Madam Chair, I look forward to going into camera.
We're getting there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for that. So now, with that, I have exhausted the speakers list. And respectfully, I'm going to suggest, as Councillor Partridge was mentioning, moving a motion on the item E, that we will refrain from doing that until we come back into open session, and we will deal with the reports comprehensively. So I'm going to ask now for a mover and a seconder to defer consideration of item 8.3 until committee reconvenes in open session. Moved by Mr. Mayor, second by Councillor Clark. Electronic vote, everyone, please.
Councillor Marula, are you able to vote? Thumbs up, I got you. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, are you there? Okay.
Thank you, and that vote carries 14-0. Now, with regards to item 14, private and confidential, may I please have a mover and a seconder to move into closed session respecting item 14.1 pursuant to section 9.1 subsections E and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 and subsection 2392, subsections E and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. We will have an electronic vote. Mover, please, and seconder to go in camera. Moved by Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Ferguson. And electronic vote, please.
1 second.
Not a problem. And that vote carries 16-0. Thank you. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of this meeting, when you will see the members of council rejoining the meeting. A reminder to all members of committee to please ensure you move into the closed session portion of eScribe. And before we move into closed session, I would ask all members of the public to please exit the WebEx meeting. As well, any staff that are not directly related to item 14.1 are also asked to please exit this WebEx meeting. And we will start once Madam Clerk confirms.
You can move us into close. Yeah. So just to let everybody know, even though we'll be back in 5 minutes, we are streaming and
Stephanie, if you would put me on for item 8.3, I'd appreciate that. Request is in the chat.
You're live?
Thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. Hope everybody was took a responsible break there. Councillor Brad Clark, I know that you had to put something on the floor, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Respect to item 4.1, please excuse my barking dog. He thinks he's really tough and he's not. Update respecting the Ontario Lands Tribunal appeals of the rural and urban Hamilton official plans regarding urban boundary expansion in the context of Grids 1. I declared in camera a potential pecuniary interest with respect to this particular report, as by virtue of my son's retail business interest with the principle of urban solutions, there exists a pecuniary interest with the members' code of conduct, and the common law requires me to declare it. So I recused myself, left the meeting, and did not participate in it, and will not vote on the subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. With that now, we'll go into 14.1 is the update respecting the Ontario Land Tribunal appeals of rural and urban Hamilton official plans regarding urban boundary expansion in the context of grids 1 and the 2006 growth plan LS 16029 F as in Frank, PED 162848 F as in Frank citywide. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following? A, that the presentation provided to committee in closed session respecting report LS 16029F PED 16248F, update respecting Ontario Land Tribunal appeals of rural and urban Hamilton official plans regarding urban boundary expansion in the context of grids 1 and 2006 growth plan be received. And B, that the direction provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 16029F PED 16248F update respecting Ontario Land Tribunal appeals of rural and urban Hamilton official plans regarding urban boundary expansion in the context of grids 1 and 2006 growth plan be approved, and C, that report LS 16029F PED 16248F update respecting Ontario Land Tribunal appeals of rural and urban Hamilton official plans regarding urban boundary expansion in the context of grids 1 and 2006 growth plan remain confidential. This will be an electronic vote. And I'm sorry, I have, where do we start here? Councillor, is it Councillor Barr? Do I have Councillor Farr? No. Madam Clerk, could you just clarify who's the next on here, because it's all just ran together.
I don't see any speakers.
Okay.
You just need a mover and a seconder.
I see Councillor, is the mayor on? No, these are old ones. Okay, sorry. Mover and seconder then, sorry. The chat continues, so I don't know where the last ended. So mover and a seconder then, moved by Mr. Mayor. Seconded by, sorry, Councillor Partridge. And
Councillor Whitehead wants to speak. I can see him.
Yes, just a second here. Okay, sorry, Councillor Whitehead on the recommendations. Councillor Whitehead, we can't hear you, sir. Councillor Whitehead, we can't hear you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly can't support anything that took place. I think it's a travesty. It'll come back to bite us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor, you will appropriately vote as you feel necessary. Madam Clerk, I will ask before we go to the vote, I'd like to separate the vote if I could, at least for item 2. I'd like to be noted.
So through Madam Deputy Mayor, which part would you like to separate? A, B, or C?
Item B, please.
Okay.
Thank you for the vote. Thank you for that.
No problem. One moment. Just give me a second to take that one out.
Where are you reading this 1, 2, and 3? I can't see it from the in-camera part. Are we on the in-camera report?
We're on, yes, but the recommendations in open session. The first part is that the presentation be received, Councillor Ferguson. The second was that the direction given in closed session be approved, and the third is that the report remain confidential. So A, B, and C.
Okay.
Okay.
So the only thing we have to do separately then is 2, I guess.
I've asked to have B separate. I'd like to vote separately on B.
I'm trying
number
to do that.
Number 2.
I don't have the in-camera. Yes.
Excuse me, just for process, we're voting on an in-camera meeting, so I just abstain from this vote or not vote at all?
Abstain and you'll be shown as conflict.
Thank you.
Okay. So what I'm going to pull up first is subsection A and C, which is to receive the presentation and the report remain confidential. Okay.
Sorry.
Receiving the presentation as A,
Yes.
and the
And
report will remain confidential. B, I will
Yes.
do next.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Whitehead, I see your opposition.
Point of order, if I may, Madam Clerk. Just you know, at some point I want to get the clerk to rule on separating these votes out. We're doing this now more frequently, and I think it runs kind of contrary to you know, how we should be voting on these matters. Because if you're opposed, you're opposed, and then now we're pulling out certain elements of a motion and kind of parsing them out, which I think is a, you know, an unusual habit that I think I'd like to get a ruling on. So just I want to raise that point. We're going to carry on just to get this thing done, but I'm going to be asking the clerk for some ruling on that, which I think.
And that's fine, Mr. Mayor. I would say offline by all means, but respectfully, I have no problem receiving a presentation, and I have no problem confirming that the report remain confidential.
And through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it would require a change to the bylaw. Right now, there's nothing in the procedural bylaw that directs us that we cannot separate votes. Unfortunately, we have been doing it for a while, but yeah, there's nothing that prohibits it at the moment. Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Marula. I don't have your votes. So Councillor Marula, were you in favor or opposed to receiving the receiving the presentation and that it remain confidential?
Yes, digitally, for some reason, I'm not able to vote today, so I'm going to have to maybe contact IT. However, having said that, on the motion itself to receive, I do support. I do approve with respect to the direction in closed session. Yes, I do support. And number three, the issue, a formal, I don't, actually, everything else is fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. So item B, Madam Clerk, you'll be putting up for a vote.
It's up on the screen.
Vote carries 13. I'm sorry, what is that?
Carries 13 to 1 with
one
two
with
in a
two
conflict.
Abstained.
Yeah, 2 conflicts.
Yes, and 2 conflicts. Thank you.
And I will put up B now, and I will use the same mover and seconder, Mayor Eisenberger and Councillor Partridge. So give me a moment to put that in.
Thank you.
Okay, and B is coming up, that the direction to staff in closed session be approved. Councillor Whitehead, I'm sorry, I do see you. Thank you.
And Councillor
Councillor
Marula.
Marula, thank you.
Okay, that carries 11-3 with 2 abstentions.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, everyone. Now we're going to go back to item 8.2, which we tabled this morning. We were dealing with it, and the report is on the floor now. Item 8.2 with recommendations A through C3. Can I have a mover to put this on the floor? And a seconder, moved by Mr. Mayor, second by Councillor Esther Pauls. So that is on the floor then. And I'm sorry, should I just read off? This is the Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review Final Land Needs Assessment and Addendum and Peer Review Results Report. That's moved and seconded, Madam Clerk.
I'm so sorry, I didn't catch the mover and seconder. I was trying to
It was Mr. Mayor and Councillor Pauls.
Thank you.
Sorry.
There's a speakers list, sorry.
I'm sorry, my apologies. So we have a speakers list. Councillor Johnson. This is item
actually,
8.2.
this was a comment from before, and it's really a point of order for myself. I did not declare openly that I do have a conflict with the in-camera item.
Okay.
It's there's family names in there that are the same as my my assistant, so I had to step out of the in-camera session, which is why I abstained. That's what I wanted to put out first and foremost, and I would like to go on the list at the end for the for 8.3, please.
Thank you. So we're on 8.2. Councillor Danko to 8.2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess the process question was, would it be more appropriate to address this after 8.3? Because A, we are approving the land needs assessment. So depending on what happens with 8.3, that would change how we deal with 8.2, would it not?
Madam Clerk or staff?
I would ask staff to clarify.
Yeah, please. Could I ask staff to clarify? Mr. Robish, Mr.
So
Thorne.
yeah, so through the chair, I think the councillor is correct that A would suggest that you're adopting the land needs assessment as the basis for the municipal comprehensive review. So if it's council's desire not to do that or to wait until you've made a decision on the next report, then I think that would be appropriate, and then you can make a decision on A as to how you want to deal with the land needs assessment report. So I would agree with the councillor.
So we will refer 8.2 again. Madam Clerk, will remove that from the vote and we'll turn to 8.3, correct?
No, I'm going to have to put up a motion that because we're
Yes.
on its consideration of 8.2 be deferred until 8.3.
I thought that was what the original direction was.
No,
Okay.
it wasn't.
No,
Thank you.
I wouldn't mess with you.
No, it was not. It was just referred until we came back into open session. So Councillor Farr, I heard you say you'll move the deferral of 8.2 until after 8.3, and Councillor Powers is going to second that.
Okay, 1 second. It'll be right up. There you go. Councillor Marula, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thumbs up. Thank you.
Councillor Whitehead, thank you. And Councillor Ferguson. Thumbs up or thumbs down to referring consideration of, thank you.
Got it. And that carries 15-1. Thank you. And we're now going to go on to item 8.3, everyone. This is the Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review, How Should Hamilton Grow Evaluation, PED 17010 citywide. And I'm going to see if there's anyone on the speakers list. If not, we'll have a mover and a second to put this. Actually, we need to put a mover and a second to put this on the floor again. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? So mover and second to put this on the floor. Don't everyone rush. Okay, moved by Councillor Ferguson. Seconded by, no? Okay, sorry. I need 2 people to put this report on the floor. Can I put it on the floor as the chair? No. Mr. Mayor, thank you. Seconder? I can second it. I will second it, put it on the floor. Okay, so it's on the floor. Speakers list, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I'm very, as I said earlier, very appreciative of all the work that the consultants and our staff have done. I think they've provided their best knowledge and advice on the issues. And I think I really appreciate the effort they put into this. And I want to compliment them all. This is a difficult, complex issue that will not end today, but certainly will come to some resolution today that I think will put us into a good position for the next few years. And I did indicate earlier, and Madam Clerk, if you could, I did indicate earlier that I intended to put an amendment on either version of whether they accept the recommendation or we do a no urban boundary expansion. And I'm hoping you still have that handy.
I do, and if you give me 1 quick second, I will open that up and share my screen.
That's great. And I would like to put that amendment on now. It will apply to either version, and I'll certainly be telling you what my views are in terms of what we need to approve today. But I think this amendment have to be directed to the Planning Committee
Well,
annually
hang on.
non-residential. Sorry.
I'm sorry, we're just trying to get it clear here so everyone can see it. You see it
Okay,
differently than it's
I'm
seen
just
here.
reading
So,
it out and I see it
yep.
on my screen. So
Yep.
staff be directed to report to the Planning Committee annually on residential development activity, including but not limited to the city's residential intensification rate, construction activity in terms of housing mix, the city's supply of vacant land to accommodate forecasted growth, and a comparison of actual versus forecasted growth as per the land needs assessment, to allow for adjustments as needed due to any negative or positive impacts of the adopted City of Hamilton urban boundary and growth strategy. I'd like to put that forward now, and I think it's critically important that that we continue to measure the impacts of this on a year-to-year basis, because both versions have impacts, and I think we're being advised by staff that there's a potentially an ambitious intensification strategy that we're employing here. Having said that, some would argue that we're not providing the kind of choice of housing that would allow them to get into housing in the city of Hamilton, because the choices aren't there and the options for their kind of style of living may not be available. And I think that's something we're going to have to track and stay on top of. And so I'd like to first of all introduce that amendment, and then secondly speak to the overall direction in terms of what my view is in terms of where we need to go with urban boundary expansion. So can we deal with the amendment first, Madam Chair?
Mr. Mayor, I think we should deal with that as an amendment you put on the floor, seconded by Councillor Merlin. Thank you. And we'll ask for a recorded vote on that. So that ties that into the full report, please.
Excuse me, through Madam Deputy Mayor, we do have a speakers list, but I don't know if it's with respect to the amendment or the overall report.
So it's with regards, I think, to the overall report, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I see Councillor Whitehead's hand waving.
Councillor Whitehead, is this to the amendment, Councillor Whitehead?
Everything, Madam Chair. So on the amendment, and I want to thank the mayor for showing leadership in the context of bending to the pressures of the people that responded to the survey. My concern is that our staff have done a great job. They have done the most comprehensive job in tying jobs to development. We have the Red Hill development with Maple Leaf and others that would be growing very well. We look at the airport and Amazon.
Okay, so Councillor, I apologize, but are you speaking to the amendment, sir, or are you speaking?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair, because all the amendment does is foregoing our responsibility to accept the main growth recommendation by suggesting that we should have a report back on an annualized basis on measuring the changes and the need and so forth. So basically, it's foregoing our responsibilities of making a decision. What it's doing is it's actually entrenching a no-growth strategy at this point in time. So that's why I'm speaking to this amendment, because it's important to people understand the impacts of what the mayor is suggesting here today. And that those amendments are leading to that entrenchment of the fact that your affordability, and I just don't understand, but I know economics. I know supply and demand, Madam Chair, and I know that if this is the direction you want to go, I respect that, because I think there are principled people across this table and we can agree to disagree. Having said that, I'm not closing the gate behind me so that future generations of children will never hold and own a single family home. I'm not an individual that's supporting these kinds of amendments that basically is foregoing our responsibility to make a decision. And I believe there's some people, I'm not going to say councillors around this table, that would like to see the province make the decision and so forth. So I'm not the one that's going to sit back here and allow the province make the decision. I want to have control of the decisions we make. And therefore,
point of order,
Councillor, I understand. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
If I could just clarify that I put forward this motion to be attached to
correct
whichever option that council ends up choosing. Has nothing to do with whether you want an expansion or not an expansion. My amendment is all about making sure that we collect the data and evaluate the positive or negative effects of either option, no matter which one we choose. So we're not promoting negating anything or not making sure that we're taking our responsibilities. It's really about being responsible to make sure that we collect the data and measure what the impacts are of the choice that we make today. Either way.
Okay.
So I understood that amendment was going to the non-growth amendment.
No, it's for both, Councillor. It was for both. I
Sorry,
tried to
I
interject
misunderstood, Madam
myself.
Chair. I'll take
It's
that
okay.
back and hold back to the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on the amendment only. I didn't think anyone on the speakers list was for discussion on the amendment. So on that, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Councillor Wilson did raise her hand, I believe.
Councillor Wilson on the amendment.
Yes, Chair.
Go
On
ahead.
the amendment. Yep, thank you. I don't have it in front of me. I just would like, first of all, before I offer my comment, I support the amendment, but I did want to put something on the table for public consumption. If the mayor could just read the first, up until where it talks about intensification, please.
I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to do that, please.
Oh, thank you.
I have put through Madam Deputy Mayor the resolution back up on the screen, and it reads that staff be directed to report to the Planning Committee annually on a residential development activity, including but not limited to the city's residential intensification rate, construction activity in terms of housing mix, the city's supply of vacant land to accommodate forecasted growth, and, oops, there's two ands in there, sorry, a comparison of actual versus forecasted growth as per the land needs assessment to allow for adjustment as needed due to any negative or positive impacts on the adopted City of Hamilton urban boundary and growth strategy.
Thank you. I really appreciate that once again. I'll support the motion. I just would like to flag for committee. I hope that this sparks a discussion whenever that first report comes forward of the role of some factors that are disabling us from hitting those intensification targets. And that includes some hidden subsidies and some issues of pricing as it pertains to land and development. And so I eagerly await the opportunity to maybe at that time direct staff to report back on that, because there is already a lot of work in that regard. And I think it will be instructive for us with respect to boundary discussions. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands or chats, we'll call the vote, please. And this amendment that has been moved by Mr. Mayor, seconded by Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. I see your thumbs up.
Got that.
Councillor Whitehead. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. It's carried 16-0. Thank you, everyone. Now, that's the amendment. It's moved by Mayor Eisenberger. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Chair.
Hang on, Mr. Mayor. We have a speakers list. Mr. Mayor, what did you want to say something to this vote?
No, I wanted to stay on the speakers list. I hadn't finished yet.
Okay, go ahead. Is this on the amendment, sir?
No,
Yes.
it's on the main motion.
Okay, so I'm just getting back to that. So on the main motion that was moved by yourself, seconded by myself, if I'm not mistaken. No, Councillor Esther Paul, sorry. On the main motion, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you. And so I do want to kind of reiterate again that it's always been my view that we need to hold a firm urban boundary. And as a result of the advent of LRT, it becomes even more important to maximize the opportunities for intensification and residential infill. And so I fully understand where staff have identified some of the challenges with that, but I think it's worthy of us to hold a firm urban boundary and then continue to make the assessments and potentially adjust. And I would say that even though the province dictates that we have to do urban boundary review every 10 years does not mean that we cannot look at it sooner than that. Does not mean that we have to wait 10 years before we have another peek at the urban boundary issue. And if we assess, based on the motion that was just passed, that there are impacts that we're not happy with or that we don't think are appropriate, we can review. And so I want to hold to the no urban boundary expansion, and I would appreciate our plugging in the numbers if council approves this direction, that we ask our staff to plug in the numbers that would put the no urban boundary into the motion that they had already drafted. So there's some language changes that they would have to put in there to accommodate that direction. And so I'll leave it to others to fill in the blanks. I don't care who moves it. I don't care who seconds it, but I will be supporting a no boundary expansion option that we will then at future days, future years, continue to analyze, evaluate, measure, and respond to should it be trending in a harmful and negative direction for the city of Hamilton. Those are all estimates that we can make at some other point. So thank you for everyone that's participated in this. Again, I'll say to staff, we have brilliant staff. We have some great consultants that have stepped forward that have done an awful lot of work. I appreciate it all. It's terrific information, important information. At the same time, I think there's an opportunity here to test the ability for us to create the kinds of infill and intensification that I think we aspire to. That still allows for some housing mix and still allows for growth. So this is not a no growth option. This is where do we grow option. And in my view, that where do we grow option ought to be within the existing urban boundary. If we find that that isn't working in the next year or two, that it doesn't meet the kinds of objectives that we think are appropriate, then we can always adjust. So, Madam Clerk, thank you for the time, and for whoever is bringing forward a motion, I suspect some will come forward on a no urban boundary option. I would just ask that we do it with the language that our staff had prepared in the original direction, and make the number adjustments to actually make it work so that we can take this to council and put this issue, at least for the moment, to bed. And you know what? And the reality is this is never over. It is an evolving process that never stops, and at some point down the road we'll be at this again, and hopefully all the good people that have stepped forward to provide this information will be available to do that. And I must also say that, you know, the developers are kind of characterized as you know, as people that are doing things that are bad, when in fact they're providing product that many in our community want. And you know, we're just defining policy. I'm not making a judgment of the developers. I believe that they over the years have done terrific work in providing housing product in our community. You know, were it not for the development community, we would not have the city we have here today. I don't think any of us are going to be getting into the building business. And so they take the risks. They provide the product. We create the policy and the framework in terms of what boundary and what areas that they can grow and develop in and how that happens. And I think that is completely appropriate. And I don't denigrate the developers or the folks that are in the building industry at all. It is an amazing industry, and there are some fantastic developers that deliver a good product. And I don't want in any way to suggest that this is a knock against them. This is really an opportunity for us to look at how we grow and where we grow, and nothing more and nothing less. So thank you for that, and I appreciate all the effort that's been put into this, and I look forward to a culmination of a vote here at GIC, and then hopefully we'll take that to council and finalize that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
I can, sir.
Thank you very much. I wish to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of our staff. I have found Mr. Thorne, Mr. Robichaud, and Ms. Travis to be consummate professionals throughout this process. And I truly believe that everyone around this table, the developers, everyone, they want the best for our city. We may differ on the ways and means to achieve it, but we all want the best for our city and I keep that in mind as I provide my comments and interact with everyone. In the last election, Ward 9 constituents voiced their objections to the proposed future growth of 80,000 residents in Elfrida. They were equally upset that they were not consulted. I heard them, and I suggested a citywide mail-out survey to ensure that all residents, rural and urban, could be heard. The unprecedented response of almost 20,000 residents proved to me that if we engage with residents, they will respond. Earlier in this term, I questioned why Elfrida was already designated as the city's growth area, stressing that the land needs assessment and the municipal comprehensive review should be citywide. I suggested that the Elfrida secondary planning process was premature as the prerequisite studies were not yet completed. Staff and council listened to my concerns, and I thank them. In the end, the secondary planning process was shelved by staff. The city withdrew from the OMB hearing on Elfrida, and the land needs assessment and municipally initiated comprehensive review became a citywide document with the proposed growth being spread across several areas and not just Elfrida. This diversification of the land needs assessment across the city, and with the netting out of natural hazard lands and the hydro corridor, Elfrida is now looking at 60,000 people, a reduction of 20,000 residents, which is definitely an improvement, but is still the size of a small city, and it concerns me. As for our climate change emergency, I am concerned with the suggestion that the city can address greenhouse gas abatement and mitigations through net zero housing. Yet the city has no authority to require more stringent standards than regulated by the building code. So I don't think we're addressing climate change. Candidly, I'm disappointed that the discussions have been, for the most part, yes or no, us or them. The planning process in Ontario is far too often adversarial. No attempts at a pragmatic middle ground. We seem to lock ourselves in before we even begin our deliberations. And while the proposed phasing may appear as a compromise, in my opinion, it is not. Legally speaking, it is still an outright approval of 1,310 hectares of urban boundary expansion now. The phasing of development applications is down the road. So to me, this is not a compromise. From my experience and confirmed here today, our development charges for urban boundary expansion covers approximately 80% of all the new costs, leaving our existing taxpayers to pay the remaining 20% of the infrastructure costs through increased taxes. Ward 9 residents have clearly expressed their concerns about such expansive growth in Elfrida. The mayor is correct. A no boundary expansion decision does not mean no growth. We have been reminded that growth does not pay for growth, and there is no plan to abate the greenhouse gas emissions in either option. Therefore, Mr. Mayor and Madam Deputy Mayor, I can't support the staff recommendation as it is currently written, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. And I will now go to Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. First of all, I just want to really show my appreciation and thanks to the residents of Hamilton who are unprecedentedly engaged on this topic. It has been very refreshing to hear from their incredibly knowledgeable and passionate discussion on this particular issue before us, and rightfully so, recognizing it as one of the biggest decisions that this council will make. Obviously, I'm not going to be supporting the staff recommendations A to F in item 8.3 before us. I think I've made that quite clear, but I'm just going to briefly articulate a few of the reasons why. So first of all, on the affordable housing side, I don't think there's any question that we have an affordable housing crisis in our city today. And as Councillor Partridge has pointed out on numerous occasions, if you look at Waterdown, supply does not equal lower costs. There's multiple reasons of why housing is so expensive and is continuing to increase in cost. But expanding the urban boundary is not the be-all and end-all solution to that current crisis that we're facing right now. On the climate change issue, I think we heard from the experts today that the no boundary expansion option gives us a real impetus to make very important changes in how we get around our city and how we deal with greenhouse gas emissions as a society as a whole. With the no boundary expansion option, I think we have a significant modal shift opportunity to transit and also to active transportation. On the financial implications, I don't think there's any question that there is an initial benefit to the municipality from development charges. As Councillor Clark pointed out, that's around 80% of the cost. And that also doesn't include externalities of other levels of government funding, such for highways and bridges and that kind of thing, that are not included in that kind of evaluation. And it also doesn't include the second cycle replacement costs, which end up being added to the city's infrastructure deficit. On the agricultural land, I think there is a new recognition or realization of the importance of agricultural production and local food. I think that was abundantly clear through the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery when back at the beginning of COVID, we weren't sure if our grocery stores' shelves were going to be stocked with food. And that's become, I think, acutely aware to members of the public how important it is to maintain that local ability to produce our own food. And we heard loud and clear from the farming community as well that the land that we're talking about is the best farmland in Canada. And then finally, just on the provincial policy, we heard today that both the ambitious density scenario and the no boundary expansion scenario don't strictly meet the provisions of the provincial growth plan, that both require policy intervention. So if we are going to choose one or the other, and we're still going to require policy intervention, then it makes sense to me to hold the line on the urban boundary and err on the side of caution. And it has been noted that we will reevaluate this in future growth planning every 10 years. And then finally, on the provincial policy, as has been pointed out and has been made abundantly clear by the developers and their agents themselves, that this is a decision for 310 hectares and not strictly phased. Their intention is that once we say yes, that entire 310 hectares will be added. And that regardless, even if we do come up with a phasing scheme, we are still planning our city growth planning for the entirety of that 1,310 hectares. So just to finish, thank you for the latitude, Madam Chair. And if item 8.3 that is before us now, the items A to F is not successful, there is alternative direction, the text of which I think has been circulated to the clerk, that I believe can be put on the floor if this does in fact fail, which will replace the direction in its entirety with new direction, as the mayor indicated, as is necessary in order to proceed with our requirements for the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe Councillor Vanderbeek was before me, so I will cede the chair. No, you're okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. It's been a long day, folks, and I just want to say how much I appreciate the work that staff have done and our consultants. They've done exactly what we asked them to do. All the information before us is exactly what we asked for. They're guided by the request from the province on exactly what needs to be rolled out. But we are certainly under no obligation to turn over the direction of the growth in our city and communities without having a stronger say in it. And I do have a question, actually, Madam Clerk, because I do want to make a change to E, but I also understand that there is an alternative motion coming forward which does contain the change that I want to make. So if A to F is voted down, E includes the piece on water down. If we then bring the alternative motion forward that includes a revision to E, can we still vote on that? I just want to make sure that item E with water down isn't right off the table if this gets voted down.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, what I would recommend is if you want to change E now, knowing what you are wanting to change, it's completely different. What's before you now is completely different. So if this one fails, you could put yours afterwards.
So
we would just give it another number. Yep.
Okay, so if we vote against what's here now, and this is just for my own edification, if we vote against what's here now, including E, when the alternate is brought forward that includes E with a revision, we can still vote on that to approve it.
Give me one moment to pull up what your new E is going to be, just so that I am sure that it's not just a friendly amendment. Sorry, I need to.
Yeah, and I apologize, but
it's okay.
This is so important. I just want to make sure that we get it right.
It's better to be sure. And I just want to read the two of them side by side.
Is in E.
No, it is completely different.
Yeah, we want to take out Binbrook, and we want to change from 10 hectares down to 5.
Yes, to you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It is completely different, though, than the E that is currently in front of you.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. We would just give it another letter. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. And just to finish my comments quickly, water down is really the poster child for what not to do. Adding adding in 8,000 new housing units, it doesn't sound like much when we're talking about this boundary expansion being much bigger. But the fact that it's been done in water down, we're only halfway there in the units to be built. And the infrastructure is so far behind in terms of additional roads and connectivity and community planning, and developers not developing to the timeline that would have potentially made it a better development. It's a disaster. And it's unfortunate. Sorry?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Mayor wasn't able to see me. I was looking at an electronic version. Councillor Partridge, my apologies. I think what I was looking at was a different version. What's in the staff report that I'm now looking at, the hard copy, is the same as yours, and currently reads that staff be authorized to evaluate requests for expansion from Waterdown and Binbrook up to a maximum of 10 hectares, which 5 hectares may be for residential as per the screening and evaluation tool, and report back to GIC with the results. So that is the E that's before you. I've got so many different versions up here. I was looking at the wrong one. My apologies for interrupting, but I thought you would want to know right away.
No, thank you very much, Stephanie, and I do appreciate that. But the revision that I was speaking to was to remove Binbrook from the mix, as per Councillor Johnson's request and my support, and for the 10 hectares to be changed to 5 hectares. So
then I would recommend
so it
that
is
be
completely
asked now.
different. It is completely different, and it's actually in the amended motion that is coming forward.
My apologies. I'm taking a look because what I'm reading right now in the hard copy of the staff report. All right, bear with me. I want to pull up yours and make sure.
Well, I'm just wondering if
I think if I'm looking right now, all I see is difference is that you're removing Binbrook and leaving Waterdown in, and you're changing the 10 to a 5, which would be an amendment.
Right. So that does make it completely different, does it not?
No, you're amending what's before you. If what's in front of you fails, it's not completely different because Waterdown is still in there. It is technically an amendment. It's not different enough to be.
So for assistance here, because I just, my end goal, and why I agreed to have it included into the amendment, the alternate motion that's coming forward, is I want to change that 10 hectares to 5 hectares and remove Binbrook, as I've said. And then that would also change the 5 hectares, which could be used as residential.
Okay, I'm going to have Andrea just take a quick look at it for me in case I've been looking at it too long. So can you just bear with me for 1 minute?
I apologize,
No,
everyone.
don't apologize. This is really
I want to make sure
important.
we get this right. It's very important. And I do appreciate my council colleagues listening to my rants over the many years about the woes of water down. But like I say, it is the poster child of what not to
folks.
do in
Sorry,
process.
I did unplug, so I couldn't hear you. When
That's
I
okay.
leaned over, I unplugged myself. So I did just speak with Andrea as well, and she agrees that it is an amendment. So what you could do is put the amendment on the floor now,
right?
And we can vote on that separately. So then if that carries, the original report will be amended. If it's defeated, then what's originally in the staff report will be what's on the floor.
Okay.
There's mud.
Yeah. No, and I really,
So I think what we should do, Councillor Partridge, if you're finished your debate or your comments on 8.3, is that we come back to you on the amendment before we vote on 8.3, so that we can capture that. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's fine. I
Because
didn't
you've
get
spoken to it now, so
Yes.
I want to be sure we follow process, Madam Clerk.
Absolutely, you
Just-
can.
Sorry, just for clarification, unless I missed an update to the bylaw, there's nothing that prohibits you from moving a motion when you speak to it. It's something we've done as history, but there's nothing in the bylaw that prohibits you from speaking to a motion and moving it.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it to Councillor Partridge. I think it'd be cleaner if I came back to you at the end and you put your motion on just to deal with the water down request. And then we can have all of that way. I'm looking at keeping the notes clean as well. So
Yeah, no,
if
that's fine.
that's appropriate, I just feel that it'd be a cleaner report that goes into our archives.
No, and that's fine. And I've just received information from Jason Thorne, General Manager of PED, with the correct information. And so I will forward that to Stephanie. Stephanie, is that all? Is that appropriate?
Certainly.
Okay, all right, let's do that. And I won't carry on with my comments because I didn't really get a chance to say them, but that's okay. Let's just get this over and done with. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderbeek, or Councillor Partridge, and my apologies. I'm now on to Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and I'm going to say thousands, in the neighborhood of 10 to 11,000 people who expressed their viewpoint through email, the telephone, in-person, videotape delegations, those who spent countless hours researching and documenting their findings in support of one position or the other. As well, I'd like to thank the city staff in the many departments who were involved in the preparation of all of the pages we've received on documentation presented to us for this meeting. If we choose to expand the urban boundary, phased or not, there is no turning back once that land is developed. And we know we need housing, affordable to singles, families, empty nesters, more the missing middle, and other housing styles through more inclusive zoning. We continue to work toward a frequent and accessible, affordable and sustainable transit system. We're expanding our cycling system. We actively encourage the use of these and other alternate forms of transportation. We declared a climate change emergency. And we all know that sprawl means more cars and buses, fewer permeable surfaces, increased stormwater runoff, requiring additional sewers to be connected to an existing overburdened and broken system. We have serious stormwater management challenges during heavy rainfalls due to the use of combined sewers in some areas of this city. If you own a home and the roof leaks, do you forge ahead to invest in an expensive addition before you repair the leaking roof, which has the potential to destroy the very house it's meant to protect? We need to fix what we have and optimize the opportunities that exist within our current urban boundary before we consider expansion. And surely our own professional and very experienced city staff, for whom we have great respect, can find a way to respond and support to the provincial guidelines to plan for zoning reform, improvements to our existing infrastructure, and set the bar to meet the real needs of this city in the future. Let's start by preserving our very valuable and irreplaceable natural green spaces and farmlands while we make room and build homes for those who are in need today and those who will come here in the future. And what about our farmland? It's the basis of future sustainability, the source of food if resources fail. It's also about the continuation of scores of family farms and the approximately $4 billion agriculture economy that we in this city depend on in so many ways. Prime farmland and the farmers who work that land are our insurance policy for the future and simply must be protected. We need to focus on zoning reform to produce a cross-section of available affordable housing types, tackling climate change, updating and maximizing our existing services, and utilizing the land we already have for future development to meet increasing population demands. I am confident that our staff can achieve more creative and sustainable plans for this city, plans that recognize our real and critical needs for available and affordable housing, our commitment to climate change solutions, our dedication to the preservation of our environment, and our obligation to sustainable living through our farmland and our farming community. And all of this without expanding urban development into prime agricultural land. There's certainly work to do. We're not talking about no growth, but it needs to be managed to address the critical needs in this city on available land within our current urban boundary. I cannot support an expansion of the urban boundary as described in this report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vanderbeek. I will now go to Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for your thoughtful comments. In 2005, I helped bring economist and urbanist Pamela Blay to Hamilton to try and tell us at that time how could we reshape the development patterns of Hamilton into something more efficient and less costly, because we believe that LRT was going to be implemented then. And she certainly confirmed that there was a way, and it included not extending the boundary. And I campaigned in 2018 on a firm urban boundary, but thereafter sought to test that by inviting Diane Sachs and then Joe Minakazi in public forums to talk to us, which later confirmed that we cannot at this time, or maybe any time, add fuel to a fire that is ours, and that's climate change. And when you extend the boundary, you are, in my opinion, ignoring the greatest threat to humanity that is facing us and our children who will inherit it. And Joe Minakazi told us that if you just want to keep adding to your infrastructure deficit, just keep doing what you're doing. Or you can maximize your returns, build a more resilient, financially resilient place, and try and build different types of housing within an existing urban boundary. That's my way of saying I sought to better inform myself, and I didn't hear anything that caused me to move from my position. And then hearing further from the residents of Ward 1 overwhelmingly, who clearly understand this issue. They have been watching it, and it has not been too complex for anyone. They understand what the challenges are. They understand that choices have to be made, and they, in no uncertain terms, told me what direction they would prefer to go. and I appreciate their engagement, and I appreciate the engagement of every resident from this city. It has been wonderful to see, and I hope you will continue engaging in local government. So it should come as no surprise that while I respectfully, I do respect the hard work that has gone into the reports, I'm afraid I cannot support the recommendations that are before us now. I would like to keep my decision in line with our corporate and said strategic objectives, and that is we have a climate emergency. It has been so declared. In an emergency, you have to take stock and change direction. We have a financial issue facing this community where the very least, those with the very least among us are paying the very most, and they'll not have the opportunity to move into those new suburbs. So we have committed ourselves to an equitable future and an inclusive city. And in order to do that, we need to do things differently. We have also learned more and more through a crisis that our urban waterways and our urban waterways and our Coots Paradise and our harbor are presently being harmed by development and housing that has taken place at the headwaters, and that it's all connected, and that we're falling behind on our efforts to try and keep up. So we cannot continue to do the same. So for all of those reasons and more, I will be steadfast in my 2018 commitment to a firm urban boundary. And I again wish to extend my deep thanks to all the residents for their engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Jackson next, sir.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pearson. And I just want to say the last 6 months has been quite an extraordinary experience. Want to thank the constituents of Ward 6 who have chimed in and offered their opinions on this very salient topic of UBE, urban boundary expansion or not. And before I get to my comments and my conclusion, Deputy Mayor Pearson, I just want to say how fortunate we are in our corporation with the outstanding Department of Planning and Economic Development that we have, led by General Manager Jason Thorne, and specific applause to Chief Planner Steve Robichaud and his two fine staff who quarterbacked the entire research on this file, Senior Project Manager Heather Travis and Planner 1 Lauren Vrates. I just can't thank them enough. We're lucky to have this talented group of people who also just want the very best for our city. I salute them. Deputy Mayor Pearson, 4 things I have said consistently over a period of time with regards to this issue. Number 1, my constituents know that I have regularly supported choice for new families to come to our city of Hamilton. I'm lucky to be in a little bungalow. I have my own little piece of this green earth, and I think most of my colleagues do as well. And I know for any new families wanting to come to Hamilton, I've always felt that choice, the ability for choice and not limiting choice, should be at their disposal. Secondly, I worried that if we did have any urban boundary expansion, Deputy Mayor Pearson, that the only way for the developers to build would be vertical. And we know what's happened in so many situations where proposals of 10, 15, 20-story apartments in existing single-family neighborhoods has come forward, and repeatedly and usually it faces fierce backlash and opposition. Thirdly, Deputy Mayor Pearson, of my 4 points, I've always felt that if there's an opportunity for a made in Hamilton solution, it would be better than a senior level of government imposing one upon our citizens. My 4th point, however, Deputy Mayor Pearson, that I've said all along, and especially the past 6-7 months since we tabled the original staff report, I needed to be satisfied beyond a shadow of a doubt that farmland, prime agricultural land that's listed as designated 1, 2, or 3 was not being consumed, was not being paved over at the expense of the growth, Deputy Mayor Pearson. And I have not been satisfied beyond a shadow of a doubt of the farmland issue being diffused or resolved. In fact, Deputy Mayor Pearson, I know we've all received the thousands of emails of people, our citizens, who are against any UBE. And if you've noticed a theme, a constant theme throughout those emails, the word farmland has appeared almost on every single one. And so that's what's caused me serious concern. I also want to say, Deputy Mayor Pearson, that so many of the business people that have invested in our city as home builders, and I'll speak to the three main blocks we're talking of: Elfrida, 20 Road East, and 20 Road West, but literally on the whole growth area of our city, including the suburban communities. Deputy Mayor Pearson, we are fortunate to have the business people we do. Many of them classic immigrant story that came to this city with nothing but hopes and dreams and starting a new life in their adopted new land for their families from their original homeland. And all they did was build up successfully opportunities for people to grow in our city, to stay in our city, and have an affordable home. These are not business people that live in Vaughan or Scarborough. They live here, they invest here, and I want to thank them so much. There's 20,000 jobs that are employed. West End Home Builders told us that in the delegation they presented 2 weeks ago. There's 20,000 trades jobs with architects and realtors that are employed in our city. I pray and hope that a number of talented people will continue to stay in our city and be able to work and provide for their families. And it's just lastly, Deputy Mayor Pearson, it's just for a guy who was fortunate enough to be born here from my Armenian parents and grandparents that came to Canada and Hamilton. Over the years, we know how people from the regions around us have sometimes thumbed their nose down at our city. Boy, in the last 10, 15 years, I've said to so many people in this new century how it's like the world has suddenly discovered how great Hamilton and how fabulous our city are. I wanted to get all those positive points across, Deputy Mayor Pearson, but unfortunately, the farmland issue for me still will be paramount, and why I won't be able to support option one, the original staff recommendation. And if that's defeated, we'll support option two instead. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'm going now to Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I also want to take a moment to say thank you to all of the residents across the city who've engaged democratically and done so very thoughtfully on one of the biggest decisions facing this council. It's been completely incredible to watch how such diverse perspectives and experiences have come together and have ended up providing us with such a thorough analysis on how we need to grow. I also want to acknowledge staff for your incredible talent, your incredible diligence, the thoroughness, the research you have brought to the work that is before us today for consideration. I truly, truly appreciate your professionalism throughout this entire process. How we grow does matter, and to ensure we do it in a way that enables everyone to be affordably housed, not only right now during a housing crisis, but into the future. But to also do so in a way that tackles the climate reality that we're all facing together. We can't afford to claw away prime agricultural soil, sensitive environmental areas, or dip into the finite land that's along our urban boundary. It simply just takes too much away from future generations. We need to preserve growing lands to support local food production and local food security. And being good stewards of the land as settlers requires us to take the long view on this debate. No urban boundary doesn't mean no growth. I believe we can achieve a sustainable city for the future and for future generations to thrive together, especially when we use planning tools like inclusionary zoning. By removing exclusionary zoning and unleashing tens of thousands of ground-related homes. It's achievable when we champion complete communities and meet this population growth that's coming and do it in a way that meets the same housing mix that the market demands.
It enables us to invest and plan sustainably so that every single neighborhood and community in every single ward benefits from increased density, and also gets to do that in a way that supports our investment in our transit infrastructure, that builds ridership, that enables green spaces to be thriving centers in all of our communities, instead of more of the status quo, which entrenches an infrastructure deficit in our city and leads to portions of the lower city to be crumbling underground. So I'm not going to be supporting the recommendations that are before us. I do, again, thank staff for all their diligent hard work, but the future is right in front of us right now, and we have a duty and obligation to lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I have Councillor Farr next, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the time and all the comments and the considerations of the many different machinations and angles of this here debate over many years, to be honest with you. We can go back to Grids 1, some of us. But of course, thank you to our very talented staff. It goes without saying, and it's certainly to this point been said quite a bit, and deservedly so. Their hired help as well has been very good. Clearly qualified. Extensive is the word that comes to mind. Extensive consultation born out of, I believe, a motion from Councillor Clark way back when on trying something different and trying to reach as many households as possible. One that was contemplated based on certain people have tougher times getting in touch and engaging with us in certain meetings. Extensive prep and formulation, extensive analysis of what is obviously an ambitious option. And so they deserve a lot of credit right off the top, but also, of course, thanks to, and this is important and is referenced by Councillor Jackson and the mayor and others, we should definitely at this juncture be highlighting our gratefulness to the many people who have developed, who've invested in this community. Most, as noted just moments ago, from our community, proud Hamilton families that have hired hundreds and hundreds of people and continue to do so, thousands of people over the years. And they do love our city and they do align with us. And I think we got to remember that. We heard that from them on that extensive delegation day, that the viewpoint respecting the importance of smart densification within the existing boundary is all of our viewpoints. And these are folks who make a living making these kinds of investments. None of them said that we shouldn't be focused on growing smartly within our existing urban boundary. And we can grow broadly, and we can grow within this existing boundary, communities that we can all be very proud of if people like those who have been investing through generations from Hamilton, in Hamilton, work with us, and as they have in the past within this boundary. So there was a former mayor that used to say, you can't build this city on taxpayer dollars, and that's certainly something I agreed with this particular mayor some years ago. And so thanks to them, and thanks to the thousands of voices, obviously, that was just mentioned by our previous speaker for option 2. For me personally, folks, only LRT compares, although this one was much more tame, I think, than LRT. Both were equally, I would suggest, researched. Folks really did their homework and engaged in ways that I don't think we've seen in such a consolidated effort, but it wasn't over the top. I wasn't too concerned with the bot suggestions or any of that. I liked knowing what ward they were from, and I was engaging a lot with the ones from Ward 2 versus, maybe folks from elsewhere, because it would be just impossible to spend that much time on the thousands and of emails and correspondence that we received. But good job. It was very well done. One of our many delegates last week, Madam Chair, you'll remember, said, quote, "the fix is in," end quote. And that was Don from Ward 5, alluding to the province. I think Don was trying to convince us we should just go with option 2 anyway, because the province, the fix is in. And at least we'll be taking the right stance. And I really appreciated his argument. And obviously, we're well aware of the market demand-driven ideology of the province of Ontario, the current government, but creating our own option, counter to staff's ambition, supporting it here, may very well be a cohort for future poli-sci classes everywhere, depending on how the province responds to the decision we're about to make, because a decision for option 2 would likely inspire other municipalities concerned about the same things we're talking about here, concerned about environment, concerned about farmland, yearning for the livable, viable, sustainable, vibrant communities that may currently be sadly lacking. We've visited a lot of municipalities and different cities around regions that you go through their downtowns or their suburbs and say, God, it would be better if they had this, this, and this. And certainly people that live there feel the same way about the same arguments that those who are supporting option 2 feel. You can do densities and mixed uses, and you can do it smart, and a lot of people can appreciate it. And I think more than ever before, I'm hearing the comments that whenever you do densities, there's great community pushback. That was the case not too long ago. But as the Ward 2 councillor with a secondary plan that is the most progressive and inclusive plan that sees densities never before contemplated, I can tell you, a large majority of folks are embracing doing smart growth. And it's a little bit easier for downtown Hamilton because we got way too many surface asphalt parking lots still. So there's lots of blank slates to work off. But the point is, and the final point I'm making is that if the fix is in, and if the province is, planning to put the kibosh, they may do that very soon because there's a fear potentially that other municipalities will follow suit. And that doesn't help their plans for the 413 or the Bradford bypass or all of the things that they're planning with the election just 6 months away. So I'll watch with interest. I'm sure we all will. Politics is very much a part of this. And I just wanted to again thank everybody, as a third term planning committee member, 2-time chair of planning, and working closely with staff, and all my colleagues have been on planning committee for such a long time. We've been talking about this for a while. Well, the rubber meets the road here today, and there's been no shortage of engagement leading up to this point. So I look forward to the decision, and I thank everybody who's been involved on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I gave some leniency there. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, one thing I do understand is that there is an ideology out there. And then there are a number of people that subscribe to that ideology. And I have the deepest respect because those are principles that people believe in and adhere to. So I respect those comments I heard earlier. It's not a question of your morality. It's just a it's just a difference in vision. So I want to qualify my comments right off the bat. Everyone here, I believe, owns a single family home. I'm one of those individuals that do not support this whole, it's okay for me, but not for thee. I'm going to give you an example, Madam Chair, that we're talking about, and everyone understands, and I know the general public understands, supply and demand. So what we want to do here in this decision is basically limit the supply, allow the developers to compete for the very little land that's going to be left, and expect that you're going to have more affordability. Does that make sense to anyone? That's defying gravity. They talk about climate change. I want the general public to hear this because I want them to look at the council and try to understand the hypocrisy of some of the comments I've been hearing. Climate change. So we want people to travel a greater distance, 10 kilometers from downtown, for example, to Maple Leaf. When you can have a development on what is classified as rural land by the province through their provincial statement, policy statement, they classify that land as rural. It's already had a water plan put in place, and it's adjacent to the employment lands. And, Madam Chair, it's on a bus route. So what we're going to do now is we're going to condense development. We're going to make it more expensive. We're going to have high rises looking into people's backyards. We're going to have traffic like we've never seen before because of the congestion. I have seen way too many developments and plans that come into the planning committee in the last 12 years to appreciate and understand that the community really doesn't want that. So when those happen down the road, the next planning meetings, when those big developments come in, And you can say we got no choice. Well, I'm going to say, yeah, we did have a choice, but these councilors decided that we weren't going to allow the expansion, because that's what you're doing. Airport lands, employment. Red Hill lands, employment. 20 and West, right adjacent to those employment lands, and yet we're saying it's not environmentally friendly. Somebody needs to understand that, or help me understand that. We also had Mike Zagaric, who provided a report and indicated, in fact, new development does pay for itself. You know, this myth that it doesn't pay for itself. If it's done right, and you're done with employment, that's how you do it. And what concerns me is that we are doing a good job. And I want to put kudos, and I think everyone said it, and they said it very well. Our planning staff are probably the best in the bloody province. They provide a plan that, and I'm recommending a plan that we're denying, that is balanced on overall, and it deals with employment versus residential. So what's happening, Madam Chair, is we're penalizing our own community, creating higher cost, and we're going to pass on that development opportunity to places like Caledonia. That's what's going to transpire. We've already heard it. You're going to hit that pinnacle where they're just going to leapfrog over Hamilton. And we're going to have the employment here, but they're just going to travel from other communities, and we're not going to get the benefit of the residential, and we're going to actually create a worse carbon footprint that everyone wants to talk about. So if you truly care about the environment, you don't want people to travel greater distance. You're going to have to acknowledge that there are many communities around us that don't have employment and are burning up agricultural land. They're the ones that should be penalized. But when you have a community like this that plans comprehensively, why do we want to, no question, create a very high, unaffordable situation and force people into places they don't want to be? What's going to happen is they're going to skip one over Hamilton. So power to the decision you make, understand the repercussions. I'm going to feel very comfortable when we come out of this meeting. And in the future, when those planning applications come forward and all the community members come forward fighting the density, and everyone's gonna say we got no choice. That was council's decision. I could say it wasn't mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Bang on 5 minutes. Good job. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chairman. I'm just going to run through some of my thoughts. It's only the second time I spoke at the public session today. And so this is stuff that I've been giving a lot of thought to. We just experienced a well-organized and well-choreographed lobby. I count there was probably 3 special interest groups that were orchestrating this and getting these email blasts out and preparing scripts for responders, and all they had to do is put their address in and name. And out it went to all members of the council and staff. And their main thrust, which I'm hearing again today, and I agree with, is that nobody wants to see farmland taken out of production. However, the property in question that's up before us today is 1,310 hectares, 1.5% of our rural property. And I think one of the delegates that struck me the most was a farmer from Elfrida. He did a video. It wasn't live. He did it on live stream. And looking at the size of his tractor in the background, he probably farms 2,000 acres minimum in Elfrida. And he rated the Elfrida agricultural land as a 4.5 out of 10. And I can tell you how farmers measure land is the tons per acre that they get in yield out of crops. And 4.5 out of 10 is not a great score in my view, particularly for one who's in the fields on a regular basis, planting crops and harvesting the crops and measuring his results. The other part that bothers you, where are the young people going to buy their dream home? I get this on the street, not necessarily on emails, but I get it on the street. You see all these signs on single family homes, so they're in their dream home. And so where's their children going to be able to build their dream home? All they're going to have available to them is condos. And if they live in suburban areas, that's not going to be an easy adoption for them to go into condos from, nice sized single family homes. So clearly there's a shortage of homes. We're currently seeing a boom in pricing. I think I saw on the real estate publication a few weeks ago that so far in 2021, there's a 25% increase in the cost of homes. And while it's not a magic bullet to expand the urban area boundary to create more homes, it's certainly, as we heard today from the experts, a major factor in it. Shortage of home prices as increases, we need to address the type of housing. And I think we can do that through the proper planning cycle that we heard from our planning staff. Major services have already been brought to the area, meaning sanitary sewer and water. And so they're going to be underutilized now. I could tell you in Ancaster, staff have told me that if we go to the no urban boundary expansion, it's going to result in 500 more condos being required on Wilson Street. I would estimate we have maybe 120 now, so it's a five-fold increase. One of the big things I hear about in my community is the traffic congestion on Wilson Street because it's only a 2-lane road. And if you put another 1,000 cars out there, it's just going to be unbearable. So in the last, well, I've spent, not consecutively, but I've spent 10 years now on the planning committee. I've done my terms as chair also. And there's an observation I've made over the years on that committee that the only thing that the public dislikes more than urban boundary expansion is intensification. I saw it in 15 Church Street for members of the planning committee now. There was a large lot with a burned out larger home on it, right in the core, that a developer wanted to put up 6 townhouses on. The community thought it was too much intensification, and we're off now to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a hearing in December on it. They're appealing council's decision on this. And so that's just one small example of where the neighbors, once the intensification, they don't understand what it means now until you have to start putting 25 and 30 floor condos throughout our community. The city has spent a lot of money on experts to give us advice. That includes our staff, but the long list of well-paid experts telling us how to fix this. And their solution was, for the growth to get to 800,000 people, half of it should be intensification and half of it should be urban boundary expansion. I also felt that the lobby that came out was not a balanced lobby. Some people have described as stuffing the ballot box, where these pre-described messages that everybody uses to fill our inbox up with 10,000 emails may have been just that, but I was uncomfortable with it. So I guess we could take the easy way out, and it looks like we're heading in that direction because I can read the tea leaves, and let's let the province make the decision. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to support the staff recommendation. I think that I agree with others that we have an amazing planning staff. I think they've been very thorough with this. They've hired the best consultants, and we should take their advice. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Yep, thank you. I'm not sure on the process at this point, and I apologize, but I understand we're talking about 8.3 right now. And we're talking about no urban boundary expansion. And like Councillor Partridge, I'm concerned about E. I don't want Benbrook to be mentioned in it whatsoever. So can somebody help me through this to see that we're not following the boundaries properly?
Yes, we've dealt with that, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor, I will be coming back to Councillor Partridge to put an amendment on the floor with regards to E in report 8.3. And that'll be done before we take the vote on the entire report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to take this opportunity, by the way, just to clear up a few things. First of all, I want to thank Drew Spolstra, who came before us a number of times to voice his professional opinion regarding farmland. And I'm very grateful and privileged to not only call Drew and many of the farmers in my ward the best resource, and I'm just so relieved that some of my colleagues are now listening. Thank you so much, everyone. I heard former speakers say about the former Glenbrook representatives coming to the region of Nag or Hamilton, arguing to expand Benbrook Village. And I want to bring this up because I want to show you what happened at the very end. Yes, they did. No argument. We had the Mayor Etherington and Deputy Mayor Mitchell came, and if my history is correct, the former region of Hamilton Wentworth denied it initially. Said, no, we're not going to expand all the way out there. When the representatives from Glenbrook came back with Plan B, saying now the developers will pay for everything, the region of Hamilton said, absolutely. If they're going to pay for everything, then God love you. And that was a decision at the time for the time. So what happened was the developers really didn't pay for that. They actually put a special tax on all the houses to pay for the infrastructure to come up to Binbrook Village. As a result, it became the best case of leapfrogging across the city and across the country. So let's fast forward now 30 years. We had to upgrade all that infrastructure that was from the developers to accommodate the increased number of households. We spent over $25 million just to upgrade that project. It's called the tunneling project, by the way, you keep hearing about all the time. And now that it is completed and we've upgraded the infrastructure going to Binbrook Village, I still to this day cannot get a straight answer whether or not we have enough capacity to install a rec center. So even though we've spent all this money to upgrade all this infrastructure, we still can't get the right answer about the rec center. So this is what happens if we were going to expand again. That $25 million might as well flush it down the toilet, no pun intended, and we're going to have to spend another $25 million to upgrade it even more. So this is what happens when things are not planned and for the future, because you pay. And once it's gone, it's gone. So my last comment, I want to really thank everyone who has put their emails and wrote in all their survey results for both sides, and for all those who put up signs to save the farmland. Can I please give you a piece of advice? Your signs will come down eventually, but you need to still support the farmers market. You still need to eat local. You still need to support them because it is the farmers that do feed our cities. And remember, fields don't need roads. They don't need sidewalks. They don't need street lighting. All they need is farming. So I am also no boundary expansion. I am supporting the farmers 150% because they support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have myself on the speakers list. I'm going to ask Mr. Mayor, will you take the chair, sir?
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order, please.
Sorry.
Okay, point of order.
I just have a question about the process, and this involves Councillor Johnson's and Councillor Partridge's motion. If an amendment is introduced and the amendment is approved, then it becomes part of the overriding motion. And if we vote to turn down the grids 2 that's before us, therefore the amendment dies also. So I'm just concerned about that process. So in my own mind, it's probably better to deal with the motion the way it is and then introduce a standalone, unless I'm totally off base and have forgot my my policies and procedures over all those years.
No, you're actually pretty good. So that was my thinking as well, actually. So I think we should vote on this motion, and if this motion fails, we should make the amendment to the upcoming motion that I think is coming forward. And I think, just to be fair, I think it's pretty certain that that's the way it's going to roll out. So rather than defeating it in the first instance, I'd like to include it in the next motion that comes forward.
So, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just, Madam Clerk, they're both dialoguing now, but
Okay.
I'm wondering that we need to pull E out before we vote on 8.3, because if we vote it down, it would need 2/3 vote to put it back on, if I'm not mistaken. They're just debating now.
Yeah, when it gets to council.
Correct.
It's not council policy yet. We're a GIC.
But
Anyway,
can we,
rule on that, and then we'll,
I'm just, Madam Clerk, Stephanie, they're both conferring now.
Why don't you continue on? With
Okay,
your
so let me do
comments,
that
and
and let
clerk
them.
can share with us when she has a ruling.
we'll do that because we're not going to vote on anything till that point. Thank you very much for that, everyone. And thank you, Councillor Powers, for raising that concern. So I too want to put my comments forward. And first and foremost, I want to thank all of the staff and the consultants, Jason Thorne, Steve Robichaud, Heather Travis has been tremendous, and Joanne Braitz, and all the citizens, not taking away from everybody for and against to have come forward, and the developers and the builders who build the much needed homes that we, you know, we take pride in the neighborhoods that we all have in our wards and our own homes. I am supporting 8.3 and the plan going forward. I believe it is a responsible plan. It protects growth over the next 30 years with a phase-in process that I certainly appreciate that staff brought forward. I mean, we saw a reduction of the need of expansion lands from 3,220 hectares to 1,310. And this has been through a very exhaustive review by everyone on staff, consultants, etc. I want to keep the control here in our city as opposed to the province making the decision. I believe that we can do a much more responsible job than having this flung right open and we have no control of what could happen. Yes, we have infrastructure issues, both in the urban downtown area. I have infrastructures in Ward 10, believe it or not. I'm currently dealing with developments, and it's been stated, I'm currently dealing with developments, and I'm proud of them. I'm proud of infrastructure and intensification in the ward, but I'm having sewer and water capacity already coming to the forefront. I can tell you that last night I was a host on a neighborhood meeting, and everybody's heard of my 3 towers that are being proposed in Ward 10 on the north side of the QEW. That was 1,500. I'll repeat that, Councillor Ferguson, 1,800 apartments that were proposed originally. The plan is now down to 1,346. This is just one development. And yes, I'll have infrastructure issues for this development and any others coming along on the north side of the QEW. So we will have that, and we will have to meet it, whether we keep the urban boundary in place or we expand it. We will have to address issues. As far as homelessness and shelters, expanding the urban boundary isn't the way that, or freezing the urban boundary isn't the way that we're going to improve this. It's an ongoing issue, and we need to address it. No question about it. But we also have to afford and allow for choice out there. And this is not an option that I feel is going to be at the forefront as we go forward, because we're all saying it's going to be up. And I don't know that everybody wants to live in a condo, in a tower, in an apartment, in a townhouse. There are choices that people should be able to have available to them throughout our community. Climate change. Yes, we are in a major climate change position in the world right now. But this plan, this growth is not for now. This is for 30 years from now. I'm hoping and praying that we will have technology. Every time we open the paper every day, there's new things that are coming forward, and technology is changing, and it's changing fast. And not only will there be technology that will help with our climate change, but we'll also be able to have builders take advantage of all these initiatives that will help to have more climate-friendly homes and neighborhoods in all of our communities. The urban boundary expansion is very aggressive, both within the existing boundary and outside of it. And I'm proud of that because staff didn't just say, well, let's just look at what's outside here. They've certainly, you know, included the urban area and said, we need to make sure that we keep development growing in the urban area. And yes, recognizing the transit and the LRT and everything else that will improve this and be a feeder to it. And that's wonderful. But again, not everybody's going to have a job in the downtown area. Not everybody's going to be using the LRT. So we have to be sure we have a balance of service for the whole city. Freezing the urban boundary, if you want to say and see the costs of housing now, is crazy. I believe I heard the other day that Hamilton is now the highest real estate value in North America. The highest. We're higher than New York City. If you think that freezing the urban boundary will see this improve, it will not. I can imagine what builders or real estate and developers are doing right now, or even citizens doing right now, is buying up land as fast as they can in the urban area because they know the price is going to skyrocket. And we have to recognize that we have a major immigration influx coming into this city. And I can say that I proudly sat beside Chris Hadfield, the astronaut, at a luncheon that we had a few years back, recognizing him as going into space. And he sat beside me and told me, get ready, because within the next 20 years, you are going to have a major influx of immigrants from other countries who will not be able to sustain themselves in their country, so they will come to Hamilton, because Hamilton is very well positioned globally. So we are going to see that. We won't be able to turn the hands of time back and not deal with this. We are also very fortunate that we've seen a tremendous amount of industrial growth in this city, in the airport employment lands area, along the Red Hill Valley area. We've seen a tremendous amount of growth, and these are where the jobs are coming to. I have Amazon in Ward 10. It's a tremendous amount of opportunity, but we need the people to be there. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't have the transit for these businesses in Ward 10. And that's the argument I get almost every other day. I need a bus down here to get my workers here. And if we want to increase and support the industrial growth, then we have to have the homes so these people can live near their jobs. Currently, our official plan, I think, is 9 years out, takes us to 2031. It takes better than 10 years, if not more, to see a development go from basic raw ground to all the approvals, to all the permits before you see a shovel in the ground. And I'll tell you, I've seen this. Fruitland Winona secondary plan is 7 years since it was approved in 2014. 7 years, and I'm still waiting for shovels in the ground. I still have a part of the 3 blocks. The 1 block still has not got final approvals through the appeal process. So we are going to see an impact. And, I'm seeing an impact in Stony Creek, just as my councillor colleagues have said. What's the biggest complaint we see in development approvals? Oh my gosh, you can't have that much intensification around me. And I'm telling people in my own ward, you better get ready, because it's not going to be 1 floor or 2 floors. It's going to be a lot higher than that. And these are things that residents are going to have to accept. At the end of the day, Mr. Mayor, I thank you for allowing me the leniency to state my comments. At the end of the day, I stand by choice for our citizens, choice for opportunity of what can be built out there. And I also stand by the city being able to control the decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to ask the clerk to kind of rule on procedure so we can get that out of the way, and then the chair is back to you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, what we were going to do is Councillor Partridge would put her motion on the floor first to delete and replace subsection E. If that carries, then it goes in as part of the overall report, but we can separate the votes so that A through F, with the exception of E, gets voted on together, and then E gets voted on separately. So even if the other portions are defeated, E still has the option to carry on its own.
Thank you for that clarification, investigation, ladies. Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll take the chair down back. And Councillor Partridge, you have you on next. Is it with regards to your motion?
Yeah, and I very much appreciate Councillor Powers questioning that. And Stephanie, if I understand correctly, everything you just said was what I had originally asked for, was that we separate E, I put the amendment forward, and that it gets voted on separately, and the rest of the A to F, except for E, gets voted on. So if it
Correct.
fails and E is supported, that it then becomes part of the alternative that's coming forward. Did I understand that correctly?
Sort of. We're just going to do it through Madam Deputy Mayor in a little bit of a different order. So you're not going to pull out E. You're just going to put your amendment forward first. Then if your amendment carries, when the full report goes on the floor as amended, rather than having the vote go for the entire report, we're going to vote on A through F with the exception of E, so that if that is defeated, that will be defeated. And then we'll vote on E separate as part of the main report. So if that carries, it still carries on its own. In the end, at the end, it's the same.
Okay.
Cole's
I
notes
just want to
version.
make sure, this is so very important to my community that I just want to make sure that we follow the process, that we don't lose it. So I'll put my amendment forward, Madam Chair, if I can, and then I will speak to it. And
Certainly.
Stephanie, you have the amendment there. Can you put it on the screen to share with everyone, please?
Absolutely.
I
And your
appreciate
seconder, Counselor?
Counselor Brenda Johnson or Counselor
Got it.
Danko?
Perfect. I'll
Yeah.
put Counselor Johnson. Thank you. And we'll give Madam Clerk time to put it on the screen and to put up the vote. We have it there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
So I'm going to read it off.
certainly.
So that subsection E be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the following in lieu thereof. The new E would read that staff be authorized and directed to evaluate requests for expansion from Waterdown up to a maximum size of 5 hectares, of which 50% may be for residential use, as per the screening criteria and evaluation tool for Waterdown, and report back to council with the results of the evaluation analysis. And if I can speak to that quickly.
Absolutely, Counselor.
This particular amendment is strictly for a long-term care facility, which is already existing. Their property is surrounded on 3 sides by the urban boundary. It's on Parkside Drive. It should have been brought into the urban boundary long ago, but it hasn't. So this is the opportunity to be able to bring that property into the urban boundary where it should be, so that they can expand the long-term care facility. It's an existing facility. It's an absolute jewel for Waterdown. And long-term care facilities for our residents who have retired and need extra care is just lacking in our community. And we do have some, but if you look at the growth that has been imposed on Waterdown over the last 15 years, particularly the last 8 years, it's going to, we're getting an additional 18,000 residents coming into Waterdown on top of the 18,000 that were already existing. It's just absolutely unbelievable how much has been put on the residents of Waterdown. I want to thank the residents so much for their patience, their frustration, and indeed many, many times still, currently and in the past, their anger at what they have been subjected to over the years. I want to thank everyone who wrote in against the urban boundary expansion, because I don't support urban boundary extension. This to me is not an urban boundary expansion. It is correcting an error that should have been done years ago, bringing that long-term care facility into the urban boundary, which it is bordered on. So I ask you please to support the amendment to item E. We'll separate it out from the rest. And again, I just thank my residents so much for their just for all they've put up with over the years. I also want to thank staff, and I agree with many of your comments. We do have the best staff, and they have worked so hard on this. And I want to particularly mention Heather Travis. I mean, Heather has been on this file for so long, and I truly appreciate everything that all of our staff have done. I want to thank Jason Thorne as well. You know, we've been trying to work through this, and you know, again, it's been a long time process, and it's going to take years, as some have mentioned before. We're not going to see the building start within a couple of years. It's going to take forever. But on this particular parcel within Waterdown, they will be able to bring an application forward to do their expansion within the next year and a half to 2 years. And it will be the seniors and the elderly and the families of residents who need that care that will benefit and not have to move out of their community. So I thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence, and I ask everyone to please support it. I will be most appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I have a speakers list. And I just want to be sure. Is this to the amendment on the floor by Councillor Partridge? So I have Councillor Powers. Is it to the amendment, sir? Councillor Whitehead, is this to the amendment? Councillor Vanderbeek, is this to the amendment? Okay, so I will recognize Councillor. So the amendment has been put on the floor, Madam Clerk. You have that? Thank you. Councillor Powers to the amendment.
My question through to Councillor Partridge is, the wording in the motion says may. Is there a reason why it shouldn't say shall, or is this to allow for the flexibility depending upon when the application is made and site plan approval and how the expansion would sit on the lands? Is that the reason why may exclusive of shall?
Thank you very much for the question. I think perhaps Heather would be best to answer that, if you're okay with that, as to the wording within it, because I think it has more to do with the process that they're working through from the planning perspective, if that's all right, sir.
Mm-hmm. If Heather's available still? Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Heather.
Hello, through the chair. So the wording of may was in our recommendation because we do still have to go through the process of evaluating the request and ensure compliance with all growth plan policies and local OP policies. So that's why the wording in our staff recommendation had been may.
Okay, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Through you to, I think, staff, this is about clarification of the wording as well. So wording says up to 50% may be for residential use. I'm just wondering if long-term care is an institutional use or a residential use. And so would there be an issue if it's defined as 50% for residential?
I believe it says 5 hectares for residential on the, unless it.
It says up to a maximum size of 5 hectares, of which 50% may be for residential use. So that means 2.5 hectares can be for residential use. I just would like to be clear that Councillor Partridge is getting the result she wants.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, the existing use on the property would, as a retirement home, would fall within the residential categorization, whereas a long-term care facility would fall within the institutional treatment or categorization. And it's the Greenbelt plan that establishes the 50% cap. So in order to bring in both the existing use into the urban area and to allow for the expansion of the proposed use, that's why the language has been crafted in the way it has, in order to recognize both the existing residential component and the future institutional component. And then staff will have to do the evaluation and analysis to ensure that that 50% requirement of the growth of the Greenbelt plan is met prior to any recommendation to amend the urban boundary to include these lands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarified so that we know that we're going to have the result that Councillor Partridge is looking for. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I'm going to call, I do have a speakers list, but I believe, well, let's exhaust the speaker list and then we'll vote on the amendment and then we'll vote on the main report. So Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick points. One, the survey was flawed. I said that before because it's only one side of an argument if you don't talk about the repercussions of what is taking place. But having said that, is the best we have, and so I'm not going to be overly critical. I only wish that we exercise the same prudence. Oh, that's right, we couldn't on the LRT, because I know what the results would have been if we did something like that with the LRT system. The majority of people do not support it. The issue I have, Madam Chair, is we're closing the gate behind us, so my children, their children, will never be able to afford a single family home, which they become very accustomed to and enjoy it very much. The choice of I'm going to ask staff this question because we haven't talked about social housing. There's a difference between affordable housing and social housing. So maybe we need to highlight this question: how much per unit to build social housing right now?
Sorry, through the chair, I don't have that number. I know housing does do some cost calculations in terms of what the per unit cost is, but I don't have that information in front of me.
Yeah, I was told around 350,000 per unit. So I want to monitor, as a result of this decision today, the cost per unit for social housing. I also want to monitor if we can have this. I will volunteer my house. How much it will go up as a result of this decision. If other councils want to put their houses up so we get a taste of the decision today and how it benefits us, because there's a benefit here. There's no question about that. And I don't think, and that's why I feel uncomfortable about voting for something I know I'm going to reap the benefit from directly financially. And I think that might be a problem. I don't know if it's a conflict, but it seems to me pretty harsh to make a decision that I'm going to make financially. So right now I can't lose. I want to support the urban boundary expansion, but I'm going to benefit financially if you say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And to my colleagues, my apologies. I did err because Councillor Partridge has correctly stated we were on the amendment. I just felt that we only had Councillor Whitehead left, that we could do the 2 votes and just get that passed. So my apologies to everyone. And thank you, Madam Clerk, also did come up and tell me that. So on the amendment, thank you everyone for your patience. So the amendment is on the floor, moved by Councillor Partridge and seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson. On the vote, please, electronically.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. I see your thumb. Thank you, Councillor Marula. Councillor Powers, are you able to vote? Councillor Farr? Oh, I got yours, Councillor Powers.
I had my name in I was looking for a quick question for clarity before I voted. You could see it in the chat there.
Sorry, my head's not spinning in that many directions
I'm
anymore.
sorry, it didn't show till now, Councillor Farr. Sorry, the vote's already been taken. Is it on the amendment, sir?
Yes.
Stephanie, should we?
I can cancel the vote if you like and
cancel
redo it.
Go ahead, Councillor Farr.
I hope it's 5 hectares and we've spent more than 2 days on, a whole lot more than that, but it's still an expansion. And so I just want to confirm, and I really appreciate where the mover's coming from, and certainly, definitely with, the last year and a half personally, the importance of long-term care expansion. So through you to staff, is this more or less just a housekeeping? We heard the mover say that this was, always should have been. It was always intended to be. So we're essentially just sort of fixing something that should have occurred some time ago.
To staff?
Through the chair, I think you could characterize it that way. The use has been existing for quite some time, and how exactly it was established in the way it was, I'm not entirely sure, but it is something that likely should have been addressed some time ago, and this is an opportunity to do so.
And the expansion always anticipated through you?
I don't know the details on how long the expansion has been considered. I do recall when we were dealing with the rural zoning project a few years ago that the owners of the retirement community home at that point expressed an interest in expansion. So I know it's been on the radar for some time. I don't know exactly how long.
Just needed that clarity. Thank you very much. I'm supportive, and I apologize we have to revote, colleagues.
Okay, not a problem. electronic vote is before everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Pauls? Have I lost Councillor Pauls?
I don't see her.
The vote's up. The vote is up.
I'm sorry. That vote carries 14-1. Okay, and now on item 8.3, as amended, Madam Clerk?
Yes, to you, Madam Deputy Mayor, but with the exception of
E.
the amended subsection E. So it will be A through F without E.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So that vote is before you.
Excuse me, my intro went off. I missed about 3 minutes. What are we voting now? So sorry.
Okay, so you missed the vote on the amendment. We are
No,
now
I think I voted for that, and then my intro. I think I did, and my intro.
No, it did not. It did not come through, Councillor. So we are now on the main report, item 8.3, and we are voting on
subsections A through
to E through D and then F.
Yes.
Yes. So we're voting on A, B, C, D, and F.
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No problem.
Just to be clear, this is the staff recommendation.
Correct. Yes, I report 8.3, staff recommendation. Oh, sorry.
I thought we were voting, sorry, Madam Chair, for clarification, I thought we were voting for no growth. I thought the mayor put no growth on the table.
Through you, Madam
That will
Deputy.
be his, sorry, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Deputy, put the staff recommendation on the floor, and
Correct.
that's what's before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ambitious density scenario. Okay.
Councillor Merle, I'm sorry, I didn't see your vote. Yes.
I need clarification. What are we voting on?
Through you, Mayor, you are voting on the staff report as shown in item 8.3.
So we're voting on the recommendation that staff put forward, or are we voting on what we debated?
The recommendation that staff put forward.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you clarified that.
With the exception of subsection E. So A through D and F, we pulled E out to be voted on separately because E is the matter with respect to water down that Councillor Partridge just put forward. So we're voting on that separately.
Okay. Well, I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Kovacevic, we can hear you. If you can mute yourself. Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote? Councillor Whitehead, I'm sorry. Your thumbs up. Thank you. Councillor Pauls, did we lose you again? Just give me thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay, thank you.
And that is defeated. 13 opposed, 3 in favor.
And now through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to put
Right.
E on the table as amended.
I didn't see the vote come up on this item for me.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm
it
not
was
sure
13.
why.
It was 3-13. 3 in favor, 13 opposed. I don't know why it didn't come up, sir.
Anyway, I am opposed. So if Stephanie could record that, the vote didn't come up on my screen. I was looking for it.
Oh.
Never happened.
Let me check to see where you are, Mr. Mayor.
We show 16 votes, Mr. Mayor.
You were opposed. I got your vote as opposed.
Okay. Is
that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Madam Clerk, I'm curious, how do we have 16 votes when, oh, because Russ is back. Thank you. Appreciate that.
It's been a long day, everyone. And Russ has been here all day. Oh, some levity to it.
So is it okay if I put subsection E up as amended now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Same two movers and seconder, Councillor
Yes,
Partridge
please.
and Johnson. Thank you.
Is Brenda, yes, okay.
Yes.
Madam Deputy Mayor,
Yes,
I'm sorry to ask this. What are we voting on now?
on the amendment of E in 8.3 report. Put forward by Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Brenda Johnson. This is the lands in Waterdown to be included in the staff review.
Her original amendment carried,
Mm-hmm.
and then it went to be part of the main motion as amended. So on the main motion as amended, we separated the vote and just did A through F with the exception of E, and now you are voting on E as part of the main motion.
Now we're voting on E.
As amended, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Only E.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you for that.
Pleasure.
Councilor Marilla, I'm sorry, are you thumbs up or down on this one? I can't hear you.
Just to clarify, we're voting on Councillor Partridge's motion, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
I'm supportive. Thank you.
Okay.
And Councillor Pauls? Thank you. And Councillor Whitehead, I'm sorry, I did not get your vote on that one. Thumbs up. Thank you very much. Okay, that one closes. Carries 15-1.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, Madam Clerk, we're done 8.3. I have to go back now to 8.2, if my memory serves me right. And that was
Order, Madam Chair. We're not done with 8.3 yet. We have an alternate motion to put forward.
sorry.
I think Councillor Danko has the alternate motion in terms of no boundary expansion.
Madam Clerk, we have another motion. Does that go
Yes.
before 8.2?
Yes, if it is another.
8.3.
Yes, so I can put
Okay.
that up on the floor. Just give me one quick, up on the floor, up on the screen. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Bear with me here. Sorry, it's changed a few times, so I'm just going to pull it out of here and put it up on the screen. Just bear with me for one moment, folks.
Is it premature for me to announce my retirement from council?
This has been only half of the time we've been on this item. Nice try.
Hang on, I'm getting there. Give 30
Your
seconds.
beard's a little grayer.
So, Councillor Danko, I'm going to put it up. I think I have the right one. Just give me one moment. Sorry, the formatting is all thrown off, but we're going to work with what we've got here. Okay, and I will scroll up to the top and try to shrink it while you read it.
Oh.
Would you like me to read it out?
Sure. I can't see
Okay.
it.
Sorry, that the growth related, let me see if I can make it a bit bigger.
Okay.
That the growth related integrated development strategy and municipal comprehensive review, how should Hamilton grow evaluation, including associated technical supporting documents attached as Appendix A as amended to report PED 170100 be received. B, that staff be directed to report back to the General Issues Committee no later than January 2022 with a draft official plan amendment as part of the Municipal Comprehensive Review that implements the following growth directions, and to seek approval to present the draft OPA to the province for review and the public for consultation as part of the city's growth plan conformity. And then underneath B would be a projected household growth of 110,300 households, an average intensification target of not less than 60% and not more than 80% between 2021 and 2051, planned minimum density of 60 persons and jobs per hectare in existing designated greenfield areas, an employment area land need of 0 hectares to 2051 to be confirmed subject to the finalization and employment land review, including deferred requests. C, that the draft official plan amendment include no expansion to the urban boundary. D, that the draft official plan amendment identify a community area land need of 0 hectares beyond 2031 to be reviewed at least every 10 years as part of future municipal comprehensive reviews as required under the Provincial Planning Act and Places to Grow Act. E, that any determination on the community area lands need between 2021 and 2031 be deferred until the outcome of the Grids 1 appeals of the Rural Hamilton Official Plan and Urban Hamilton Official Plan. And F, that staff be authorized and directed to evaluate requests for expansion from Waterdown up to a maximum of 5. I think we just did that one.
We just did that.
So F would have to come out. Does that help everybody?
Mm-hmm. Just trying to get back into the chat.
Okay. So I'm going to take it down so that.
So Councillor Danko, you saw the motion you're putting forward, and we're removing F because that's already been dealt with. You're okay with that,
Can I ask
Councillor?
about the amendment we dealt with earlier? Will be part of the overall direction here, so that'll be included? In terms of the annual review and the data collection and analysis, so is that assumed, approved, and included already, or do we need to add it to this one?
It's approved already.
Okay.
So when it shows in the report, it will show as A and the balance will be renumbered accordingly. That's all, but it'll all be in together.
Okay, everyone. So that's the motion on the floor. It's been moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Okay, got it. And Madam Clerk has that. And Councillor Whitehead, you had a question to the motion. Can't hear you, Councillor Whitehead.
How long will it, sorry, through the chair, how long will it take to turn the ship in the small harbor if we realize that this is a huge mistake? How long does it take to actually get this stuff implemented? And is that aligned with the provincial statement and timing policy?
Question of staff?
Yes, yeah. I'm concerned
staff
because
can answer.
I've made it clear that it takes a long time. You need a long headway to these kind of planning. We're now saying no. So I'm asking, what kind of window do we need if we realize we made a mistake?
Okay, Mr. Thorne.
So through you, Madam Chair, as noted in the motion and as required by provincial legislation, municipalities have to review their plans at least every 10 years, but it can be more frequently than that if a municipality chooses. So 10 years is the maximum. So any municipality can initiate a comprehensive review at any time. In terms of the timeline for how long that can take, it can typically be a year or two process, depending on how much analysis and work is being done in support of that comprehensive review.
Right. And would staff support, and I don't know if the mayor would be friendly amendment, I think we need to spot check a different housing stock in Hamilton as of this decision. To look at the current pricing of those, the mix of housing currently, the social housing unit cost currently, and monitor how land values go up as a result of this decision today, and what does that mean in the context of development in the near future, especially when it speaks to affordability. Because I think we're making a huge mistake right now, and I think that you're going to find that land values will jump significantly and it'll be outpriced beyond our control. So that's my concern, and I want it monitored so that we can ensure that it doesn't get so far away ahead of us that we can't do anything about it. So any suggestions from staff?
So through the chair, I believe the mayor's earlier motion already speaks to some of those issues. What staff would be reporting back on an annual basis would be around development and housing
Councillor,
yield
can
and
you
so
let the staff please finish?
Sorry, I'm asking for clarity on that particular.
Okay. I appreciate that, Councillor, and Mr. Thorne was answering your question. Go ahead, Mr. Thorne.
He was on the right track.
Mr. Thorne, please.
Thank you. So through the chair, I believe that the mayor's motion does speak to sort of in an annual report, we'd provide information on, there's a number of things in there, land supply, intensification rates, housing development, it'd be a general, I would approach it as a general report on the housing market, would be part of that annual report.
So, but you didn't say anything about land value. You didn't say anything about social costs or cost for social housing per unit cost. Like there's going to be a net impact of this decision. I just don't know what it is. And I think the general public should know what it is. So I think it should be incorporated in the report that the mayor is asking for, on a quarterly basis.
Point of
'Cause
order, Madam Chair, that issue has already been voted on and dealt with.
Yeah, so
What
can,
is-
can I help clarify that the motion does speak to negative and positive impacts of the decision we're making today? So that encompasses all of those matters that you're talking about. So I think it's
So
covered.
costs will be included specifically.
covered.
Both costs will be all I'm trying to do, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, is ensure that the very questions I'm asking specifically, not a generic response that could dance all over wherever it wants to go. I want specific answers to market value of land. I want to know unit costs, impacts, and so forth. Those are specific. You don't have that in your motion. I just want to be specific in the context of tracking that, because I think that's going to be the telltale in the next number of months and years. So is that not
Counselor, I'm going to very respectfully suggest that this line of questioning end because you are out of order. The information is in the mayor's motion. It has been voted on, and we need to move past that issue.
No,
I'm sorry, Counselor.
We're dealing with a motion right now, right?
It's but this motion has
move on.
nothing to do with the earlier motion, Counselor.
Correct. Okay. So
Okay,
I'm asking staff if it would be proper. I don't know why this is so difficult. So it would be proper now that we're voting on no urban expansion for me to ask for a monitoring of those specific things that I identified. I don't know why this is so difficult.
Because that information request was in the mayor's
No, it wasn't.
earlier
I just asked
motion.
them. Madam Chair, I just asked specifically that deal with market
Counselor,
values.
I realize, Counselor, the motion was before us. It has been voted. So let me make a suggestion, Counselor. This is coming to council. So you will have the documentation on the council agenda, correct, Madam Clerk? The motions that were passed today will be on the council agenda. I would respectfully suggest that reading the motions and then further questioning can be pursued at council. Because that has been clarified in the mayor's motion, sir. Your speaker is not on, sir.
Oh, I know, somebody keeps shutting it off. Madam Chair, the issue for me is that the mayor just indicated that his is generic. I'm asking specifically the target cost. It's not in his motion. Why is this a conflict, or why is this like being resisted? Anyway, I'll take it up at council, but
I would appreciate that, Councillor. Take it up and please possibly put it by staff. Thank you. Do you want to go on the speakers list, Councillor Marula? I have Councillor Farr next.
That council meeting you speak of, Madam Deputy Mayor, is next, correct? The special council meeting that we're having.
So we won't have it before us. Yes, it is. Well,
So
we'll have to have a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll save my comments for then. They were brief anyway. It was in support. And if Councillor Whitehead can pull together a motion and his thoughts, I'd be happy just to get him on the floor and second them for that council meeting. So if you can throw a few lines together, I kind of get what he was saying. I think it's harmless and it's something that certainly I've no problem looking at. So if he wants to design something, I'd happy just to even get it on the floor. I'd be happy to support.
Councillor thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Farr. Councillor Whitehead, did you want to draft something and send it to the clerk?
yes, I'll do it on the chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second it, Councillor Whitehead. I think it's a good idea.
So you've got support there, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, could we not put it on the chat, please? Can you
No.
just email it to me? Right now we're in the General Issues Committee and the motion shouldn't be on the chat for council. Plus, it's hard for me to pull it from there, put it into a motion form and to put it on the council floor. So via email, please. Thank you.
Stephanie, you are the boss. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So with that, there are no further speakers. And that motion is the motion by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Partridge, is on the floor.
Madam Chairman, I put it in the chat. I've tried to hit the mic button and it says it's not available. I just have a question if I can.
Councillor Ferguson, you're not showing on the chat, but I'll recognize you before the vote, sir. Go ahead.
Well, it is there. Anyhow, my question is
Not on
to
my
Steve
side.
Robichaud. Steve, you put I'm frantically trying to find your email as people were talking, but you put out a caution to members of council a few days ago about the motion that's before us right now. and that it wasn't definitive on what this meant for the suburbs. Have you got the answer to that question?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Ward Councillor. Based on further conversations with staff, the implementation will occur through 2 official plan amendments. The first official plan amendment will be the one to bring the city's official plan into conformity with the provincial growth plan in terms of the time horizon and how we're going to be accommodating growth to 2051. The second follow-up and official plan amendment will be once we go and revisit and working with our public works colleagues, how we implement the intensification strategy. Then we will be coming back with some options for committee and council's consideration. Those options may include changes to existing secondary plans or other planning permissions, or we may be able to accommodate all of the intensification within those existing planning parameters, i.e. in terms of density or height restrictions. But that will be the work that we will do once we complete the MCR official plan amendment. But there is a potential that we will be looking at broadening the range of permitted uses so that low density would include single semis, street townhouses, 4plexes, maybe going up to 5 or 6plexes. And in some areas, in order to accommodate the intensification, we may have to revisit some of those height and density caps. We do know that, I think, in some of the medium density areas. All of that information will come forward again through that residential intensification OPA that I would anticipate would be 2023, probably early 2023, by the time we do the analysis and bring that information forward with the corresponding work relating to the infrastructure master plans.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, Garrett, you're no longer concerned about the impacts on suburban downtown areas, urban areas, as you set out in your email. I'm still trying to find it. I know it's here.
There is a potential, sir, that we may need to relax some of the planning permissions in order to accommodate the full intensification within the urban area. So that is just it's not necessarily a concern. It's just a statement of fact that in order to accommodate those additional dwelling units based on the infrastructure planning and ensure that they align where we want them, that it may be necessary to direct some of that intensification to either existing downtown nodes or corridors, which may require a revisiting of some of the planning permissions if they don't allow us to achieve the height, density, and the unit yield that we need. One of the things that you have to understand is, although it's easy to say you're going to take 3 units from a greenfield or 1 unit from a greenfield location and shift it to an urban location, a 3-bedroom unit is significantly larger than a bachelor apartment. So in an existing apartment building, in order to change that unit mix, they may actually have to go from a 4-story building to a 6-story building, or from a 6-story building to an 8-story building, in order for them to provide those larger family size units. They want to maintain their same number of units. Well, the only way you can do that is to make the building bigger. So that will be something that we need to revisit in terms of some of the planning permissions as they relate to the official plan policies around building height and density on lots. I think that was my concern, or that was my comment about part of that shift. And I think that's what Mr. Anthony Laurier said in his land needs assessment, that even the PPU will have to increase in terms of the average unit size and the number of people per unit when you make that shift from a single family home to a 3-bedroom apartment building within an established urban neighborhood context. Thank you.
So are the height restrictions in Ancaster at risk by the 60 units per hectare or 60 persons per hectare?
It may have, that's one of the options that we will have to take a look at in terms of all of the areas across the city of Hamilton. Is it appropriate based on those existing height permissions or density permissions, or do we need to relax them in order to achieve the intensification to align into certain areas? And that'll be part of that second official plan amendment that'll be subject to public consultation and engagement around how we implement the intensification in order to achieve the full 110,000 units within the existing urban area.
So you're telling me that this will be part of a future decision?
Yes, sir. That's the intent, not to bring it. The first round of the official plan amendments will be the one that the province approves dealing with the conformity with the growth plan. The second official plan amendment will be as we look at some of the intensification or some of the barriers to intensification and redevelopment through our planning policies. And those will also be aligning with some of the work that we're doing on the residential zoning so that we can bring it forward for consultation and people can see the entire package. Thank you.
Okay, that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And no, I did not have you on the speakers list. Last I had you on was at 6:09 p.m. So with that, we do have the motion that's on the floor, moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Partridge. And I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Councillor Muller. Councillor Whitehead, your vote on this matter, please. Thank you. Councillor Pauls, oh, we got your thumbs up. Thank you.
Vote that carries 13-3. Thank you, everyone. Now, Madam Clerk, we need to go back to item 8.2. The recommendation is on the floor before you.
Yes.
I have a mover and a seconder, Mr. Mayor.
And I think given the context here, I think it's appropriate that we receive this information because obviously we're not acting on the recommendations that are inherent in it. So receiving it as information, I think would be the right step to take.
And I think that's all the recommendations are. Be received. And yeah, I think they're all be received anyways, Madam Clerk, correct?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, I would just, let me just make sure. Yes, I would just delete subsection A because you're not going with subsection A, and then the rest is just to be received anyway. Is that okay, Mr. Mayor? Does that make sense to you? Thank you. Give me a second to just take that out. Madam Deputy Mayor, I've left A in as well and just put, instead of be approved, be received, and then left the rest.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so received. So all of it is to be received, and that's moved by Mr. Mayor, seconded by Councillor Clark. Thank you. And on that recommendation, we're going to have a half vote, I see, beside Councillor Nan.
Oh.
It's okay, she can peek.
She's adorable.
She's busy eating birthday cake.
Aww.
Councillor Marula, are you thumbs up or down? Up, thank you. Councillor Whitehead? Did we lose Councillor? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, sir. Councillor Whitehead, were you thumbs up or down? Thank you. Yep.
The vote carries 15-1 and a half. No, 15 and a half. And with that, I believe that concludes today's meeting. Just a second, let me go. I have to follow the roadmap again. Yes, it does. Oh my God, Stephanie always leaves the best to the last. May I please? I want to first of all thank everybody for your patience today, for the latitude that you've afforded me, and for the comprehensive reviews and information that staff have provided, a lot of it on the fly. You know, we always put staff on the hot seat. They do a tremendous job, not only staff who reported and consultants who reported today, but my staff here in council chambers have been absolutely phenomenal. So I apologize if I've missed anyone as I was going through the chat list. You really do have to have eyes in the back of your head when you're sitting in this chair right now. So
Point of order, point of order.
Sorry?
Point of order.
And can I ask then, and the point of order is?
Well, I don't accept your apology.
Oh, okay.
Because you've done a great job and you've had an exhausting month. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, everyone. And with that, may I please have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Powers, second by Councillor Ferguson. Don't leave until you vote.
While we're voting on that, don't anybody run away because we're going to go straight into council.
That's right.
And ratify this decision. So bear with.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Mayor, and I have.
So we're staying in this WebEx section here?
No, we have to go out and go back in, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, you do. And I hate to be the wet blanket on all of this, but I need to wave my magic wand and take 10 minutes to flip this into a report. So if you want to take a 10-minute break once we adjourn, so that we can switch over. Yeah, I'm sorry, which time?
Say 7:25.
7:25, that's great.
Sorry to interrupt. So just for clarification purposes, we need to get out of WebEx as well as eScribe?
Out of this meeting
Yes,
and
to
go into
both.
special council. Yes.
Yes, to both. You need to get out of this WebEx and go into the WebEx for council, and you need to get out of this eScribe and go into the eScribe for today's council.
Right.
And I'm sorry, I forgot I didn't hear, or one or both, the mover and seconder to adjourn.
The mover was Mayor Eisenberger, second by Councillor Brenda.
Tiffany,
No, I'm
did you
sorry.
get my?
No, it was the Mr. Mayor and Councillor Clark.
Oh, well, I got it. So
Okay.
you're all going to say yes.
This is to adjourn.
Did you get the motion, Stephanie?
It was Councillor Powers.
I'm
and
just
Councillor
in a
Clark.
vote, so not sure yet, but probably. Are you okay to adjourn, everybody?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
Russ Powers and Councillor Clark for mover and seconder to adjourn, and we'll be back for 7:25. For Madam Clerk to-
Monumental, fantastic job, Mayor Pearson.
Sweat buckets.
Well done.
Thank you. See you in 10 minutes.